5 weeks down, 2 to go here in the LPL regular season of Split number 2. And we've got still a lot left to determine in terms of figuring out our playoff seeding and who's even going to make it into the postseason to begin with. 2 series in Group Ascend up for you today as we kick off week number 6 on LPL English. Welcome everybody, my name is Grapes, joined alongside Fulls here for this first series of the day. Team WE trying to pick up their first win of the regular season up against Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, we got 2 series from Group Ascend coming in tonight. Unfortunately, one of these teams might not necessarily, if they belong in Group Ascend. That's a bit of an interesting question or debate to have. Of course, I'm referring to our friend in the bottom left corner there in WE. But you know what? The loss column is still standing at 1 digit. We don't necessarily have to go to the fateful 0-10. This could be the turnaround arc for Team WE. And really showing that they can ascend, Grapes. I mean, I think they can do it. I'm a believer. Call me crazy.
Conversely, you hit the 0-10 power spike, and maybe things just start looking good for them. So
True,
only time will tell. We still got a series ahead of us. Let's take a look at our standings, though, heading into Week 6 of the regular season. As you said, WE 0-9. They only have 1 game win. They did get it in their last series against JDG. But you take a look at the rest of the league. Very even the rest of the way there. Only 6 wins in game score separate 7th place from 1st place.
Yeah, so in theory, there is maybe a way where they could ever finish top 5, but we kind of did the math there, and it doesn't really check out because even if they win out their next 5 series, which that sounds pretty optimistic, all things considered, NIP and IG still have yet to play each other, so one of them is going to get that 5th win as well. So yeah, Group Ascend is looking pretty cooked if you're a WE fan. But, all things considered, that this is definitely one of the more winnable series that they're going to have on their docket. It's going to be IG, especially with the recency of IG swapping out Renard for, we're going to talk into the rosters in a bit soon, but they've got a new mid laner now, and that might mean that maybe IG hasn't been looking too hot lately. Their roster might not be fully synchronized yet, so there's definitely an opening to go for that first kill shot, get their first win from the side of WE, IMO.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun series ahead of us. We also have Top Esports against JDG later today. You'll have Yanni and Bloxer for that call. But before we really dive into the matchup, let's talk a little bit about what patch we're playing on here, Fulls. We kind of got jump scared by it on Sunday with the random switch over to 26.9. But now we really get to sit and reflect. We also have seen a bunch of the other Tier 1 regions start to play this. I know, obviously, you, as the multi-time challenger mid laner, are going to have a lot of different takes about what is good on this patch and what is not. And so we just want to give you the rundown here for what exactly we should be looking for here on this new patch.
Yeah, that's so funny you bring up the jump scare, because I just remember seeing on my Twitter timeline we had a Voltaic Cyclosword Electrocute Corki bot lane. So, I mean, as far as that goes, we haven't been seeing too much of that in the solo queue, but we've been seeing a lot of very new things that have been hitting the Rift, particularly when it comes to, I'm going to say it right off the bat, the Deathfire Touch. Shown there as one of those new runes. That one has been completely OP, and I'm not expecting to see necessarily anyone pick Smolder with Deathfire Touch, but if they do, I wouldn't, it could come in now that it is actually a prominent pick. There's a lot of new things that are going on here. We're gonna get to see if anybody builds a Doran's Bow today. In solo queue, that item has been doing pretty well. I'm pretty sure that devs just announced that they're going to be nerfing Doran's Bow a little bit, because you just get so much stats at the only cost of losing health. But it only costs 400 gold, so you can even buy 2 potions anyway. As for the Gluttonous Greaves, we've been definitely seeing those a lot in terms of they're more of a snowball item, particularly if you're like a jungler with maybe like an Ambessa or a Lee Sin or something. You can make use of those. We've seen 80 carries make use of those as well in replace of Legend Bloodline. For example, on Yunara, you can just get so much healing from those. And in the mid lane, they can be really interesting with the Immortal Path, it's called, that boot upgrade you get, where it's kind of like when you're below 50% health, you get 15% more healing and shielding, and just do 5% more damage otherwise. Dusk and Dawn. Now, this is going to tie into some of the more patch notes we'll talk on later, but that one has definitely opened way for a very interesting, it's a very popular, famous jungle pick, which we'll get right into, that Monkey himself plays quite a bit of, so we might get to see if that comes into play. And last but not least, the Voltaic Cyclo Sword. I'll say it now, Grapes. It's completely OP. It's fully overtuned, man. They need to nerf the Voltaic Cyclo Sword, man. It's only 2,900 gold, and the value you get is just insane. It's, imagine you have an opportunity, right? That previous item that did get shipped out, but Now you get that, and you get to have Voltaic Cyclo Sword from before. Only difference being you just don't get to have a slow on the item proc, but you get to have it proc on your attack or on your ability. So if you're Jace and you hit a shock blast from across the map, you're starting to half health people more damage than we've ever seen before. As for the other runes, we'll get to see if they really take their stock in the meta. They've kind of been hit or miss. You know, Halo Blades with Titanic Hydra does have some prominence, but we're just going to have to see if any of these come as opportune picks in the draft. If they draft any champions who these patch notes can make use of.
Yeah, you know, it seems that out of these new runes, Deathfire Touch is definitely more powerful than the reworked Phase Rush into the Storm Raider Surge. The Voltaic Cyclo Sword, being able to apply the Energized on the abilities, very, very strong. So I'm excited to see if anybody is going to bring that out here. But we also had some champions that got some certain adjustments as well. Most notably, Ezreal and Xin Zhao getting some AP ratios added to their kits. We've been seeing things like the Gunblades and the double tiers for the Ezreals. And Xin Zhao, as I think you were alluding to, Foles, has started to have these new builds pop up with things like the Static Shiv and the Dusk and Dawn that you were talking about.
Yeah, I've seen some total nonsense in the solo queue. I'm pretty sure anybody who's been watching this and been playing any solo queue at all, there's no way you haven't run into an AP Xin Zhao by now.
It's so fun.
I mean, the healing is just absurd. You need a heal cut item as soon as possible. I've seen some of my fellow high-low friends, you know, Tomio in the jungle, or even Shochi in the mid lane, rocking the Dusk and Dawn Xin Zhao. So definitely something that we could see. Now, I'm not sure if we will. You know, probably we shouldn't, because I think it's more of like a cheeky kind of... It's pretty powerful, but it does get really countered by heal cut. So I would imagine that, you know, you can just go the standard, typical stuff. Though with that being said, you could maybe opt into more of like a Halo Blades, Titanic Hydra Xin Zhao jungle. That's been really strong on him. Same with Vi. That's a really strong pairing right now, is getting that rune with that item. As for the other patch notes, you know, we've seen some buffs to champs like Gragas, like Talia, which could be, you know, relevant. These are champions who could really make their way in the meta. I really think the Gragas buff has a lot of legs because I believe you get like maybe 6 or 8% more damage reduction now just by pressing W, which is just completely OP. So, you know, you're really tanky as Gragas now. And Ambessa, that patch note, we're going to see it maybe live if we do have Monkey in the series, the only jungler thus far in this split to pick the Ambessa. You're probably not going to want to pick that anymore because unless you have the setup of the likes of a Leona, a Nautilus, a Vi, Ambessa ult, from someone who plays quite a bit of Ambessa, you find yourself looking back thinking, that would have hit on the previous patch. You think 0.15 seconds is not that much. Yeah. It's a lifetime in League of Legends, Grapes, let me tell you.
Especially for these players who are at the top of their game, have instant reaction times most of the time. That extra second or extra 0.15, as you said, really can make a difference. And so maybe less Ambessa, more Xin Zhao. The Talia buff's also maybe going to be interesting to look at, especially for the mid laners that we'll be watching here today. But let's get into our roster, starting off with Team WE. Finally picked up their first game win, which is perhaps cause for celebration, but there's a lot left to be done for them. And I think the big thing that we need to note here for this team, Foles, is that, you know, first of all, Monkey is back from his short break, hopefully a little bit revitalized and everything. But this next week is actually going to be very important for Team WE for the rest of how this split is going to go. Obviously, there's not really an opportunity for them to get up to that top 4, which would lock them an automatic spot in the playoffs. But you take a look at the teams that they're playing. Today, IG is in 6th. Weibo is in 7th. They'll be playing them tomorrow. If they can take any series wins and avoid going 0-14, I have to imagine it will be against one of these two.
Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to go 0-14, fully winless in the entirety of the double round robin. That is the last thing that any team ever wants. So if we can at least see a single digit in that win column, that would be really nice. And I do think that this is the exact opportune team up against for them to be able to do so.
Yeah, you know, they looked pretty good in that one game win that they had against JDG. It obviously started off a bit unfortunate for Gala, as I think he must have just E'd the wrong way or just knew he was dead or something. But they did play some of these team fights out well, and one of the areas of the map that, you know, has been struggling, the bot lane for Team WE, really showed up. About and Arha had a great game. The rest of the series didn't really go their way, but this is a formula of what perhaps WE can do if they want to end up winning some more games.
Yeah, so we were joking, you know, before the cast tonight, talking about how this is WE's win condition. Just get the enemy AD carry to fully just launch themselves under your tower and completely grief. Other than that, it's not been looking too hot. But as you said, if you give them an inch, they might just be able to take a mile. So that's the thing. We're just going to need them to find something kind of opportune take place in the early game. They don't really seem to be able to materialize that themselves. So if their opponent can kind of, have an unforced error take place, that would be rather convenient. And then once that does happen, they might be able to really make use of that and get another win on the board because they got their first game win. And now, Grapes, it's just time for that first series win. They just got to do that once more.
And they'll be playing a team that also is looking for their first win in quite some time in Invictus Gaming. Not in terms of games, but just in terms of really riding some more momentum. Remember, this is the team that started off in first place, going 3-0 through the first 3 games of the split. But since then, have gone 1-6, found themselves in the 6th spot of the standings. They've brought in Nya into the mid lane. And Fulls, I think a big thing that we are going to have to watch here is the jungle matchup, because Wei has been really getting punished and targeted on a number of these invades, most notably against Tarzan in their last 2 series.
Yeah, and that's actually a pretty opportune point to really strike at because Monkey has always been the player to have early game jungling shenanigans. So if Wei is susceptible to that, Monkey might just be the guy to be able to capitalize on that weakness. Of course, a lot of Monkey's early game shenanigans has fully gone awry and amiss and has not really hit home. But perhaps against this particular player in Wei, they might be able to come up with something clever. I'm almost certain that even before this series begun, that they ideated something with their coach, some level 1 angle, some cheese, some early game, because I haven't really seen this guy full clear even once, man. And I don't expect to see it happen tonight either, so.
Yeah, I mean, these early game shenanigans between junglers has been something that really became more popular once we started off Split 2. Obviously, with the new season and the earlier spawning of the camps and the minions, the level 1s became a little bit more difficult, but teams have started to figure out how exactly to do them more efficiently. And it seems like IG has not been able to get on that same wavelength, whether it's because they have been failing to get mid priority with the help of like their rotating cast and crew in that position, or just Wei needing to be a little bit more on the mark for something like that. In the games that IG has won, Wei has not been pushed really far behind, and so he is a big driver for how this team is going to need to succeed if they want to pull out a win here today.
Absolutely, and of course the spotlight as well should go to that mid lane with the newcomer in Nya replacing Renard, formerly replacing Rookie. So this is the 3rd mid laner that we are seeing here for IG. And thus far, as we've seen, he was able to go 2-1 in that first series up against Weibo, and he did fall 0-2 in the more recently played series. So we're going to want to see if he can, bring that win rate back above 50% here in these series. And according to you, he's been looking better than Renard, right? So that might be something that they can make use of.
Yeah, it's been high and low. I mean, obviously they've only played 2 series with him so far. They won against Weibo 2-1, then lost 0-2 to AL. Really more of an adjustment period for this new mid laner formerly of Top Esports Challengers. So will he eventually be a better pick than Renard? We shall see. Speaking of new additions to this IG roster, maybe old but new here for this team. Down in the support position, I think Mako has also had a pretty solid split in his return. So we'll keep an eye on what the support position and the bot lane overall can do as we get ready for our introductions in Sion. Speaking of Mako, there he is, leading the charge for Invictus Gaming, the most tenured member of this team, and should be able to try to lead his team to a victory against Team WE.
So I know I'm an LPL caster, so I should have already known this, but it only just dawned on me this cast that each of these teams pretty much has a home arena where these players are kind of flying around like it's sort of a Western trad sport, unlike an esport. These guys are literally flying around to different parts of China to play in their opponents' home arenas, and it's just so cool to imagine that they get to play against, their opponents here and they get to have a home crowd. So it's really exciting, and that obviously means that these fans are here to really cheer on their teams, and that this is a big deal to all these players and all these fans.
And I believe that WE was also in Sion when they won their first game against JDG this weekend, so they've just been stayed put here. Hopefully the home crowd is going to give them a little bit more of that boost. That's all they need, just a little bit of that home court advantage. Again, WE, one of the most storied organizations in the LPL, have been around since the dawn of League of Legends esports, as in a similar way, Invictus Gaming have. These two teams actually met just about a year ago in our Split 2 playoffs down in the lower bracket semifinals. That was a fun time because it was both of their rises back up to prominence. WE with a surprise top 4, IG with a surprise top 3. Both of them a little bit further from that area at this point, but still opportunities for them to step up and have a good end to the split to get some of that momentum rolling into playoffs.
Yeah, both of these teams have definitely been wanting to get some wins on the board, and this Mako fella here, he might be that win con for IG.
Yeah, take a look at this. First of all supports in kill participation in Group Ascend. He's actually tied for second just in general in kill participation among Group Ascend players. And the big thing for Mako that we have noticed is that the laning phase has gone really good for Invictus Gaming. Jotchi will have his moments where sometimes he runs it down a little bit, but that's just what all LPL AD carries do. I feel like Mako has been really a driver in terms of what IG have been able to do down in the bottom lane. The KDA, 6th amongst supports in Group Ascend. I'm going to give him a pass there, Foles, because support KDA, when you're losing a lot of games, isn't going to necessarily be good. The only people that he's ahead of, actually, are the two that are below him in the standings right now in Arha and Hong. So I think it's really just a team diff at that point.
I mean, I tell you what, Grapes, there's one thing I've learned from making some good friends and being a league player, and some of them being supports, is sometimes, low-key, that middle row, or that middle column, rather, of the KDA, sometimes when that number goes up, it's actually a good thing, you know? For example, we've got a fellow like Reckless, who, I mean, I don't want to throw any shade here necessarily, but he really likes to keep that number at 0. And I'd like to see those supports just win a Nautilus hook right in there, Alistar Flash right in there, just be fully aggressive and alpha. And the thing being that the meta today is relying a lot on those range supports, though, so you're not really necessarily picking those champions or wanting to dive straight in and die. But hey, if you're 6th in KDA as a support, if anything, that might just mean that you're more willing to put your life on the line for your teammates.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Mako has been willing to do that for much of his now incredibly tenured career, spending much of this with EDG back in the day, winning that World Championship, then bouncing around a little bit, top esports to Invictus Gaming. Coming back here in Split 2 after his short break from competitive in Split number 1. Very much a reworked Invictus Gaming roster from what we saw from them in Split 1. I think 4 out of the 5 players, only way actually
this guy right here, yep.
From being that consistent factor going into Split number 2. It started off really good, has started to slow down a little bit, but this is a great opportunity for both teams to start to build some momentum once again with 3 to 4 games remaining in the regular season of the LPL. Starting off with picks and bans, WE selecting blue side and IG opting for the first pick in this one. So we get set for game number 1.
Yep, so as someone who's not fluent in Mandarin, there's 2 ways to tell which side is picking first. So first is, one, you can see beneath IG that they've only got 4 characters, right? And versus what W has 5, that's one way to tell. The other way to tell is that the enemy team banned Orianna. Whichever team is banning Orianna is almost certainly picking second. That's kind of a more of an easy cheat code to remember. You almost never want to let Orianna through. I think that's probably the most banned champion that we have really been seeing, against the first picks. So leaving a fair few OPs open, though. Supports and those range supports are the more prominent picks. Jarvan really good against those range supports, and that's why his meta prominence has risen sharply.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it was WE that had first selection. They opted to prefer to be on the blue side. IG, of course, going to take that first pick because it has been so popular in the current meta. So maybe WE have some cool strats planned. With Ezreal locked in, you can have some poking around the Baron pit a little bit easier. Well, we'll see how exactly that works. It's going to be matched up alongside the Rise. I will say, Fools, these are 2 of the champions that WE played in their lone win against JD Gaming. So if they're trying to replicate some of that success, it's a good start so far.
I mean, why not, right? If you're literally, I believe it's 1-18, and there is one game that you won, you may as well just lean towards those champions who won you that game. So as far as I remember, they actually won the first game in that best of 3 as well. So all they needed to do was just win another of the remaining to get their first series win, and they were unfortunately reverse swept in the best of 3. So this might be able to get them that first win in this particular series, and we're just gonna have to see if they can find out what to do in the rest of the series after you finally get a win. But of course, I'm getting ahead of ourselves. We'll see what they actually want to opt for here. Rise being a really strong pick in the meta due to his global presence, but always is a very counterable champion with the existence of Cassiopeia and Anivia, particularly Cassiopeia with Jarvan being a very strong combo. Locked into the Cataclysm, throw a Miasma in there, I'm pretty sure there's absolutely nothing you can do to survive.
Yeah, Kar's going to have some success outside of the lane if he wants to succeed. Arha has really thrived more on engaged champions versus the current meta of enchanters, perhaps with this Bard lock-in, meaning that you're not going to have too much of an early lane poke situation from IG. Arha feels more comfortable locking in the Nico here to get a little bit of that extra range in the 2v2, while also having some nice engage for himself. As we head into the second phase of bans, both sides locking in their mid laners and their supports. The WE is going to be able to ban out some AD carries. IG will be able to ban out some junglers from Monkey.
Yeah, banning out some junglers from Monkey. I wonder what angle you'd want to go for here. I believe maybe Vi would be something that comes to mind for me. Maybe the Xin Zhao, I'm not sure if he would be building those items that we were discussing in the pre-show. But yeah, and it's interesting here that this particular game 1 draft, you almost always see this. In my head, there's kind of the big 5 when it comes to these range supports in the Nico, Bard, Karma, Nami, and Seraphine. So that's going to leave just only a few of those open going into the next draft, but we might get to see some of those melee characters then where, the KDA of Mako's might just decrease even further. But for the meanwhile, we'll get to see what he's able to do here on the Bard and what junglers they want to ban away. I do like the Nocturne ban. That one didn't come to mind just yet. But again, global champions just being so strong. Nocturne and Pantheon both banned away. Ryze picked for that very reason. Bard low-key picked for that reason as well, with all of his, I like to call it the Schrodinger's Bard, where he's just kind of in a super position at all times. You might think that if Bard is in the fog of war, he may as well be in your lane. So
yeah, for the side of Team WE in the jungle position, the Xin Zhao would be the next up on the meta list, and so that will be taken away for Invictus Gaming. I'd imagine you can save your top lane pick for last. Just pick a jungler up here because you're not going to get too much of a difference in terms of understanding which the matchups are going to look like for Monkey. The Lee Sin always going to be something to consider when you have a player of this caliber that has really risen to many star levels in his past season, and it will be that Blind Monk being locked in for Team WE.
Yeah, Blind Monk for the Monkey here, and he's been playing this a lot in his career as far as I've seen, to varying levels of success. A lot of players, it's really interesting. I feel like Lee Sin, there hasn't really been any patch notes. I mean, there are some coming, with that being said, but he's just suddenly risen in pick rate across major regions without much reason for it. And I think a lot of these junglers just really like that playmaking potential that Lee Sin offers, that early game threat that he has, where he's really able to get level 3, level 4 ganks off, like pretty much like within that before the first recall compared to most other champions. He falls off a cliff in the mid-late game, so you really want to capitalize on that early game potential that he does offer.
So the Scion, the final pickup here for Breathe. Jachi also going to be piloting the Misfortune. So a very team fight heavy composition for IG. Could this mean that Cube pivots a little bit? The Yorick has been his most played champion of the season so far, but he's actually going to go with the nerfed Ambessa. This is still a decent lane matchup into the Scion. You eventually will, just not really be able to kill him super easily, but I think overall what WE have set up for themselves, Fools, is a really nice pick comp that can use these semi-globals, these ultimates from long range, to try to find members of Invictus Gaming before a full 5v5 breaks out.
Yeah, they definitely have some pretty strong, champions on their side here, and pretty good matchups as well. The Ambessa into the Scion being a pretty favorable one, but from my perspective, I would say it's pretty clever drafting from from IG, because I made a really crazy comment one time, which I still can't believe I did say, which is that I used to think that Cube and 369 were on like a similar level. Based on watching Cube for this past while, yeah, that take was way too hot and way too out of pocket, and I've come to realize that was just not the case, and Cube is low-key a complete liability on the side of WE. So I think taking away the Scion, one of the easier champions to be a liability as, if I'm gonna be not too nice, that was pretty clever, meaning that now Cube can't really use that crutch, and he's gonna have to play one of the more skill-intensive champions in the Ambessa, who also, as we've been mentioning, did receive those ultimate nerfs. And I would not be surprised if we see those patch notes come into play in this match. Watch out for those public executions, and if they're able to land against these players on 0 ping.
I'll get my stopwatch up. I'll make sure to see if that 0.65 is really super noticeable for the public executions on the Ambessa. Another opportunity, as we've said, for WE. They have not won a series so far they've not won a series since their Knights Rivals appearance back in Split 1. Maybe this is the time. It's been 11 straight best ofs. It's 12th time the charm against one of the most prestigious organizations in IG. Live from Xi'an, it's game number 1 of WE and Invictus.
Grapes, keep your dreams. I love that. And yeah, we got some browse for the Xi'an home crowd here in WE. And it's going to be a really interesting series tonight. Right off the bat, we get to see 2 Deathfire touches in the mid lane, meaning that they're really going to want to have as much trading power as possible. This rune even received a hotfix nerf and is still completely taking over the meta. Really good on a champion with a dot such as Cassio.
Absolutely. You know, things like the phase rush were super popular on these 2 champions back when it still existed in the game, more so on the Rise's side. But now with Storm Raiders, you get a lot of that power still, but it's not until later on in the game when you actually are able to deal a big chunk, 40% of a player's health before you actually do end up getting that movement speed buff. So for these players, getting the Deathfire touch, a little bit extra damage, perhaps a little overtuned at the moment as well. And this is, I think, an opportunity for Team WE, specifically because a lot of the weaknesses that they have faced so far this season have been in the solo lanes, right? You mentioned Cube. Karis also has not looked up to snuff against some of these other top mid laners like Shanks, like Cream, like Knight. But with Nya coming into the mid lane, and with so far a decent lane matchup, hopefully for Cube, WE might have an opportunity to just not fall super far behind in their solo lanes here today.
Yeah, they definitely got themselves a pretty reasonable chance at something here in this draft. I really think Rise, and that's why they were able to win that previous game, just because of that global threat and pick-making potential that he does offer. It can really kind of warp the game around it, where you almost have to tank tower dives at a certain point, where if Rise just decides he wants to ult himself and his jungler up towards you, that you either just fully back off tier 2 tower, or you just kind of have to tank death sometimes. Really strong that Realm Morph ability is, although of course his range is going to be brought into question here against this Cassio matchup. Monkey making use of that early game Lee Sin, Grapes.
See if he actually is able to catch Nya here so far. Rune Prison does connect. Monkey lands a Sonic Wave, has to jump away from the Miasma to land the Resonating Strike, and fun enough time for Mako. And way to arrive to the party as well. Arha flashes forward, and it's First Blood picked up for Karis. Gonna go down in a trade as Nya with the burn from the grave, able to take one back. But an aggressive start for Team WE has them even at 1-1.
Yeah, I was getting a bit too optimistic that WE was going to find themselves a 1-for-0 First Blood, but I mean, that 1-for-1 is definitely something that we're going to be able to take here. We're getting the summoner spells spent there from Karis and from Arha, doing anything they can to make sure that this Cassio of Nya does fall down, but at the end of the day, he does. And if anything, it was a pretty important decision to make there, something worth going for, given that Nya did have the TP advantage, which can make it really awkward for the champion Rise here, not being able to get his recall off so effectively. So you kind of want to use that ghost, use that flash if he makes you, just to get that pick and get yourself a somewhat decent reset of the lane conditions, or else that TP advantage looming over your head just eventually becomes something that yields Nya a lead. Whereas now we've got a pretty big lead on all of the mid jungle and bot here for WE.
Yeah, big is perhaps an overstatement here.
Yeah.
It's the 1 gold lead at this point.
The 1 gold.
They've been trading camps back and forth pretty nicely in the jungle and About, and Arha doing good enough for themselves down at bottom. About goes for that base, picks up the tier. They're going to start stacking up as well for him and for Karis in the mid lane. I think the big thing is getting that gold into the Rise early, right? You can start that tier stacking early, get an accelerated Rod of Ages, and also just have yourself a better time in this lane that is supposed to be that typical counter matchup.
Yeah, I feel like when you are playing Rise into these matchups, be it the Cassio or the Anivia, this is what you want to do. You want to be applying this pressure, and Lee Sin can do this.
Yeah, no flash this time for Nya. He's just going to go down. Monkey secures the kill. Mid lane has been the focus for Team WE, and they're making it work so far.
This is exactly why you draft Lee Sin here, in my opinion, because like we were saying, those early game ganks, Lee Sin is pretty much second to none in a lot of his early game, threat potential. Monkey really making use of it, and this is gonna yield WE a pretty favorable spot in the mid jungle where maybe they can now make use of those realm orbs for more proactivity. I'd love to see them either make a threat towards the bot lane, maybe see if they can get the Drake going, or if not that, then at the very least come dive breathe up here with Cube and just keep that snowball rolling with that global pressure from Ryze.
So interestingly enough here, Fulls, Monkey has not played Lee Sin since 2024. Throughout the entirety of WE's run in 2025, didn't get to play the champion a single time. Last time actually he played it was against Invictus Gaming back in 2024 when he was a member of EDG. They ended up losing that game. He's 2-3 overall on that pick. But although he's gotten a couple of ganks off, he has definitely sacrificed his clear for it. And Wei and Mako are going to end up trying to punish him around his red buff. Monkey gets Cataclysm, does not have the Dragon's Rage, and will end up falling to the Jarvan. About and Arha can do nothing about it, as Wei now controls this bottom side jungler for Invictus.
Yeah, and this can tend to happen where if you are going for a lot of those early game ganks, you get a lot of gold, but you do miss out on XP, and Wei there dinging the level 6, really making use of that fact. Cataclysm onto Monkey. No way out, no Warthog, no flash, no nothing. Harvest wants to say something.
He does a lot of damage on the Ryze, and Wei doesn't have a smite to take this red buff away, so he's actually going to fully secure that objective for Team WE. True Shot Barrage would have taken him down, but it does not connect, and now the Realm Warp is going to come in for the Ryze to try to force more out of Mako. He flashes away. About's here to join the party around the Tri-Brush, and Mako could all of a sudden be in some trouble. Cosmic Binding finds two. About just a couple more autos with Lethal Tempo will be able to take him down, and Team WE going to look for even more down here on the bottom lane. Jachi's forced to flash. He's taken and burning, will not drop. But WE end up capitalizing off of an over-aggressive play from Wei.
Yeah, just like that apparently from Karis, fully fixing all the problems that Monkey's aggression caused them. Cube here in no man's land. Pasha knows what he's up to, I guess getting some deep vision of some kind. Looks like Nia might be onto him, might not be. We'll see if this channel goes through. Looks like it will, but yeah, unfortunately, yeah, that's quite crazy ridiculous what was able to unfold there. Karis not only getting those kills, but also the red buff for himself. Definitely granting him a lot of gold off the back of that play. Still only sitting at a 300 gold lead, but about picking up a kill for himself, giving him a 300 gold lead as well. WE finding some punches, finding some elixir grapes.
Producer Ilya flashing that L3 right after Mako died, but a good Cosmic Binding to try to keep his AD carry alive at the very least. And that's a reminder for all of you guys here that are watching LPL English that we will be opening all pro voting once again for the fans. So you can scan that QR code if we can pop that right back up to join our Discord. The voting will be opening in a week or so once the regular season really begins to wrap up. I would say if you pick anybody for this series for that, it probably should be Mako, as we were trying to hype him up. And we'll see if he's able to continue that play the rest of the day.
Yeah, I mean, Mako was low clutch in there. He did land the double Cosmic Binding, and he was putting in some work in the previous plays that did bring down Monkey, but unfortunately, he was not able to survive off the back of that. Jachi even having to burn his flash as well. And, for Monkey having not played this Lee Sin for a couple years, it's definitely looking like his early game is in a pretty good spot where WE might be able to net themselves, more than just one win. If they're able to do what they did with the previous Ryze as a real comp, why not do it again?
Now they're going to look for even more aggression down towards the bottom lane. Remember, no flash available for Jachi. Eats a boatload of poke. The wave was cleared out nicely by the bullet time, so a dive will be a little bit more difficult. Reset has been channeled. Monkey comfortable enough to just steal away this Gromp, get some more experience into his hands, and About an Arha to shove this wave in, hopefully get a nice back for themselves.
Yeah, pretty clutch bullet time there from Jachi to make sure he gets his recall off and, not much worse takes place. It's pretty interesting what we're seeing here, though, that this Ryze is really having so much agency in this Cassiopeia matchup. It's almost never the case when it comes to these two champions. It's only ever like this if you're able to get those early game kills, those early game ganks off. Nya dying to that second gank especially was really, really costly because of course that first one was just a 1-for-1. They had to expend so many resources, even with Nico coming up there burning her own sums. But that second death has, I would say, really put themselves at a pretty big snowball situation where Casso needs to make her way back into this game.
Trading up here on the top side, Cube and Breathe going at it. There is the look at that updated ultimate on the public execution from Cube. A little bit longer, but again, that really can make the difference, especially if a big carry like Jachi is trying to avoid it. Can burn that flash just a little bit quicker. And so Cube on this Mbessa can be a little bit more creative in terms of finding those angles. Speaking of creative angles, we have Arha transformed into a caster minion here, looking to try to bait Invictus into some sort of play with Monkey in the wings, but Wei is also here to try and defend.
Yeah, Wei is a fresh level 8, pretty much not a single XP more, whereas Monkey looking to hit that level 8 himself.
Kars has his flash, but the Miasma again going to prevent that from actually going down. He has to run the other way in order to even burn that summoner, and by that point, it was far too late. Wei making his presence known in the mid lane and punishing Kars.
Yeah, a complete wonder from Kars there.
Ooh,
meanwhile,
flash forward from Arha. They're going to land the Pop Blossom. Arha's certainly going to die, but will it be enough here for a bout with the flash Mystic Shot to get away from turret range? It will end up being a winning trade for WE down there. They do end up losing another kill for Jachi.
that was pretty scary. That was way too close from WE's bot lane, but a completely super clutch fadeaway from a bout on the Ezreal, getting that Mystic Shot and just barely flashing at a tower range. That would have been very, very awkward had that Mystic Shot not landed. So really clutch clicks there from about able to make that happen. We'll see what they really wanted here. They just really wanted this aggression. They knew Bard was elsewhere. Arha decided to just fully flash on in and get the Pop Blossom. And once those towers get ramped up, you are not too long for this world, as seen there. But I can't help but harp on that misplay from Kars. I cannot believe he didn't flash that Cataclysm before the Miasma came in. That's the whole interaction.
Was trying to be a little bit too greedy with saving that summoner
Sure
spell.
was.
Ends up losing it anyway and dying. So it's the worst of both situations. And that means he can get targeted once again by a Tempered Fate coming out from Mako. The Miasma going to make this nearly unplayable as Kars now dies for the second time in just as many minutes.
So maybe all those mid laners out there might be able to relate, but personally, I've been banning Bard since I can remember this season, because especially if you're picking a champion like this, and most of the meta champions, keep in mind, do not have counterplated Cataclysm, do not have counterplated Tempered Fate, as we see here onto Arha.
Yeah. Arha used his flash to go for the play down bottom, and I think Wei is very aware of that one. And Mako will get on the board himself as well. WB got off to a good early game, but IG are clawing back over these last few minutes.
Yeah, and you can see here why the J4 first pick is allowed, because just so many of the prominent meta picks have all this immobility. Monkey!
Oh, he gets hit by the Petrifying Gaze.
One for
Needs to
one?
take the Q back in to make it a 1-for-1. Nicely done to at least secure the trade. And that's going to allow for Kars to get some shove mid, but it will come at the cost of Wei taking down this second dragon.
Yeah, we have a fast-paced LPL game going on here. It's definitely going to come down to one of the more meaningful plays, because a lot of these plays are just kind of going tit for tat, where one team gets another kill, then another team trades it back. We haven't seen anything fully break open this game yet, but I feel like something is bound to do so with all this volatility and chaos taking place here. Monkey lucky to escape that play with a 1-for-1, if you ask me.
And if you're a team like WE looking for their first series win, probably, as the underdog, makes sense to go for this sort of volatility, high tempo playstyle where you're just trading kills back and forth, hoping things start to slide your way. When WE had their success about a year ago in Split 2, kind of out of nowhere, it wasn't necessarily due to their early games, but it was because of their decisiveness, most notably Monkey, just going for these crazy plays and having them work out 9 times out of 10. Gonna need some of that mentality to re-emerge as he goes for another play down on the mid lane. It's Nya gonna get targeted once again. The Miasma prevents any other dashes, but there's still a lot of DPS being issued. Cube gets on the board, and WE once again find a kill.
Yeah, that's the exact member you want to be targeting and killing there. So, this is a really meaningful swing here to be getting this kill onto Nya. That bot lane tower is going to be fully exposed. You're going to have to send Breathe down there to defend that, but that's just going to mean that Kars is going to have this leeway up here in the top side. Of course, he's on a bit of a weak side timer here because Mako is in the wings. Let's see if Kars can even escape this one. Who's attacking who?
Like Kars is going for a play himself. He gets hit up by the flag and drag. Teleport coming in as well from both solo laners. And that means that the Rise is instantly toast. Blast Cone away from About, who's going to try to escape the wrath of Nya, who has come back in and looking for revenge. Nice use of the clone from Arha to make sure that Unstoppable Onslaught doesn't find anything more. But IG get a pick on the WE mid laner and will immediately try to punish with the Herald as it spawns.
So it's hard to say who's going to get the overall net win from this play because it's a bit of a cross-map situation here. They're investing both of the teleports from IG's side, whereas Cube, not even having access to his, going to get that fully unanswered bot lane tower down there, granting him a huge gold lead on the Ambessa of 1.6k here, really meaning that he might be able to have a lot of influence and impact in this game. We'll see if he's even able to pick up his second item already off of the back of all that gold, but if not, he should be very well along his way towards that black cleaver, which is going to be there it is, a huge power spike for that Ambessa, really enabling him to actually puncture some damage to this beefy champ that is Sion. And speaking of items, I do want to touch on one more thing on our screen here, and that's that item here in Nya's inventory. Well, remember Cassiopeia couldn't build boots before. Well, now not only can she build boots, she can build these ones, Grapes. The immortal path being shown here.
A lot of extra damage. Might be useful here against Arha, who immediately has to flash away basically as soon as it came right off of cooldown. Mako still lands the Cosmic Binding and keep things a little bit hairier for WE's side. But they will be able to live with the Nico alive. Dragon up in 2 minutes. WE likely want to contest that as they certainly have that advantage with Cube on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, so if the Chaos even gives us a breather, I really think that this is a really opportune item choice for the Cassio. Frankly, I somehow haven't seen it just because I suppose North America doesn't have much Cassio gameplay to be found, but this makes just perfect sense because making use of Omnivamp is particularly good on champions that deal boatloads of damage, Cassio being one of them, and then the passives it offers you in increased healing and shielding is extremely effective when you have innate healing and shielding from the E giving you healing and the Seraphs giving you shielding. So this Cassio is going to be really beefy with all of that. Stats here, Karus only has his flash, don't think he's long for this world.
Oh, actually a little bit of dis-synergy there with the Miasma and the Tempered Fate locking him up, but not going to matter as Karus has had a rough last 10 minutes or so. He dies for the 5th time this game as IG have been bullying him the entirety of game number 1.
It's really crazy to see what's been going on here in the mid lane, particularly for Karus, just given that how the game started with first that first blood trade, onto they were able to slay Nya. And then they also got the additional kills onto Nya from Monkey. Yet somehow all this time, Karus is just tanking death after death. And I can't help but feel like it was all because of that one instance of not flashing the Cataclysm. We can only give him all the leeway and benefit of the doubt that he deserves. But unfortunately, he's going to find himself in the rest of the time of a game state where he's up against a Jarvan, a Bard, and a Cassiope as Ryze. And frankly speaking, staying alive is going to be really tough. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up finding a scoreline similar to the WE win rate here in Group Ascent.
Yeah, the solo laners for WE have had it rough. Cube and Karus, the 2 worst KDAs of any Group Ascend player entering today. Certainly has not looked much better for Karus. Cube actually in a good position to carry. We'll see if he's able to take advantage of that with the Dragon now available on the bottom side of the map. It looks like Nya is just heading down there to try and dish out some DPS on it immediately before the rest of his team arrives. And WE going to be delayed to try to answer this with still Cube being on the top side.
Yeah, are we ever able to smite this here? Doesn't appear like it. Maybe we want to fight here as WE, but it's going to be hard to find an access point.
Karus gets flashed on, this time able to get away from the Cataclysm before the Miasma ends up connecting, but we already see teleports being channeled by both of these top laners who want to try to 5v5. Monkey going to land that Sonic Wave, but only on to Breathe. He uses the Resonating Strike forward, but it's not going to find too much. Tempered Fate from Mako, though, able to land onto 2. Combined with a bullet time and the Cosmic Binding, the Wombo combo immediately takes Monkey down, but Cube in the backline finds another kill onto Mako, but doesn't end up taking the bar down. Meanwhile, the Rift Herald being used to knock up Karus and set up for Nya to take one. An about will go down as well. Way with the Herald of a lifetime. Able to take 2 kills and a team fight win for IG.
And this is the straw that breaks the camel's back from my perspective. A team fight win like this is just so huge and meaningful. Just watch that gold lead build and build here. It doesn't look too substantial just yet, but once everybody on the side of IG is able to really reap the benefits of this play, spending all that gold and really making use of all of the summoner spells that were created throughout all of this, just some over-aggression here, some poor teamfight execution from the side of WE. Mako, that MVP candidate, you know, well, not MVP, right, but, you know, the main team, you know, maybe the best supporting group of set. You know, we're trying to give him some hype here with that, you know, that stat line that he's got, and yeah, really clutching that fight on the board there.
I'm surprised WE opted into a 5v5 against this Invictus composition. I mean, they sent Cube to match Breeze teleport. They did not have to fight there. They could have backed away, taken their resets, gotten back out onto the map, and tried to continue to farm and find picks like they have been doing so successfully. But opting into that 5v5 team fight ends up proving unwell for Team WE, who are now down 2.4 thousand gold on top of that dragon. You see where all that gold is. It is on to the rookie mid laner of Invictus in Nya. Has that second item already completed in the Ceres, looking for more. Monkey looking to punish onto Mako and does find the Bard. And those are the plays that WE needs to make. Not in a 5v5 situation, in these isolated 1v2s, 3v2s. And it looks like that is going to be what happens here as they force an ultimate out of Breathe.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it was really strange. Well, understandable, of course. I mean, this is the LPL after all, and fighting is just the most typical thing that we're ever seeing when it comes to, you know, Chinese solo queue or LPL gameplay, because we just love combat in this region, and it's completely awesome. I get it, but as Karis, as a comp like this, as Rise, you really want to be spreading yourselves out across the map, and finding yourselves in a complete 5v5 full-on phalanx situation is almost never going to be too favorable with this comp up against the other, unless you get a really beautiful engage from Arha before Mako works all his magic, and that's just unfortunately too picture perfect of a world that we're not going to find ourselves in. So hopefully they can really make use of this Rise to really change the numbers around the map and maybe find themselves in situations where they have the upper hand in terms of those numbers with that global ability. But because of all this dying and because of all this grouping and because of all these mistakes, Karis has been sitting on a huge XP deficit, and this game is getting real hard real fast.
About with a aggressive arcane shift backwards to try to get away from the Tempered Fate. You really had to get away from the entirety of that diameter of the circle that Mako drew on the ground in the mid lane. As now Invictus, with that gold lead, going to feel very comfortable about where things are headed. WE, as you mentioned, need to continue to push the pace, find these plays, specifically with Monkey on this Lee Sin. A little bit hard to come by.
Here we go.
As he finds the outway, immediately
like
forces the flash, then insects him back into the waiting arms of Arha. Nicely done by the support jungle duo of Team WE. They take down Wei for the first time this game.
Yeah, I've always, for some reason, just in my head, categorized Lee Sin as a Monkey champ, so it's just a total surprise hearing that he hadn't played it much recently at all. But from that, it looked really beautiful. It looks like Breed just launching himself in to try and defend his mid lane tower. I'm not sure if WE is going to be able to crack this one because of it.
So taking down half of his health, resetting, and WE get a little bit of a breath of life. Wei will be alive for the spawning of this next dragon, but this gives WE opportunities for perhaps a free reset. Cube gets to clear out this top side, then make their way towards what could be a soul point for Invictus Gaming. Breathe looking to push the tempo on that, though. He immediately sends in a TP to be able to join his team as 5, because IG know that is where they are the strongest in these full-on team fight situations.
Yeah, Juggernauts like Scion really making use of that top lane quest value, getting that 30% max HP shield. It lasts for 30 seconds, so you want to bide your time, but Monkey does not, fully launching himself in there. We're going to fight.
That's already the Cataclysm. Burn from Wei. Perhaps an opportunity here for WE with Cube off of the teleport flank, looking for a public execution onto somebody. The Dragons at 2,500. Both junglers have their smite, looking to try to be at a 50-50, and it's Monkey that secures it and denies the soul point for now. Mako now with the flash away. Cube does not land the public execution, but he's immediately found Jachi in the backline and takes him down with a Q2. Karis able to land that final blow. And WE get the dragon, and they get both the bottom lane members of Invictus Gaming, with pings towards the Baron now on the horizon.
Oh, I'm a bit afraid of what happens when pings come onto the Baron from Team WE, because I've played these games before, as a famous protagonist once said, but you know, we're gonna send it as WE here up against this Baron. Monkey been making some clutch plays lately. Can he make this one?
Now with 3 full items, Breathe gonna immediately send himself in with that unstoppable onslaught. They find Karis, but they have a pop blossom onto Nya. Monkey's able to get one more kill, and it's just Breathe left alone with a 2,000 HP Baron, and they'll be able to take it down. Smite away from Monkey, and Team WE have themselves the Baron Nashor.
Team WE and the Xi'an home ground are fully locked in. Monkey here on his Lee Sin, making play after play. Karus dying 7 times and still finding himself in a favorable game state. You cannot make this up. This is the cinema that we signed up to the LPL for. And you know what? We've even got a Fiendish Codex into the inventory of About Grapes. We're going the full distance in the cinemacy of this one. I'm going to make up a new word, but Monkey landing a beautiful smite here and making the rest of this play just so advantageous for WE. This could not have gone much better if you drew it up yourself.
And Cube doesn't get the ultimate, but is able to burn Joshi's flash and immediately follows up. Just absolutely one-shot the MF without even having that bullet time be channeled. And then look at how Arha's able to play this fight as well. 2-man Pop Blossom stops away a little bit, and Monkey somehow lives through all of this.
Yeah, Monkey just somehow, some way, his hit points are staying above that 0 threshold. He's able to just keep increasing those HP numbers with that, you know, Lee Sin and the Sundered Sky. He's got a GA.
No.
It's going to be burned here, though.
We might have caster cursed him as he goes a little bit too far forward. As the GA popped in, that's going to be his life as well. Shutdown goes the way of Jachi, and that's going to significantly stymie what WE are going to be able to do with this Baron power play. Mid lane certainly will be ceded over to Invictus, but WE with Cube up on the top side, at least able to claim a tier 2 turret for themselves.
Yeah, that is going to fully put some brakes onto the gas that was being shown here from WE and from Monkey. You know, even worse of a story because he's losing that full GA cooldown here. Not just a death, but a death with the Baron power play. That's going to mean they probably only got 1 wave, if even, to make use of this Baron buff that now only sits on 3 of their members. Maybe even 2 if Arha went, nope, just 3, right? Arha did not go down in the previous play, but if anything, it's just going to mean WE has a lot of time to farm, maybe not as much time to be proactive, and we're going to see what ends up happening on this 5th Drake. These are my favorite game states to watch as a caster or as a viewer, where both teams have 2 Drakes apiece. And this next fight won't necessarily end the game, though Karus will not have his flash for it.
Yeah, immediately has to use that. He's been useful in some situations, but is certainly decelerated in terms of where the game state is. You can see here only the Seeker's Arm Guard compared to a full Rylai's and the Faded Ashes in the hands of Nya. So in terms of the DPS he's able to output, definitely not as much. Gonna have to use a little bit more of that utility to find value in these 5v5s. 5v5 actually ended up working out pretty well for WE because of the disjointed nature of it, right? Cube is on the other side of things with the teleport. That's gonna have to be the formula that they go for once again when this dragon does eventually spawn.
Yeah, I think if Cube is able to get a look nearly similar to that previous one onto Jiachi there, where he's able to just fully be on top of them, the Mbessa champion is capable of deleting HP bars, especially off of immobile champions like Misfortune. Now, whilst that public execution cast time is increased, it is very effective against channel spells such as Scion's Q or Misfortune's ultimate. So he's gonna have to probably use it here.
He's unkillable though right now with all of that sustain and the Death Dance in his inventory. Cube gets out with 40% HP and all the resources being burned. There's the bullet time, but it only forces a W out of the Mbessa, and all in the meanwhile, WE is able to push down mid, push into the top side. They don't really care about giving up this dragon specifically, or at least the positioning around it, because they're going to just collect gold for themselves.
This is exactly what we wanted to be seeing from WE, which is positioning their characters in multiple places around the map. You see Karus and About not falling for the IG bait of come fight us, come let's have some combat down here with all of our champions. No, that's exactly what you don't want to do. You want to keep your champions spread out across the map, making use of all this potential. Even Ezreal has a lot of safety being alone or, you know, on his own, because with the arcane shift, with all the cooldown reduction that he has, he's just fully able to build himself some distance, able to get some damage onto those towers, and a lot of gold picked up on that previous play for Karus and About, only really costing them nothing. Cube didn't even flash, and his public execution is back off cooldown.
It does cost them vision control around the bottom side river. WE have to give up that control for Invictus to make their way into the pit. It will be soul point for whoever picks this one up, and you can see a deep teleport in from Cube on the Mbessa. IG should be able to spot that this is happening, but now have to prepare for that eventual public execution. Tempered Fate goes wide. Wei lands a Cataclysm on a 2, but in goes Arha! A 4-man Pop Blossom, and Cube is there to capitalize. Jachi goes down. Mako the next to follow, and it's a double kill already for the top laner of Team WE. They get a third onto the Scion, and Wei is running running the wrong way. And it should be Team WE winning this fight, getting another dragon for themselves, and taking firm control of game number 1.
I tell you what, there's a very real timeline in which they can end the game here. It looks like they've got a pretty big wave. They've got plenty of minions, at least, to do so in the bot lane. They've got pretty long death timers at that. For the side of IG, looks like Wei is able to get his base off. And I think that's going to be a pretty impactful detail here. You surely cannot push past this inhibitor as Team WE. It would remind me of a crazy look that NIP once had against BLG, where you just decide to keep going forward, whether it's the most wise idea or not. They decide not to go for that play, and definitely to play it on the safer side of things, even securing the dragon off of the back of that play. A practical ace there from WE, and the beautiful engage that Arha's Pop Blossom was.
What an engage for this new support of Team WE. Got booted for Weibo as they were a team that wanted some more experience, but it is the sophomore support having a massive impact in this team fight.
Yeah, comes in as the minion. Jachi trying to build just enough space to get away from him. Unfortunately, that is not the case. He gets clipped by the Pop Blossom there, and thus giving that Nerf public execution of Cube plenty of time and crowd control to land there onto Jachi, where he is not long for this world. That's 2 back-to-back fights where Jachi is fully one-shot, mostly by Cube, and the distance he's able to close onto him. Cube looking really hot this game. He must have heard that we were talking some trash, perhaps, and let's see if he can keep it up.
Teleport in from Breathe. As again, that was the second team fight that Jachi did not use his bullet time, the most important spell, perhaps in the entire game. In terms of the damage that IG's able to do, and they immediately, speaking of damage, one shot! The Jarvan, the 4th Arha, comes in with another 3-man Pop Blossom, and Cube's into the backline. They're gonna do it! Team WE get a 4-0, soon to be 5, as Breeze's not long for this world. They're gonna push down mid and take their second game of the 2026 spring season.
Just like that, the WE Hopium is as strong as ever. The beautiful looks here from Arha, from Monkey all game, from Cube as well, about even pushing some numbers, and Karis keeping that death total at a mere 7 after all of the crazy shenanigans taking place. You gotta hand it to them. They fought hard and they were resilient throughout the entirety of this game. They had a lot of things not go their way, but they had just enough of them go the way they wanted, and WE gonna come out on top. And I thought this might happen, man. I wanted to be the fella, the bloke himself, to cast WE's first series win. And we've been here before, but let's see if they can do it differently this time around.
Some great play from Cube and Monkey, the top side of the map for Team WE, really stepping up this time around. They got the matchups that they were looking for, the Lee Sin into the Jarvan, the Ambessa into the Sion, and they damn well took advantage. Cube, who has been such a struggling player for the entirety of split number 2, the lowest KDA, the lowest kill participation of any LPL player this split, comes in and has a massive performance. I would not be surprised to see him earn player of the game, but it was also Monkey's tempo in the early game driving the direction that WE wanted to go, and Arha with some massive Pop Blossoms at the end that results in WE for the second straight series being at match point over a competitor in Group Ascent.
Yeah, that's, again, we've played these games before, but this time we have some experience, because keep in mind, the whole entirety of Split 2, they didn't find themselves a single game win, right? So now they at least know what it's like to have a game win because they've done that before. So maybe that experience has meant that they're now able to translate that game win into a series win. We're gonna have to see about that.
Yeah, there's still a lot more League of Legends to be played today, so don't want to get your hopes up too much because WE also immediately dropped the next 2 games of that series against JDG in pretty convincing fashion. So maybe IG will be able to bounce back, but this is also an Invictus Gaming team that has been struggling. Their only win has been against Weibo, the team that is right next to them in the standings. And with WE feeling a little bit of that momentum and with this crowd in CN behind them, perhaps this is the opportunity for them to pick up win number 1 of Split 2. You might remember about a year ago, Team WE started off Split number 2 of 2025 0-6 in series score. not as bad as 0-9, but guess what they were able to do in that season? Come all the way back and end top 4 in the playoffs. It doesn't really matter how you do in the regular season. As long as you can get your way through the door, win that one best of 5 to enter you into the postseason bracket, all bets are off, and that's what WE will be hoping for here in this season again.
Yeah, and honestly, come to think of it, that was probably their first like pure game win, if you ask me. I really think that win that they got against JDG, where Gala just fully casted a Caitlyn E towards their tower, that doesn't really feel like that natural of a win. It feels like just such a crazy blunder that you don't really necessarily get to call that the WE being good as much as JDG making a huge blunder. But this game, from start to finish, of course, it was messy. You wouldn't expect it to be otherwise, but it was good enough. The gameplay was sufficient. I think if you threw the caliber of play here up against, you know, some of the other Group of 10 teams, you might have been able to win against them too. I know, of course, IG had some shortcomings, and Jachi not able to cast any bullet times, Nya dying to so many of those ganks from Monkey, but maybe that's just because they were finding good looks from the side of WE, and they really knew what they were doing on these champions that they previously won a game on.
Yeah, Rise and Ezreal in the late game ends up being pretty good. And again, the emphasis of having Arha on a champion that is able to engage, push that go button, that seems to be a big win condition for Team WE. He was on Nautilus in the one game win that they had against JD Gaming. Let's take a look at some of our highlights here and start to wonder, what could IG have done better? Obviously, Wei had a pretty good time getting around the map. They targeted Karis. They were able to get Nya ahead, but it didn't really end up seeming to matter. Was it composition diff, or was it just the players not able to perform?
I think the composition can be pretty tricky there. As the side of Jachi, you're playing this Flash Barrier MF, and even though the public execution is nerfed, it's just so hard to stay alive in these fights. You know, you want to be using that Bard and his utility to really be proactive and really make use of the fact there's a lot of immobility on the side of WE. It's really hard to mark Jachi and keep him safe in these fights. I mean, this was the one good look that they did end up having. A beautiful Tempered Fate set up into the bullet time here. Really good stuff out of Mako, followed nice off Jachi, even using the Rift Herald. Here was where I thought that this was just going to be the same old story again. WE has a decent looking game state, they're in it for a long enough time, and then boom, just like that, one awful situation, and game's over. But no, the fact that they're able to have this fight happen and still win because, regardless of that fact, that says a lot about this team's growth, resilience, and tenacity. Really good looks. And Monkey himself making really huge picks like that throughout the entirety of the game. But this right here, the total MVP moment, I mean, it was in the exact same spot in a separate clip, but Arha, who I'm referring to, fully gets the MVP, if you ask me, from a lot of the engages that he was playing. If not him, then Monkey. Could be Cube as well. I mean, honestly, those three played really well.
It really does feel like the WE that we saw hit top 4 last year, where the early games are messy, maybe not necessarily always going their way, but they're able to find these very slim but very high value angles in the team fights. Whether it's Arha going for an engage, Cube looking for a flank, or Monkey just sending it onto anybody like he did with Wei right here. This is what found WE a lot of success. When they did have success last year, which is the first time they had success in a number of years in the LPL. And that's what they have to keep doing. They want to get their first win of the 2026 split number 2.
Yeah, this definitely showed signs of life from WE in their home stage here, in the home crowd. And I'm really curious to see who gets the MVP performance. I think just as long as it's not Karis. I mean, I don't even think he played that badly, but I think you gotta be flashing those cataclysms, man. I mean, his team really delivered in that game. So all four of them, they could get an MVP in my eyes.
I know as a mid laner that just like is gonna personally just bother you the rest of the day. So we'll try to make sure that Karis is aware of that next time. Hopefully a learning experience for him, just like it must have been for you at one point.
Oh yeah.
But he should have had many of those learning experiences before, right? He was in Korea, he was on Gen G, he then comes over here. He's been a player around for a long time. Let's take a look at who our player of the game is. It was Arha on the Nico. Can't say I'm too upset about that, thanks to the massive ultimates that he had to win his team some of those decisive team fights.
Yeah, this was the first name that came to mind for me. You know, I just can't help but think of that highlight clip level moment that he is landing on the Nico this game. And honestly, throughout the entirety of the game, even that first blood where he is able to get that flash E onto Nia, he just have an influence and impact throughout the entirety of this game, really making use of Nico from start to finish. First MVP candidate in my eyes, glad he gets to have it, and really good showing from WE in the first game of this set.
So Team WE up 1-0 once again. Although last time we saw this did not end up being that Cinderella story. Maybe the plot turns here against IG as we get ready to send ourselves to game number 2. Before we do that, I want to give a quick shout out to everybody here watching on LPL English, especially to our coffee supporters. If you'd like to support us on LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member, as it's the best way to support our stream directly, with the vast majority of contributions going directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments have gone into upgrading the broadcast, like this amazing graphics package that we've been able to run for 2026, but also a bulk of it pays us on-air talent, content creators, and production staff. So you can subscribe to our coffee, currently linked in the chat by one of our mods, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll see if Team WE can pull off the upset, get their first win of the split, or if IG will send ourselves to that decider in our first series of week number 6. A packed week 6 of LPL English on the docket over these next 5 days. Later on today, you'll see Top Esports take on JDG. Looking ahead towards the rest of the week, a battle in Group Nirvana on Friday as Ultra Prime and LNG are fighting for their tournament lives, followed immediately by our 2 first stand representatives in JDG and BLG. A reminder, you can watch every single one of these streams at 5 a.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Central European Time, or 2 a.m. Pacific at twitch.tv/LPL English and YouTube at LPL_English. We take you back to the caster desk for game number 2 of WE against Invictus Gaming. Fulls Team WE win their second game in 2 series, something that has not happened in a long time. And maybe some of this is the glow up from our man Monkey. My guy stepped away for a little bit after losing 16 straight games. And since then, hey, WE has looked a little bit better.
Yeah, so I was wondering, where was Monkey in the previous time I tuned into the LPL? I saw WE was fielding a different jungler. What's going on? They're not messing around with their roster, are they? To try and make this guy was supposed to be the captain, the superstar of the team, you know, the ride or die who's causing the mayhem, and either they win off of it or they lose off of it, and they've been losing a lot off of it. But hey, maybe that vacation was exactly what he needed, because all of a sudden, ever since it took place, the win column has been going up.
You know, you're playing solo queue for too long, you're on like a 5-game loss streak. Sometimes it's tempting to just queue up again and be in that bad mental state. Other times, maybe you just gotta log off. You know, go step outside, go for a walk. And looks like that's what Monkey did. And that was clearly the messaging from WE when they brought Tyrion up to replace him for those 2 matches, is that Monkey just needed a little bit of a breather. And as somebody who is the big voice of this team, one who is really a big reason as to how they're able to make these plays and drive a lot of the decision making of this Team WE roster, it's good to have your jungler in a good mindset, and that is exactly what Monkey feels like he is in as we get ready for our draft of game number 2. IG staying on first pick, WE back to blue side, so despite first selection switching hands, we actually see a very similar situation in the draft for game number 2.
Yeah, and if I may call it a rather apt title, it's going to be this salty run back here with the blue side WE and the first pick IG. So we'll see if that gives us a pretty interesting draft. Remember, there's that big 5 that I mentioned in those support champs, which 2 of those out now in the Nico and Bart. The only ones remaining being the Karma Seraphine and the Nami, the one slipping through the draft. It's being seen more often with the Corki than the Lucian these days. There are still some other ranged champions who can offer that same amount of power and enchanting, but we're gonna definitely see some different angles here with a lot of those range supports not being available.
Yeah, with the ban being dropped, it'll be IG locking in the Nocturne early on. This champion very good once he hits level 6, but underrated skirmisher at level 1 as well. The increased attack damage you get by throwing your Q actually ends up being pretty big, especially in these level 1 situations. So we'll see if Wei and IG have some sort of answer into that. A large reason behind how WE have been losing some of these games is when Monkey falls behind, and so that could be a strategy here for Invictus.
Wow, an immediate Ari Vi response coming in from WE. These two champions having very good synergy, just given that Ari is almost bound to get a kill and bound to get a reset with her ulti as long as the charm lands, and it's pretty hard to miss a charm on a point and click Vi ultimate cease and desisted target. So we're gonna immediately see that answer, which makes quite a lot of sense into the Nocturne, because a lot of champions have immobility, which Nocturne thrives off. Ari.
Instant Silas Slam as the response. I mean, there's the two good ultimates. You can also flex this around a little bit if you're super spicy, but looks like Nya's going to be playing that champ.
Exactly. The Spirit Rush being so effective at surviving the Nocturne paranoia. However, the Spirit Rush on the Silas is even more powerful because of the way he can use his Abscond, his Abduct, and his entire kit in its entirety with that spell at his disposal. We're getting a really quick draft here coming in across the board. The Jace blind pick coming in, immediately answered by that standard Yorick counter pick. You can only wonder if the reason they picked Jace, knowing Yorick was open, was they wanted to force the Yorick pick or for him to be banned, which must mean that IG has two champions that they really want to ban here to make use of this second ban phase.
And only the bot lanes left to be selected here for Invictus, and there's a lot of different directions that this composition can go. You have the poke of the Jace, you have the semi-global of the Nocturne. You could turn this into a full 5v5 composition, or it could be more of a 1-3-1 style with these solo laners and having the Nocturne run one way or the other. Obviously the Yorick here for Cube going to put some sort of level of a hamper to that, but still a lot left to be determined as the AD carry pool begins to get pinched. Lucian, Xayah, and Caitlyn all taken off the board, and we'll see what this final ban is for IG before it goes back over to the WE side.
Yeah, we're definitely going to get to see a pretty new and exciting iteration in the bot lane here. I would feel like with all of these bans coming in, with both teams, I don't think I've seen this before, having their bot lanes undrafted until the second phase. There's so many champions out now for the bot lane, meaning that it's definitely going to not be the cream of the crop anymore. And we're going to have to see just how deep these people go into their pools. Nami still being open though, Grapes. That champion, I would feel like, has a lot of agency here, and almost that you would have to take away Corki if you're IG now.
Yeah, but it's kind of a lose-lose situation because the Corki without the Nami, not necessarily the strongest 2v2 that IG could set up for themselves. Jacci and Mako, again, one of the strongest laning bottom lanes that we have in the LPL. So putting them on the back foot could be a bit of a disadvantage. So maybe you just handshake that the Corki's going to go about its way and try to find some sort of answer to it to round out IG's composition. A lot of those AD carries already have been pinched. The Yunara Lulu, though, has not been taken away, and so that likely will just be the selection here.
Yeah, that's the thing with Lulu. She is also a really powerful enchanter pick, but kind of in that similar kind of e-dating situation with the Yunara, though. Like, you kind of want to pair those two up. You don't really want to split them up from one another. So we're going to get to see the Lulu and the Yunara come in tandem here to definitely be a powerful, potent bot lane in this current meta. Maybe it's something that can join that big five that I've been coming up with here. So we're gonna get to see, yeah, again, these are still, unfortunately, even after all the picks and bans with the Fearless in play as well, there are still even more champions left to be desired here. I can only wonder if on IG's side, the reason they chose to ban Lucian instead of Nami is maybe they wanted this to happen so that Nia can get access to that tidal wave. A really strong champion for a really strong ultimate for Silas to hijack, and a pretty decent matchup that you can find yourselves in with the Yunara Lulu.
It seems like both sides were happy with just handshaking this 2v2, which is why they banned all of the surrounding bottom laners except for the other, instead of the two that are considered the highest prio in the meta that were still left up and available. So it'll be Corki Nami against Yunara Lulu. I think the 1-3-1 for IG still definitely works, although you always have to worry about this Yorick just becoming a big threat. Back in Split 1, when WE was in Group Perseverance, Cube was 4-0 on this pick. Hasn't had as much success on it, although it's just because WE have not been winning that many games in general. But this is always something that he has up his sleeve, and he's in a good matchup to once again take advantage of what was probably the best matchup that he's had all season long.
Yeah, this is really great for them because Cube getting to have himself in what is considered a pretty strong counter pick in the Yorick, one of his better champions as well, and definitely a champion who can warp the game around it, which is definitely going to be advantageous for WE to have, a game state which can be hard to be in the full driver's seat of, as IG pretty much always got to worry about Yorick and his maiden in those side lanes. Let's see how that home crowd Xi'an is feeling going into game 2.
全军出击！
Team WE have not won a best of series since February 11th of 2026. That was against LNG to clinch themselves a spot in the postseason. The last time they beat a team that is currently in Group Ascend was against NIP in January 25th. So it's been a long, long while. Can they pull it off here against Invictus Gaming? We already see an early invade of the Raptors for Wei. He goes for a level 2 gank immediately onto Karis, who's level 1 and immediately incredibly pushed up. That is the flash being burned. We already have Monkey just in the enemy jungle, so there's going to be no opportunity for IG to be punished for this. One more Q from Wei, and that's an easy first blood for Invictus.
That is a crazy level 1 start there, coming in from Wei
And now
on the
Monkey with them
Nocturne.
smite.
He's not done yet.
He's going to be the same level, half HP, and Wei just smites it away. Vault Breaker is not going to even be able to get Monkey over the wall, and he has to burn the flash himself. Nia's on the way, and there's push on the top side. Abscond Abduct connects, and it's a disaster for Team WE. To open game number 2, IG find 2 quick kills on their mid-jungle.
So much momentum that WE had coming in with really the cleanest game win that they've probably had. Well, because they've only had 2 in the entirety of this split, and all that momentum being stolen away off of Wei and Nia's early game here. Really cheeky start from the Nocturne, the enemy Raptors into the immediate mid gank onto the overextended Karis, and you can't help but feel a little bit down for the WE fans. We got to see in the crowd right there, they're so desperate to try and see their team finally get a win. Ilya coming in with a really clutch translation. They saying that sign that we saw there, that today will be the day. And unfortunately, Wei and Nia want this one today to absolutely not be that day, with the 1.5 gold lead before minute 3, Grapes.
Yeah, not necessarily the day just yet, maybe later in the day when we get to game 3. But if you're WE, you have to know that that Nocturne play is coming. I mean, Wei has to feel so happy that he has been invaded on against by Nocturne over and over again around his enemy Raptors. WE should have very much been aware of that and been able to set up Karis in a better position to just not immediately die to that gank level 1. A pretty big mistake from the Team WE mid laner, who again, despite the win, had a pretty rough game number 1. And now they're going to continue to push the tempo here. Monkey is only level 3. And he's going to get immediately pressured out by Nya, as Karis is just forced under his tower. Speaking of pushed under his tower, that's exactly where Jachi and Mako find themselves here. The empowered Q not going to find the kill. And About gets a little bit back here for his team.
Okay, maybe today's the day, Grapes. We might just be so back off of the back of that botched tower dive from Jachi and from Mako, trying their absolute hardest to get About to that 0 HP, but you know he's got all those early game runes, he's got the bear, he's got everything he possibly can have to make sure he survives that, and he barely escapes with his life. And this is why, I've been in a bit of a scrim culture where, after that early game that just took place in the mid lane there, you might be calling for a remake. Unfortunately, this is a professional match. There are no remakes, and About finds himself the exact proof as to why any game is winnable. Sometimes your opponents can absolutely give you opportunities back into games, no matter how chopped it may seem.
Still a long way back for that to happen, though, as IG are still up about 1,000 gold. A lot of that towards the top side of the map. About going to have to continue to scale up into this matchup, and Jachi will be happy enough doing the same. So still not the greatest start for Team WE, but perhaps a little bit of a breath of life with the help of their bottom lane, who again got their first win of the season against JDG off of a very similar failed dive attempt onto the bottom lane that got about ahead. Maybe this is another opportunity for him to be that main carry for the team.
Exactly, and there's just so much to talk on when it comes to this. I'm really interested about what's been going on. So Taeyun was the previous 80 carry for WE, and his personal narrative of what's been going on with him and Diable has been really interesting. A lot of people have been seeming to think that Diable is just way better than this Taeyun guy, but Taeyun was looking really clean on WE in the previous year from when I was watching. I remember seeing him and Vampire just completely cooking on some kind of a Caitlyn matchup. It was Caitlyn Nico, and I've never seen such oppressive bot laning take place. And from watching About in this entire year thus far, I haven't really ever seen him live up to that glory that Taeyun was showing us in the previous iteration of WE. So now, once again, we find ourselves in a spot where About is going to have some agency to prove that he's able to hang in the LPL and in Group Ascent.
Not having a ton of agency so far in this 2v2 though, despite getting that early kill, once again getting pushed into his own tower, and that allows for Wei to go for his second invade on the enemy Raptors, hitting level 6 before Monkey is even a camp into 5. Getting that paranoia early crucial here as the Nocturne, speaking of having an ultimate, that's what Nya has with the Spirit Rush stolen away. Gonna be able to get chunk damage down onto Karis. Still has another opportunity to maybe go forward, but will be that first Drake picked up for Invictus.
First Drake for Invictus, and of course, based on just how extremely one-sided that early game was for the mid jungle, it's going to be really hard to ever find your footing here back into the game as the WE mid jungle. Karis even opting for the Ignite, which personally, as any champion laning into the Sylas, it's a really clever opportunity to take the Ignite, getting that grievous wound. But Monkey here, not even level 6.
Oh man, he goes for the red buff again. He actually gets it this time, but just going to be matched by a punish from Breed, who sacks a wave to be able to pick that kill up onto the Vi. Now in the bottom lane, Jachi going for another dive, going to die once more, but this time he takes About's life into the process. Arl flashes forward with the ebb and flow, picks up a double kill on the Nami.
And that is the Giga Chad Nami gameplay that we signed up for Arha down here. Let's go. That's really, really big to get that gold onto the Nami here, because this champion, once it gets that Imperial mandate, just such a huge spike, which, again, to bring back the previous point, might enable About to get a bit more agency into this game. But you know what goes on here? The level 6 is dinged for Jachi, and the Nocturnal Paranoia might even make things a little more complicated in trading back as well. But more combat crepes.
Ooh, Monkey's still level 5. Doesn't have that cease and desist, and Nya does. And that means that Monkey will die for the third time this game. WE trying to capitalize, though. Nya flashes away from the Q and allowed to survive with the help of Mako, who throws the Wild Growth on top of him. And so Team WE once again lose their jungler, as the grubs are available in 4 ways to take.
Yeah, both supports fully showing up there to this random skirmish taking place near the Wolf Pit. Monkey not really getting to have nearly as much of a fun time this time around compared to that previous game on the Lee Sin. It's going to be up to a lot of his teammates to pick up a lot of this slack that's coming here from the jungling, from the mid, and the mid jungle here from WE. It's really not looking too good. 4 deaths already, 0 and 4 for Monkey and Karis. Arha gonna have to be able to find himself timers around the map to really make up for that.
Yeah, he got 2 kills right now, leading the team. He was a mid laner in a previous lifetime, so maybe he can use some of that carry knowledge to his advantage. As Monkey hits level 6 about 2.5 minutes after his opposing jungler does. That's never where you want to be in a game of League of Legends. But bot lane for WE has had its way recently, and so it's going to allow to get a couple of plates. Monkey steals away a Gromp, finally getting a little bit of revenge off of the counter jungling situation.
This is a really nice turn for WE. They're getting a lot of gold from the plate, from the Gromp as well. That's going to help them catch up quite a bit. You just want to make sure you fade any kind of paranoia look that could come in here. Now that you invested that timer from Monkey, from Karis, you're not nearly going to have the proximity to protect About if Wei or even Nya wants to make some aggression down towards him. But really nice to pick up that plate gold, progress your quest even further. And the quests finish really early now as of the mid-season patch update, which means as the AD carrier is going to be generating so much more gold, so much more quickly, thanks to the fact that they're able to have some proactivity down here. And once this Trinity Force is picked up for a bout, he's going to do ridiculous damage from the buffs Arha can give him.
Yeah, those empowered auto attacks with the E combined with just having extra true damage on the Corki passive. Exactly why you go this matchup, or go this 2v2 bot lane, I should say. It was always Lucian Nami, right? Now Corki kind of taking over that control. As now Monkey looking to try to make something happen. He has the cease and desist finally. Puts it on to Jachi. He dodges away from the tidal wave though with Wild Growth still on top of him. Lands the Aqua Prison. Monkey, you do not want to go back in there, my brother. He ends up backing away. But burns a couple of crucial ultimates as well as the barrier off of the IG 80 carry.
Yeah, really nice Vault Breaker, really nice cease and desist from Monkey. Unfortunately, they weren't able to synchronize the rest of the spells. The tidal wave not really able to find an opportune angle. Wade dropping the blue buff, you know he's paranoia.
Yeah, going right back in onto a flashless Araha, gonna get feared up and taken down. They'll hand the kill over to their 80 carry as Jachi's able to get back onto the board.
Junglers in chat, take notes. When an enemy is overextended and in the range of your abilities, be it a Jarvan EQ Cataclysm, a Nocturne Paranoia, just drop the camp, man. Just go help your laners out one time. That's exactly what you like to see, really being able to punish that immobility from Arha on the Nami, and just how squishy he is. No tidal wave, no flash, no nothing. Fully just one shot by the Paranoia. You can eat the camp later. You can't always eat the champion.
And that's exactly what Wei's doing right now on his own blue buff. You can see how far ahead he currently is in this game. Big turnaround here for Wei, who has been the topic of conversation for Invictus Gaming struggles over these last few weeks, especially off of the counter jungling play of players like Tarzan and Junja, but able to take advantage of Monkey this game, and that's exactly a situation that W have found themselves in throughout this split number 2 while they were on their win streak. When Monkey is not able to get ahead, this team will struggle, and right now Monkey is certainly not ahead.
Yeah, Monkey, it's going to be very hard for him to ever even catch up into a game state like this. With playing a champion like Vi, you really want to have a decent amount of lead into the game. If not having a lead, at least be somewhat neutral with your opponent. If you're behind as Vi, it can just feel so hopeless, so difficult to ever find angles where your cease and desists are getting there. You're gonna have to rely on your teammates, like I've been saying. Potentially this bot lane as well here. They're finally having their spike in the Triforce and the Imperial Mandate. It is matched with the first items picked up from IG as well, 3v3.
Oh yeah, they send in the Paranoia, but Monkey is here to wait for him. Flash already used by About, and that means that Wei can finish off the kill. Jachi with the Transcended E will dash forward. Glitterance lands on a Monkey to slow him down, and it looks like Invictus want to continue this play. They burn the heal to try to get a little extra movement speed, but won't be able to close the gap. And so instead it'll be turret plates and a whole lot of gold going into this Invictus Gaming bottom lane.
Yeah, and one thing I'm noticing here, Jachi does have a lot of really strong power, but
they send Karis down here. Ultimate lands here on to Jachi. He has no more ultimate available, and Karis is able to take him down with the help of the Malignants. Now looking for more in a 2v2, at least momentarily, because now is on the way. Wei's not going to be able to pull it down, and Karis will get punished for his sins. Abscond, abduct, and kill number 2 into the hands of the Silas.
And that's just how it can be with that Silas stolen Spirit Rush. You can hardly ever survive if you don't have that Spirit Rush of your own available anymore for Karis. He really wants to get that reset onto Wei, but unfortunately not able to do so, meaning he's just a sitting duck for Nya's hijack and fully trading those kills back. The bot tower dropping already is really problematic.
And with the Hexblade, Wei has his Paranoia already off of cooldown and will look to go towards a flashless About once more. Once in the bot lane, once in the mid lane. The result should be the same. Jachi gets another kill, and IG are rolling here in game number 2.
Yeah, and you see Wei in the player cam there. He's hyped. He's on his ball right now. Full A game being shown here from Wei ever since that early game. Cheese, if I may call it. Really cheeky, really clever, and this game is just so hard to play.
This is a Wei MVP angle if I have ever seen one. How he has played out these fights, just been exceptional. He's 5-0-5, looking for another invade onto Monkey, and it's been all IG's jungler here, the only player remaining from that split 1 roster.
Yeah, Wei really showing why he belongs to stick around in the tier 1 of the LPL with the already 1K bounty on his head. That's how you know he's been totally cooking in this early game. But you think here, as the side of WE, with Monkey down here, you might be able to make at least an even looking look, but no, it's completely one-sided due to the paranoia coming in from Wei. They were hoping to have at least a few more seconds or something, but no, Wei going as soon as the moment is available. Karis trying to capitalize on that Spirit Rush that he's got left, but it's just not enough damage. And this is so problematic for WE to come out from this kind of game state. 2 dragons gone, over a 5,000 goldie here. We're barely looking at minute 15. You already know if this was solo queue that an FF vote would have been put up. But unfortunately, in competitive, fortunately perhaps, that is just not how it works. You're gonna have to find a way, one way or the other, to make this win happen as WE. And you gotta get that series win. We've seen this before. Unfortunately, from this position, it's just so very difficult.
Yeah, I mean, 6,000 gold in 18 minutes. There's comebackable angles, and then there's this game. They're going to really pull a rabbit out of a hat on this one, and that's what Monkey's going to try to do here. Landing that cease and desist onto Mako. That's a nice kill given over to Team WE. But it is a big price to pay with the amount of stuff that is also happening on the other side of the map. You have Jachi currently pushing Karis underneath his own tower, and Breed nearly gets a tier 1 of his own. Sure, the objective bounties are nice, but IG will be happy trading 2 turrets for 1.
The thing is, though, like, with this Nocturne champion having such a big lead, having these 2 items in particular, it can just be so oppressive to ever possibly come back. I mean, sure, they found themselves a pretty good look, all things considered, getting Mako and getting the bot tower down there, but that was probably one of the only few opportunities that they're going to have. The problem is, if you ever try and have numbers making a play like that into one of the side lanes, at any given moment, Wei can just show up and completely turn the tides of that fight. And you can't even extend far up at all as any of these champions. Even as Cube, you're going to get completely eradicated by the slows and crowd control that Wei will be able to provide for Breathe to follow up on the damage. And it's just so hard to ever find opportunities. You want to contest this Drake, but your composition is just not cut out for this.
Yeah, if I'm WE, this is a give soul point angle. Maybe fight for soul. Maybe don't. I mean, Hextech is OP, so you probably have to. And just kind of let Cube do his thing in the side lane, right? He's playing the York. Maybe the rest of the team is pushed too far up on this mid lane, though, as Wade once again finds the paranoia onto the Nami. And both bottom lane members are immediately taken down. Breed comes in with a teleport of his own, and it should be just an easy wipe for Team IG. WE only have their top laner left alive as Cube teleports all too late. And IG in a great position here once more.
And that's just how it can be sometimes. You find yourself in that rock and a hard place situation where it's like no good choice is really available. Once the early game just gets so one-sided, especially off of that level 2 play, and ever since, it's just so extremely difficult to find your way back. And you see how all these dragons are just so IG favored. And the thing is, if you don't contest this one, who's to say it's going to be any easier 5 minutes from now? And I mean, clearly this one was not practical whatsoever, but it feels like almost nothing that they would try to do even would be at this point. So you're going to have to come up with some crazy, ridiculous miracle to come out winning this one. I can only imagine some ridiculous timeline involving Cube just ending the entire game in a crazy split push, but that's just completely far-fetched, and it's just really hard to ever conceive a victory here for WE.
A bit more of the Team WE that we have seen throughout the start of split number 2. And again, this is one of the prime opportunities that they had to get a win in their books heading towards the back half of the regular season. If you take a look at what the remaining schedule for Team WE looks like, it's never going to be great because you're in Group Ascend, but you have IG and Weibo tomorrow. These are certainly the 2 opportunities you must take advantage of. After that, they're playing top esports this weekend, so it's not like it gets much easier here for Team WE.
Absolutely not. You've got to find something here. I don't think he's spotted.
Breed's going to catch out get caught out by Monkey, I should say. They don't have a ton of damage to do much towards him. The Accelerated Shock Blast is going to do enough damage alongside the Empowered Auto Attacks, and that is a big one-for-one trade. Nya comes in with a TP and will be able to likely eventually take Cube down. He's got his own Maiden on his side now. It's hijacked away, and Nya is now 4-0-3. IG are 9k up. Certainly a formality at this point that we're headed to a game number 3.
And it looked like it might be low-key chill with the 3-level lead that Cube's rocking over Nya there, but all of those inputs from Nya just so nice. He might be missing a bit of XP, but not lacking in the gold department whatsoever. Those 2 items there just so powerful for all of that sustained damage in those fights, even making use of the Maiden himself, able to fully slay Cube there, and he gets so much XP.
Oh, way. Not even letting Monkey feel comfortable in his own jungle. Once again, pressuring him away from his own red buff. And now maybe a trade back onto Nya. He dashes away from that Vault Breaker. WE is going to regain a little bit of control in their own red side jungle.
That is convenient as WE that you're able to have a Paranoia be cast and no one actually fall down at the hands of it. But getting the red buff as well, I mean, that's all nice and dandy, but that clock is a ticking. In 2.5 minutes or less here, that Hextech Drake is spawning, and you're going to need to have a really miraculous game state to ever possibly smite that one away. To let alone win a team fight around that. I just can't even imagine at this point the 10k gold lead being shown here. Nya about to dig into the level 14. So strong on this Silas is he, and all of his teammates across the board at that. Way getting close to his GA as well. And it's just going to be pretty much an entire item lead over everyone.
Freed steals with a Grop too. Monkey cannot have a damn thing here in this game. As he has, just since minute 1, been put on the back foot. Credit to him, he's looking for plays wherever he can potentially find them. It has not resulted in much going his team's way. They're now down 10,000 gold. The Baron is up now. The Soul Dragon is up in 1 minute and 30. It's not like W are going to feel comfortable fighting that one, even if they do get a couple of those items completed.
Yeah, frankly speaking, I think Monkey has been low-key looking pretty fine this game. His vibe mechanics were pretty decent, even that bot lane look, but here we go again.
Fighting mid again. Wei immediately goes in with the Paranoia, chunks down about, Nya finishes the job, and Arha will be the next target. WE underneath their own base, but not even that. It's going to be safe from the wrath of this Silas, the rookie mid laner for IG, putting on a show. As IG win another fight, they claim the inhibitor. Screw the soul, they could be looking for more.
Yeah, they're looking for the speed run end here, minute 22. And I don't think you can even stop this. Jace does so much damage to these towers, as does Yunara and Silas. How can you ever defend this?
They do not like those odds one damn bit. Monkey dashes forward, gonna be able to be taken down before he even reaches the middle of his own fountain. And that's the Nexus gone in 23 minutes time. Invictus Gaming wipe the floor with WE and send us to a game 3.
And it's just like that. They were really offended to even drop a game to WE apparently, and fully restake their claim in this series, showing that they are a team that deserves to be well above WE in the standings. And I can't help but feel like a lot of that was just off of that level 2. This is that crazy, early game shenanigans that can take place, particularly with champions who start the Raptors like the Nocturne. And as Karis there, I suppose you just got to be a bit more cognizant of that possibility. It just completely swung the game wide open. Monkey didn't even have his flash on his smite rather on the red buff. I'm curious what's going on there. We got to take another look at that as Team WE, because hey, you don't need to lose all your momentum just yet. You completely outplayed these guys in game 1. Game 2, it just does feel like a lot of it is off of the back of that level 2 play. Clean that up. You've got yourselves a chance here to still get that first series win. Just maybe.
Just know that the Nocturne can do that. I mean, even just thinking about how that level 1 formed, Karis was so far pushed up. Obviously, you're the range versus melee matchups. You want to try to take advantage, but at least cheat towards your top side where you know your jungler is. Not the best start, and certainly not the best finish for Team WE, who dropped the second game in under 23 minutes that they've had all season. All on the production staff able to tell us that WE also lost the game in 22-37 to Ninjas of Pajamas earlier on this season. So not the fastest game of the year, but it was damn well close, and IG with a big boost of confidence after what was a pretty disastrous game number 1.
I guess that's just the WE dichotomy, you know. They can give you all the hope in the world, and then the very next game they can try and break their own records of just how quickly they can be stomped. So we really want to see in Game 3 that iteration that we've seen in Game 1 versus JDG and in Game 1 in this series tonight, where they have what it takes in the skills of these players. They just need the game to not get completely cooked and just find themselves some opportunities of their own.
Yeah, I mean, again, what we've known about this WV team since this top side of Cube, Monkey, and Karis came together at the start of 2025 is they might fall behind in a lot of situations. They might be down a little bit. I mean, you just can't be down 10k gold. You can fight back in these team fights. This is a team that knows how to do that. We saw it in that first game. Couldn't see it in the second game because it just got too out of control too quick. And Invictus Gaming win almost, you know, a perfect game, a clean sweep in terms of the objectives. Of course, they give some kills over. When you take a look at who really stepped up, it was this mid jungle. It's Wei, one of the most experienced players that this team has outside of Mako, and then Ya in the mid lane, making a real good work of Karis in just his third ever competitive series at the tier 1 level.
Yeah, in my eyes, it's practically got to be the Wei MVP here. Not only is he completely warping the early game in their favor with the way he played that one out, but also just setting up all these plays in the bot lane with the paranoia, just making it so difficult for About and Arha to ever utilize that lead that they were given and fully putting the game back into IG's favor. So good. Not only getting that first blood, but even making sure Monkey gets second blooded here as well. Just after this, like I said, you low-key just feel like remaking if it's not a stage match, but it is a stage match. So you're not really ever to... It's very difficult to ever come back from a start like this. Your mid laner doesn't even have teleport, so he just dies. He can't even get back to lane quickly. It's just so very cooked. Really good looks here off of the entirety of IG. You know, their bot lane had some trade kills like this. It is what it was, but Bree there in the top lane, even holding it down nicely. And across the board, they just outplayed WE. That's just the bottom line fact. You got to find another look here. A draft where you have similar agency to Game 1 of Monkey's Lee Sin. The Vi you would think would have that, but unfortunately, the cease and desist just isn't really able to offer nearly as much as that Lee Sin early game, you know, kind of does.
Yeah, this game, funnily enough, perfect example or metaphor for what IG's bot lane has been. They've been able to generate these lane leads in terms of just like shoving waves under tower, and then sometimes Jachi has a little bit too much fun, and they end up dying a couple times too many. Didn't end up mattering in this game though, as About and Arha, as you mentioned, weren't nearly as far ahead as the mid jungle for Invictus ended up becoming, and because of that, results in a pretty easy win for IG. I feel like both sides can kind of chalk this one up as just like, yeah, this game was over at 2 minutes. Maybe that ends up working out in WE's favor because they can just quickly wipe this one off the board and go right back to the drawing board in terms of what they want to do to try to pick up their first series win.
Yeah, I truly think that could be the case because just from experience, when something just goes so amiss and it's just so extremely game breaking that happens that early, and it's just something you can completely circumvent just by changing up your level 1 ever so slightly, the way that you ward, the way that you position, etc., even your comms, you can just disregard this defeat as it being that, and you can really just keep in mind that Game 1 performance that you did show. The fact that you even did have that happen, that felt like more of the real game than this one. So if anything, you would hope that the WE players are able to stay on that mentality and use that kind of momentum that they did previously have, just channel a bit more of that and draft according to that, play level 1 and 2 according to that, and see if this Game 3, the ultimate test at that, is going to be able to get them over the edge.
No surprise here, Wei, your player of the game in game number 2, had an immediate impact from minute 1 off of that early Raptor invade on the Nocturne. So IG even up our series at 1 game apiece, looking a little similar to that JDG series that we had on Saturday for Team WE. They win the first game, it becomes a much more one-sided second game. Will the tides change in the decisive game number 3? Only time will tell, and speaking of time, we're going to take a few short minutes on this commercial break. We'll be right back with the draft of game number 3. Another matchup between these two historic franchises in the LPL. WE and IG are locked up at 1 apiece, and it's up to this pick ban and eventual game that will determine who ends up with the victory. IG reeling 1-6 in their last 7 series, but WE are saying that's nothing compared to what we've been going through. They're looking for their first win of the season here, Foles, and if they want to do it, they're going to need a little bit better of an early game than what they had last time around.
I mean, that's for sure. But honestly, I'm just excited because I've never been here before. I've never been in a situation where WE is in the game 3 of a series. That's even a first for me. Usually it's just duo, all right, pack it up, let's go home. So
really?
To even get here, that's a first come, first serve. I mean, I'm just glad and grateful to even get that these guys have a chance to get across the finish line, because I know we were looking at the finish line last game, but it didn't even feel very real to me. Even like even in the draft, like I wasn't that optimistic. I kind of knew this would happen. I don't know how, or I don't know why, but I wasn't so faithful. But now I think that this could be it, man. I'm a believer, bro. Come on, WE, you got this, guys. I swear, man. I swear.
Yeah, you know, last game 3 that they played, not so close against JD Gaming. This time around, maybe there's a little bit more hope. WE once again choosing a blue side with that first selection. We're trying to figure out why exactly this ended up being the case. IG have actually also been selecting blue side first in most of the matches that they have had first selection in. So WE could be trying to take that away, eliminate some of the set plays that IG might have been formulating with their strategies over the last couple of weeks. But it means that once again, Invictus Gaming going to have first pick, and with, you know, Fearless being in motion and game 3 being here, getting the fewer and fewer power picks is going to be more and more important, and so IG going to have their first go of things when it comes to who exactly they're going to want to select. Yeah,
exactly. It's been really peculiar seeing them choose blue side with their right of choice 3 times in a row versus IG here, because again, it's not even WE's thing. It's more, if anything, as you just said, they're just kind of almost doing it because they want to take that comfort level away from IG, who has been kind of one trick in that throughout the entirety of the right of choice iteration, which has been really interesting to see that some people actually opt for side select over pick, ban, order select. Very, very fascinating stuff. You can only wonder if it has something to do with level 1 kind of 5 points and raptor camps and, you know, gank angles in terms of things like that, you know, grub priority versus drakes. We can only ever speculate what's going on in these coaches' heads. Maybe when I get my boots on the ground over in Shanghai, I'll take a look as to what's so OP about the blue side. But for now, we can only ever wonder exactly what's going on and what it's going to take for WE to get this game 3 win.
And for IG, they purely won that game through their mid jungle, and it's an interesting, you know, split between the experienced veteran in Wei, who has won multiple MSI titles, and then a rookie in Nya, who is just playing in his 3rd ever Tier 1 series over from Top Esports Challengers. They have been able to work pretty well together, and there's always the conversation of, you know, is Rookie going to come back eventually? Is Renard going to eventually step in? So far, Nya has looked decent in his small time with Invictus Gaming. Sure, some of it has come against the bottom opponents, but good starts here for a rookie. They want to try to take that next step as we head to Champ Select for our final game of our first series today.
Yeah, and you bring that up, and I'm just looking at the player cams. You know, I'm no psychology expert or anything, but just intuitively, it just seems that Nya looks really confident, really locked in. Like
he's chilling.
He could care less. Like, this is really chill for him. He's not feeling any pressure at all. Whereas on the other side of things, I don't know, man. Low-key, Karis looks like he's procking some cortisol right now. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but he just doesn't look like he's in his comfort zone at all, Grapes, as a player or as a champion, as a summoner. So I really want to see Karis in particular lock in, step it up, and see if he can finally have a good showing here in this series versus Nya, this rookie mid, and get WE their first series win.
And when, you know, W was in Group Perseverance in Split 1, I'd argue that Karis was their best player. I think I voted for him first team in Group Perseverance when we did our All-Pro from each respective group. And unfortunately, it's not really carried over into the Group Ascend against some higher level competition. Definitely has looked like the weakest mid laner out of our pool of 8 or 9, depending on how many subs you end up deciding to count. Have to step it up here against, again, a rookie mid laner in Nya. If there's any opportunity to do it, it will be here. But First pick will actually go to the IG mid laner as they're going to lock in an Annie on that B1. I guess R1 now.
Yeah, but Annie has been rising in the meta quite interestingly. You know, just she offers a lot of that pick potential, that engage snap potential, which you really want to be having at least in some way on your comp, whether it's in mid, jungle, support, whatever. Annie's a really strong champion for that. But I think that this can definitely get us to where we want Chorus to be, because there's a lot of champions you can pick into the Annie that can do very well. Chorus being known, in my eyes, one of the best Akalis in the entire region, if not the world. So
high praise for a region that's got Knight in it, but you know, we'll take it. Chorus is 2-2 on the Akali this season, looking to make it a over 500 record. We paired alongside the Pantheon, which has been banned in both games so far, against Monkey.
Yeah, I mean, just from seeing the guy play Akali, I mean, he's had some really awkward moments at times, but in general, this is his comfort champion, is Chorus and his Akali. I'm not the most familiar on the particular matchup of the Akali versus the Annie, but I understand that you should be able to get what you want, which is a farming early game, get you to that level 6, maybe that mid game level 11, whatever it is, and then really, really make use of this champion, where if it doesn't get put behind too early, sometimes in those mid games, in those side lanes, you just completely give people no counterplay. If they're even trying to play without a tower near them or an ally near them, they just fully get ran down and assassinated. This is the exact champion to bring home that narrative I'm hoping for in Chorus, bringing WE to their first series win.
Responded on the other side by IG by a Xin Zhao, and the Renekton could answer with a more aggressive top laner into the Crocodile, but looks like Cube's going to play it safe, lock in that Cassante, especially with that Varus already banned away. So we're headed into the second phase of the draft. Once again, both bot lanes waiting to be selected. We saw this has been the most volatile lane, all things considered, that can go back and forth in either direction.
Yeah, again, the exact same thing. It's a really interesting dynamic going on here in this series. First with this blue side right of choice thing. Now again with this bot laners being fully dropped until 4-5. Okay, now we're really going to be stretching those bot lane pools thin here. We're going to see exactly what kind of champions they want to ban away from the opposing sides to make sure that those bot lane fearless champions is really coming into play here. And I can't even wonder what's even left open. I mean, I really like the side of WE. They not only got the Akali for that, that playmaking pick potential, we've even got the Pantheon. This, alongside the Nocturne, are just such effective global ulting champions. So if anything, you want to ban away things that might be able to survive that assassination potential of this WE mid jungle.
If you are about an R-Hub, something that has a little bit more late game damage is what I'd be looking at right now. When you have the Akali in the mid lane, you can assassinate some targets, but in terms of consistent DPS, not necessarily as much there, especially with the Cassante up towards the top side of the map. So for about things like the Sivir start to come up into conversation, maybe even a Jinx, Ashe now banned away, meaning that it should be a decent laning phase if things go WE's way in terms of what matchup they actually do want to select.
That's actually a really good shout here. You've got a lot of burst damage from WE, but you have not got practically any sustained damage, unless we're counting an all-outed Cassante, which is pretty grasping at straws, if you ask me. So we're going to see what kind of perhaps hyper carry angle they might want to go for here. They definitely want something that's going to cut through. The Xin Zhao and Renekton can be really bruiser, juggernaut champions that are just really hard to kill. They're not outright tanks, but they may as well be. So perhaps a champion like this could offer you some survivability and some high damage output, both Sivir and Xayah having that theme.
Yep, Spell Shield on the Sivir, certainly going to have high value against things like Annie and Renekton. We'll see what exactly it gets paired up with in the support position. Not a ton of enchanters left up, but Arha definitely more comfortable on engage. Things like the Alistar start to come up in conversation now that we've gotten this far into the Fearless draft.
Yeah, and Alistar versus Sivir can be extremely awkward for Sivir. So it feels like pretty likely a gambit here that they're saying, is Mako going to pick the Alistar or not? Because, again, Alistar is the most prominent counter to Sivir that we've always been seeing in these kind of drafts. So they're picking the Sivir face up, full well knowing that this is a possibility. It makes you wonder what they have in mind for that last pick blue side for Arha.
Man, you'd love to have an Enchanter here to just have that range advantage against the Kai'Sa and the Nautilus, but take a look at the champion pools. No Nami, no Lulu, no Bard, no Nico, no Karma and Seraphine, no Milio even. So there's a lot left to be desired in that Enchanter department. And so if you're Arha, most likely something like the Rakan or the Leona, just to try to answer the might of this Alistar. You could also go something like the Braum, as I was going to immediately bring up, to try to counter the heavy melee engage support down there. And that could be the direction that Arha wants to go. WE certainly have a nice front to back. On the other side of things, IG, they can burst people, but they're pretty short ranged.
I really like the Braum last pick because I think, of course, last pick is really important in any given draft. It's supposed to basically understand all the other 9 champions' intentions, your allies and the enemies, and see what can you pick to make sure that your team's draft has the upper hand. And Braum here, I think, is really nice to have, and being able to offer a lot of crowd control disruption on. There's what's certain to be some divers in the Renekton and the Xin Zhao, as well as the Kai'Sa even, and make sure that this Alistar, because again, if you're against champions who like to go forward, Braum is one of the best peel champions in the entire game to really help about deal that consistent damage that Karis, Monkey, and Cube are going to be lacking in their burst damage.
A fascinating conversation to have about this draft as we gotten deep into the Fearless. The bot lane pools certainly got pinched. And we have Kai'Sa Alistar against Sivir Braum that could make or break this matchup for either team. Team WE in their home arena looking for their first series win of Split number 2 in Group Ascend, whereas IG looking to get back into the win column themselves against a team that they would have hoped is a bit of a scheduled win with much tougher opponents left ahead. We're getting ready for game number 1. It looks like we have a slight delay before we head into Summoner's Rift. But you got to imagine the pressure high for a team like WE in front of their home fans, hoping that they can make some magic happen. We're on to the Rift for our final game of our first series today.
全军出击！
Immediately there, Foles, you see a great level 1 set up by WE. They burn Nia's flash immediately.
Yeah, I love the creativity coming from WE. That seems to be a really big theme in today's LPL is, can you land yourselves a cheeky, cheesy level 1 start? Because those go very far, as we saw last game in this series. And again, we're getting to see WE. Today is the day. The crowd wants it. Can they do it? Can you feel it? Because I think, based on that level 1 as well, this could just be it, Chris.
He's maybe trading down here on the bottom side as well. You take a look at WE's Thunder spells traded. Concussive blows, heal for barrier. Take a look at WE's remaining schedule for the rest of this week as well. They play IG today. They got a matchup against Weibo tomorrow. And after that, it's top esports. It's again, not necessarily the easiest, the smoothest of sailings for WE's upcoming schedule. So this is certainly an opportunity for them to strike. They're able to take a team like JDG to Game 3. Why can't the same happen here against Invictus?
Exactly. Then they did get completely cooked in that previous best of 3 where they found themselves a win. But we could have ourselves an opportunity for them to do what they did in Game 1, which was, even if the game state is not the most in their favor, as long as they have a fighting chance, I truly believe with these players, with this draft, that there should be a way in to do so. But as you highlight, their schedule, this is the kind of game that they need to be taking away and to be getting into that win column, because they've got this, they've got Weibo, and it's hard to imagine them beating top esports future of their calendar, right? So this is the one and only primary best chance to get that win on the board. And I think Karis here on this Akali, his comfort pick of all comfort picks, you couldn't ask for a higher, easier, better chance to do so.
Certainly something that they were playing when W was having that success about a year ago. We'll see if it ends up coming true here. Of course, you got the Doron shield for Cars, a little bit of extra sustain under his turret. Nia without the flash, but still able to have a significant range advantage until Monkey does arrive to play. Both junglers go for full clears into just trades of their respective side scuttles. Monkey towards the top, Way towards the bot. They'll probably likely head towards some resets on their own. So much quieter early game, and I think that's better for WE. You want to hope for some more success in the long run in this game 3.
I mean, this should just be a kill.
Okay, Monkey immediately follows here onto the mid lane. Nya has no mana, has no flash, shouldn't have no
Bang.
life. And Monkey will strike once again in the mid lane. It's first blood for WE.
Yeah, and this is giving me deja vu back to game 1, where Nya is just fully vulnerable, and he must well know it, that his champion, couldn't be ganked at any given point, whether it was the Lee Sin in game 1 or the Pantheon in game 3 here. If you don't have flash and you don't have a dash, you've just got pure immobility. There's no way out. He's got no vision there. He's got no possible ally to come save him. And it almost feels like he knew that his position was dangerous, and he committed it anyways.
Mako and about trading once again. Nicely done by the Alistar. Mako baits out the spell shield, then lands the stun, but he could be punished for it. Tunk down to less than 100 HP, but with the lethal tempo proc onto Jachi and having no knowledge of where Way is, they do not want to go for more than just that.
Yeah, it can be very difficult to commit forward there. Jachi still having the barrier advantage, which could come in handy if that fight elongates entirely with them committing on to Mako. Jachi could perhaps double kill them or something like that. So very scary. Both the heals coming up here for both the supports, equipped with the spell books to make sure that at minute 6 they're going to be able to get up to no good, whether it's those teleports or what have you. But very interesting. It's going to be also Monkey rather, farming his way towards level 6, get that global pressure. Karis trying to make use of that level 6 advantage, but Nya's flash coming up any wave now, and that should just mean that he's nowhere near as vulnerable going forwards. Seems like Way might have his eyes on a dragon, but both teams in a pretty even game state.
Monkey went for a reset, so there was maybe an opportunity for that drag to be started up by Way, but with Nya still having no flash and Cars having that ultimate advantage, likely not the easiest thing to go for, and so it will be Invictus backing up. Way deciding instead to just farm the bot side of his jungle and maybe look for a play after that. Interesting to note, we also have the longsword already in inventory for Way, as well as the ruby crystal. So unfortunately, Foles, it looks like we're getting good old-fashioned 80s Xin Zhao this game.
Yeah, exactly. That's probably what you should be seeing here from the Xin Zhao. I don't think that this AP build would be ideal for the jungle. You've seen some solo lane shenanigans, but it seems like more of a content angle than a practical one. Again, it can be powerful. Maybe he gets the Dusk and done second, but
Perfect execution. Nya already burns his flash. That is way too early to be burning that summoner spell, as Kar still at the second proc on the perfect execution and executes Nia at that. Another kill towards the Akali. And now Monkey has his Conqueror proc. He's level 6, so could look to continue the fight onto Way. And that's 2 summoner spells and another kill given over to the WE mid jungle.
Bang! I mean, this is the exact early game we need, Grips. We got Karis on his pocket pick. We got 2 kills here onto Nya, giving us full deja vu of that castle performance in game 1, which somehow he was able to come back from. So all we need to do is prevent that level 6 dink here, though. I'm scared.
Lookup lands onto Arha down here, but once again, it is the Team WE mid jungle finally answering the call. Monkey had a great Lee Sin game in game number 1, but Kara still fell pretty far behind on Rise. This time, much more favored on both sides of things. Karis has that early gold lead, and Monkey also ahead of XP, looking to continue to push the tempo here in this game.
Yeah, and as we were speculating, it seemed that you could potentially scapegoat that game 2 defeat just into the sheer lack of preparation and positioning from the early game. You can definitely just let it be and focus on the fact that you are going into a game 3, which is this is the second time you've done that so far in this split. I mean, you lose the Wolf there as Monkey, but I think you're much more happier with where your game is than where Way's is. And got the Grand Starfall. It feels like you want to make use of that any given opportunity that you can. Perhaps onto this bot lane, but Kaisa with summoner spells, with killer instinct, definitely one of the harder targets to make use of that on. I feel like you may as well just go even further into the punishing Nya timeline, and the no flash Annie is a much more vulnerable target.
Yeah, and remember, this Annie was first picked. I have to wonder, now that we're in Game 3 of Fearless, and there's, again, a rookie mid laner here for IG, was Nya's champion pool any problem whatsoever? Did they feel like he was very pinched at this point, had to go for something like the Annie early? And if that's the case, that's something that IG are going to have to think about for the remainder of this season. Again, odds of them jumping up into the top 4, not super likely, but even if they weren't able to get there, you're going to get to the playoffs, you're going to get into these best of 5s. That's going to be even more important, is figuring out where the champ pool priority ends up lying for your rookie mid laner.
And of course, I'm no drafting coach or complete expert or anything, but Annie is a pretty strong champion. We've seen her first picked a bit in the LCK, but it just makes you wonder on the meta read there if Annie is necessarily the best route to go for, especially what's been going on here with this right of choice where I can only wonder if this is their best line of attack. Of course, this could very well be results based, given that he, of course, died 2 times thanks to Monkey. And that level 1, mind you, burning his flash. So we'll see if that champion pool question, that drafting question comes into play.
Ooh. Nice smite Q for Monkey to secure that third grub, and now a 3v3 has opened up on the top side. We have the Braum coming, but it's going to be a little bit too late. And yeah, immediately gets dove upon, but he was traded back for Monkey. Dominance has been popped alongside the Crescent Guard as both supporters arrive to the party. Wei gets assassinated by Chorus, and now it'll be Breathe next on the menu. He flash slices away, and now will be Mako trying to be focused down. He flashed away from the Winter's Bite, but it'll be WE once again with a 2-for-1.
Today might just be the day. I do not want to get anyone's hopes too far up, but this is the closest WE has ever been to winning a series in Split 2 Graves. Come on, they've got to get there.
You're starting to feel it. WE's playing with confidence. They got Monkey feeling himself here with that smite Q, and he immediately goes back in.
Exactly, Karis landing this backflip onto Nya there, just fully able to one-shot. Unfortunately, Monkey, the same story, also getting that one-shot experience. This seems very well be the case with this level 9 Renekton. Arha showing up just a little bit before Mako is really coming in, but that summoner heal from Mako completely saving Breeze's life, enabling him to flash out and survive, which could definitely have ramifications towards the mid game, because this 500 gold lane has only been increasing, is what it feels like in this top lane for Breeze. He's going to get his Black Cleaver any timer now, and that's just going to mean it's going to be really hard for Cube to keep up in this matchup, at least for the time being. On the bright side, Cassante having a lot of scaling, but could only imagine how nice of a game state it would be for WE had they been able to slay Breathe as well. But hey, you know what? We'll take what we can get.
Mako and Jachi now getting targeted down here in the bottom side. Winter's Bite, concussive blows, as well as that ultimate being popped by Arha. WE is just shredding this Kaisa Alistar at this point. Already the Unbreakable Oil had to be popped by Mako, and he is forced to back away. WE's composition certainly looking like it's paying dividends at this point, but now Arha could have been a little bit overextended. Tibbers comes down, Nya is exhausted, but that means the rest of his team can follow up. Nice stand beside me from Arha to get away from that headbutt pull.
Karis wants to make something of this.
Oh, Nya jumps right back into ultimate range, allows for Karis to go in with the first proc and public execution. Grand Starfall comes out as well, and Nya just has to burn his flash. So he will be able to get on out of here as WE still control the bottom side of the map.
I love what we're seeing from this bot lane of WE. It seemed like Jachi and Mako were just building a lead over them and that there wasn't going to be much of a fight to be had. But I think ever since maybe that top lane skirmish, Arha is just able to have a lot of influence in this game. This Braum last pick putting in absolute work, forcing Jachi and Mako all the way past their tower, making them miss a lot of farm and gold, meaning Abel has just now completed his quest. That's going to allow him to get a lot of gold spent onto the map here. He's going to finish his cull as well, way before Jachi. This Sivir's going to have a well over 1k gold lead because of that.
And about always the question is, can he find leads for himself to eventually turn into the team fighting monster that we know that he can be? So far, it looks like that answer is yes, with this Braum pick by his side. And they've already rotated this WE bot lane to the mid lane to allow for About and Arha to get even more turret plates against Nya, who immediately is targeted once again, allows for Monkey to go in with some early invades onto the Raptor camp. And WE are 2.2 thousand gold ahead. This is a great start here for this team who's looking for their first series win of the season.
Yeah, both bot lanes transitioning up into the mid lane here, About wanting to spend the gold he just got from his cult proc. They had the mid lane prio, shoving that wave in high. Gonna let them have a complete free base timer here, even picking up a control ward. Definitely means that they're gonna be in a pretty good spot for these objectives spawning. First coming the Drake, then the Herald. And Karis is gonna be fully unlocked here. This is exactly what you want as these assassin champions with high mobility, is to be in these side lanes 1 versus 1 in the mid game. It's so much easier to find solo kills and to find good trades in these long lanes. So Nya is going to have a really hard time, going to be requiring assistance, and you know that WE and their units in the Braum and in the Panther are going to want to make sure that Nya's left to his lonesome, controlling this blue side jungle.
Another invade once again goes Monkey's way. He's been able to just really punch back and get some revenge from that last matchup against Wei's Nocturne. Monkey getting his get back, right? It's like in the High School movie when, you know, the kid gets the guy that's getting bullied gets his glow up. That's what Monkey's feeling like right now.
Absolutely is it after that game too. And contesting this is very bold as IG. We're going to see a 5v5, aren't we?
Yeah, Breathe has to walk down here. He's now going to burn the Unleashed teleport as Cube does the same. Dragon's at 2,000 HP. Will be second Drake here for IG. And Wei, he's able to pick it up with the W Smite to steal it away from Team WE. Now the team fight begins in earnest. Cube lands a Pathmaker and Wei's forced to flash away with the Crescent Guard still in tow. But in goes Kars, lands the public execution, and is able to take another one back down with him. All out on a Breathe. And Cube's able to get another kill and escape with his life. But Jachi goes forward with the Killer Instinct, gets one, forced to flash away from Arha. It's a triple kill in for About in the meantime, but now this Kai'Sa's stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that hard place is Monkey's Spear. It's an ace for Team WE.
What the heck just happened? About just killed everyone off screen, apparently. Oh my gosh, what a beautiful team fight from WE. Karis getting that beautiful execution onto the backline there and surviving. Arha kiting them like an absolute pro. Everything coming in clutch here for W, except for the one unfortunate error in that Monkey smites too early. Wei doesn't even smite this Drake. He just gets it off of Monkey's early smite. So sad that Wei's W does get it, but who cares? Who I want to talk about sadness when you talk about all the joy and greatness that just took place here in this team. But look how much space and time Cube is buying there. They're all lining up beautifully for bang this execution from Karis. And wow, WE, man, this is as close as I've ever seen it in Split 2 here. This just might be the momentum and team fighting we need. Off screen there, we see About just completely pick up that triple.
And I see, you know, as Jachi, I see the angle, man. I know that there was a triple kill in his eyes, but both Karis and Arha able to barely escape without going down. WE 16,000 total kills in their history in the LPL, and 9 crucial ones here in this game 3 to try to get some momentum here in the back end of this regular season.
I really want to call on that fateful story of the 06 WE start that somehow led them to a top 4 finish. This is kind of giving me that energy right now. Let's see if they can keep this up, man.
Long way to go for that. But again, reminder the way that this group structure works in the LPL. All Group Ascend members are guaranteed one best of 5 against a Group Nirvana opponent to entry into the playoffs. Doesn't matter if you go 0-14, 14-0, you're guaranteed at least that playoff berth. Of course, top 4 automatically gets it without having to play that best of 5. But for WE, they just have to ready themselves for that one matchup that they will eventually play. Who will it be against? Will it be LNG, EDG? Hey, Thundertalk have been looking decently recently. Still a lot of time to tell. But so far, things are looking good for them against another team of potentially equal skill in Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, exactly. IG's recent showings have not been pretty whatsoever. I mean, of course, game 2 was great, but again, we will say it over. That game was just never a real game. And
Oh, yeah. Goes for a flash here onto a bout. Doesn't even have the stun, but has a good chunk of damage to send him to 40%. A questionable decision there from the mid laner of Invictus Gaming, as it doesn't look like he was able to get his passive off.
Yeah, Nya there with the first pick, and you would only imagine that, of course, he's able to get those kind of combos off, but off by one stack on the Annie passive. That's not going to be a stun. About's just going to be able to walk that one off, not even burning anything other than his ultimate in trade for Nya's flash. A full 5-minute flash, mind you. No Cosmic Insight, no Lucid Boots or anything. Huge mistake from Nya, and this game is really slipping out of IG's hands.
5,000 gold lead at 18 minutes. Not as much as game number 2 that IG had in terms of a lead, but the mid jungle once again being a big problem for Wei and Nya. You also have about having 2 full items on the Sivir, as this composition will just continue to scale. Invictus Gaming, they're focused on bursting, right? Finding picks, going one after the other. That's not necessarily how WE are going to have to operate in order to win this game.
Yeah, Rift Herald not getting its full value here. That turret definitely could have been saved for another time on the Herald charge. It's going to be smote down.
Oh, and now Wei gets knocked up. They're immediately following up on him, and no Crescent Guard is even able to be issued by Wei before he is burnt down to a crisp. Another easy kill, as the Rift Herald shenanigans prove beneficial for Team WE as they'll look to push into onto this bot tier 2.
Yeah, Wei's health bar just fully disappearing there. I'm pretty sure I literally blinked and missed it, by the way. I have no idea how he just died so quickly as the Zinzo. That's just a testament to this gold lead that has just been ballooning for WE. With the Drake spawning as well, they've definitely going to need to secure this to make sure that IG's practical last win condition is just off of the board. All because of the fact that Monkey unfortunately did not get the prior smite. But so long as they get this one, I feel like IG's hopes in this particular game are practically out.
You start to wonder what could potentially be the angles back into this game. Jachi got so close to having a pop-off moment around that last dragon fight, but just came up short. But take a look at who could potentially take that step. He has his second item, Rage Blade. He'll continue to scale up. This Kaisa, you talk about Karis as Akali as being a signature pick. This was Jachi's signature pick when he was back on Fun Plus Phoenix, back on RNG. Able to have some really great moments on this champ last year that got him these opportunities at the higher level. First top esports last split, then over to IG when Jackie Love returned to the squad. He's going to have to be the difference maker on this Kaisa pick.
And in fairness, he is pretty strong on the Kaisa. The Sivir hasn't fully finished a third item yet. This gold lead hasn't really mattered that much as of now. He's definitely able to get a lot of damage done, and Breathe has been putting in a lot of work in this 1v1 matchup, getting himself a lead and a look on to
He's very far forward. He pops the Shroud, able to use that Shuriken to escape. That was a very scary situation, but Karis, he knows the full limits of his champion better than I do, for sure.
Oh, that's for sure. I mean, Karis on the Akali is no one to scoff at. Even having the blue buff on this Akali, it's just so powerful. You're able to issue so many of those Akali Qs and just these mobility spells that you have with this Proto Belt and everything. You can't possibly catch this guy out as easily as that and make use of this power that Jachi does technically have. I mean, Jachi is definitely able to do a lot of damage in these fights so long as he is protected and not assassinated by the likes of Monkey and Karis. It's definitely gonna, like I was gonna say, it's definitely gonna be up to Breathe frontline to be able to build that space for Jachi, and up to the peel of Mako to make sure that he is able to get it done.
Gold lead continuing to swing in WE's favor. Now up to 6,000 with the Baron now up and available. This is a fast-taking Baron team for WE. You have the Sivir, which is always able to just issue out a ton of auto attacks, especially with that Infinity Edge. So always something for Invictus to have to worry about. Although they do have good collapse into the pit if they do want to force a 5v5 team fight. WE right now spread out across the map and waiting to see IG make an aggressive play to try to pick off one of these members. It just hasn't happened yet.
So one problem that I'm definitely seeing here for IG is just that this Cassante is just completely untargetable as a someone to go for. Like, let's say they wanted to even try bringing numbers onto killing this Cassante. This Annie does no damage to him, and pretty much is going to be that way for the rest of the game. Just the way Annie's kit works versus Cassante, you have someone who's fully oriented around burst versus someone who's just the most tanky, absurd showmaker copy-paste. Like, there's just no way this Annie is ever going to get through that. The only way this Cassante can ever die is if Jia is hitting him. So we're going to need to make sure that Jia is finding some kind of angles. Other than that, this game is so hard to get through. There's one silver lining in that previous 2 Drakes ago, they did get the last hit from Wei's Wind Becomes Lightning. Technically, they're not on as much of a clock here for this game to be checkmate.
Yeah, if it was extra dragon there, it certainly would not help the pace of this one for IG. Who now actually have the advantage in the Drake department because of the first one they were able to claim. Now Wei gonna get targeted around his own Raptors, but here's a big re-engage here for Mako. Lands that 3-man pull, but the response from IG going to be big as Wei already goes down. Cars with perfect execution, doesn't land the final shot. Jia gets the shutdown, and IG might be back into this game. About's not able to land the final blow. Sure, it's a 2-for-1, but you're gonna get that big shutdown onto the Akali, and you're gonna be happy enough about it unless this Baron ends up going down.
If you get this Baron, it's completely fine for WE. You just got so much gold onto Jia, though. It's very, very worrisome.
It's a big vote for Mako. If you want to get him into an all-pro ballot, make sure to scan that QR code and get yourself into the LPL Discord. But it looks like his team is down and out at this point. No contest for Baron, and it'll be WE wearing purple for the next 3.
I mean, yeah, Mako does look really nice here on this Pulverize, but unfortunately his team is just so far behind. There's no way you can get through all these health bars with the current items that you're having. Monkey forced a flash out, but it doesn't matter all too much. I would say WE wins the game here and now if Karis just doesn't press the R2 button on his keyboard. Unfortunately, he saw blood in the water. He had a killer instinct in his eyes, not to be a pun intended with Jia's ultimate, but Jia getting the upper hand on Karis there. Now completing, speaking of that ultimate, a Fiend Hunter Bolt on the Kai'Sa. Haven't seen too much of that, but I'm sure it can definitely dish out a huge burst if he wants to make use of it.
So it's become clear, the identity and the win condition for IG, find some sort of crowd control onto a player like About and have Jia jump in with a killer instinct and one-shot him. Will that be possible? Right now, I don't think so, but there's still a lot of time left in this game. WE only able to claim this second dragon now for themselves, and that means that it's going to be a while until the soul eventually is claimed. A lot of time for IG to sink themselves into their own base, turtle it up, and try to get the scaling up to as much as they possibly can.
That's right. I really think it can be quite hard to break and siege these towers here that IG is going to be defending. I mean, to get all the way to the Nexus is a hard challenge, and that's usually why you rely on the Dragon Soul, and that win con is a solid 9.5 minutes away. So it makes you wonder if some of the scaling that this Kai'Sa has can maybe get them there. I'm just concerned about the fact that the top side of their team comp doesn't scale all too well.
Mako's looking for a crazy flank, but he was spot on a ward, so About and Arha know exactly what is going on, and that's going to mean that Alistar could be in a bit of trouble. He pops the Smellbook Ghost in order to escape, and now IG are going to look for a play onto the Cassante. Cube going to get knocked up by Wei, followed up by the killer instinct of Jia, but this Cassante is just way too tanky at this point. He goes all out into a 1v3, but will get bursted down as Jia gets another crucial kill.
And it looks like IG is just low-key rage baiting WE around the map. First with Mako, now with Breathe here, possibly completely diverting them away from Cube, and not only killing Cube, but getting his flash as well, with the gold going on to Jia. I've been really high on the hopes of WE getting this series win, but it's mistakes like that that can definitely come to a cost. So let's make sure that we hone in our plays here, and the Baron and Dragon going to be spawning at the same time, so it could be quite awkward 3 minutes from now. This Baron buff falling off as well. I think WE doesn't really have any proactive plays to make for this next while.
Yeah, the Baron buff already gone. Not even able to get a net positive after just the neutral gold that you get from slaying that objective. So WE would have been much happier with getting at least another inner turret or two. But for now, they are going to be pretty far away from the eventual goal of Invictus's Nexus. They still have not yet taken down a tier 2 turret. Meanwhile, IG is able to get their first tier 1 of the game with Breathe on the bottom side.
Yeah, about opting for the GA as well. That's a really interesting angle here. He's opting for the defense instead of the offense when we've already got Randuin's picked up tier 4 Breathe with those Silk Caps. Cloth Armor's coming in for Wei. Alistar having all sorts of armor. This Sivir's not going to do nearly as much damage as his gold lead would want him to with this decision. Of course, he'll be a bit safer now from some of that burst, but once Jauchi picks up this LDR, it's going to do so much damage to these health stacking champions. And I think at that point, he might just turn the corner of this lead and be stronger than About.
Oh, not just yet, though, as About still has that level advantage and gold advantage, but a big Tibbers comes forward here from Ya. But in comes a Pathfinder that finds 2 members of the IG frontline. Breathe is down, Mako next up, and WE able to strike here in the mid lane. They take down the tier 2 tower, they take down the cow, and they're pushing down mid.
Now this is when you can really siege. Once there's only 3 champs left for IG, the only frontliner being away, not necessarily a Breathe or a Mako to buy all that much space. It looks like here and now they want to go for their first series win.
They're sending 2 teleports in, 1 from Arha and 1 from Cube. It's going to be 5 members strong against just 3 of Invictus Gaming. Jauchi, is he strong enough? Just picks up the Lord Doms. In goes Wei. Pops the Crescent Guard. Monkey able to dodge away from a lot of damage with the Aegis, but Wei already bursted down. Jauchi with the Killer Instinct forward. Gonna flash out of cars, but he goes golden in just the right amount of time. Second Nexus Tower already down. It's just Nia, and Jauchi's still left up. Nexus is now exposed. WE have waited long enough. Will their opportunity finally come? The Nexus will go down. Ball game over. Series over. WE win. Team WE wins.
I'm just speechless. They did it. I wanted them to, but I didn't think they could. They've actually gone and done it. Look at the smiles on their faces, man. They're so back. Oh my god.
Just one fight in the mid lane is all that they needed. And a huge series from Cube up in the top lane. That Pathfinder separated the front from the back.
Yeah.
They take out the 2 tanks on Invictus Gaming side, and there was nothing that those backline carries could do against a full 5 members in Xi'an. The home crowd, I'm sure, is loving it. And for Team WE, they finally get on the board. No longer are they the winless team. And hey, Fools, they got Weibo tomorrow, the team that lost to Invictus Gaming just a couple of days ago.
I mean, what better time for a comeback story than now, man? I mean, I was calling on that 0-6 last year energy, you know. 9 is the 6 upside down. I mean, it's been a pretty upside down split here for WE, but they've gone and done it, and this is, you see it right there. There's a 1 in the win column. Graves, they've gone and done it, man. It's just so beautiful. I'm just so glad. I mean, that's the thing, is every it's so over moment eventually comes with a we are so back. But every we are so back moment doesn't necessarily have to come with an it's so over. So we are so back. I mean, they're literally called we. So what more can I say?
If we have the standings, just want to see the 1 up on the screen, whenever it ends up being ready. Here we go. In its own glory, WE finally have a win. and look, it's 3-19. They're not going to catch Weibo. They're not going to catch IG. But just getting some momentum, going into that eventual best of 5, whether it's LGD, LNG, EDG, whoever, is going to be very important for this team. There you see it. We are excited about this one because it means that everyone in Group Ascend is now having a win in their books. And man, for Team WE, you can hope that this is the start of something even greater than what this best of 3 ended up being.
I'll tell you what, they might just be able to catch Weibo, if you think about it. They're playing them tomorrow.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
We did look at the schedule, and there was some daunting opponents on there, but hey, Weibo is one of them. So, if anything, you can come real darn close if you deliver a performance like Game 1 and 3 was tonight up against Weibo tomorrow.
I love this. I love that we get to start coping for our team WE now, right? We never
I love
were
it,
able to do
man.
this
Of
before.
course, man.
But hey,
Of course.
they just got to win the rest of their series, and they might be 6th place
Hey.
instead of 7th. And who knows? Maybe that means they get a better matchup. They get to play JDG instead of BLG. Hey, they took a game off of JDG, and then they can win that playoff series, go to the finals. They could win Worlds at
They
this
can,
point, right?
and they can win, and there you go. And that's just like that. Just like that. I love it.
Take a look at the damage charts here. About definitely leading the charge, but it really was the top side of the map that dictated a lot of the tempo of the early game, which IG struggled with in terms of handling on the opposite side.
Yeah, and just like game 2, a lot of it came off of an early game kind of clever, cheeky, cheesy angle. You saw the level 1 of them somehow finding this kind of pincer maneuver onto Nya, and unfortunately Nya, in the rookie of himself, he kind of flashed a Pantheon W that wasn't even skilled up yet. I like that play from Monkey there to kind of just gut test him there, to reaction test him to see, is he going to try flashing away? And he doesn't even slow down his clear by leveling up W. He's able to still learn the Pantheon Q to make sure, I mean, maybe, I don't know. But problem is, Nya flashes for no net loss of WE, a complete net gain from that level 1, fully enabling them to get Karis and his pocket pick in the position he needs to be in this Annie versus Akali matchup, carrying the rest of the game off of fights like this.
Yeah, Karis on the Akali, as you mentioned. One of the champions he really found success with last split. Only ended up being 6-6 because of the struggles that WE faced during split number 3. But whenever he locked this one in, he is certain to be a threat. And we absolutely saw that here. This fight was all about though. Look at him go forward with no fear onto Nya and Mako, taking them down for a triple kill. This is what we were unable to see in the backside of things. And conversely, the AD carry on IG side and Jachi unable to find the same play.
Yeah, and I saw it, you saw it. There was a very, very close call there where Jachi is maybe able to reach them and get that triple kill, but he just doesn't have enough damage, enough move speed, enough spells. He isn't able to get there. And then the rest of the fights just kind of look like this. We see some mistakes from Karis and Jachi able to capitalize off the back of them. But in those fights with this team comp, I mean, sure, the catch and out cube here, the Baron power play wasn't so pretty, but all they needed was just to be grouped up in those fights. You know, sometimes when it was the opposite of game 1 where they wanted to be spread out. This game, they wanted to be stacked up for beautiful fights like this, and you called it well. This Pathfinder from Cube off after the Q3 as well disrupts the whole front line, completely sets the fight in their favor, and that was all they needed. The rest of it was just this 5v3, just complete march down the front line of the base.
A great series from Cube, who definitely needed it, right? He's been a point of struggle for this WE roster. He's the most experienced player, or at least one of them, on this WE team. But really, it's been top gaps a lot of the time that they've taken to the Rift here in Group Ascend. But this time, he's able to play these 2 games that they've won very, very nicely, specifically here on the Cassante in Game 3. There's a lot of players you could hand the player of the game over to. I would go either Cube or About.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. I think probably just should be About because of the damage he was dealing, because of those triple kills he did find. And although Cube did look very well, he did have that 1 death in the top lane. That is what it was. But bottom line, really good overall from WE. You can even think about Karis and Monkey and that vigilant pressure they're playing. Even Arha was doing a really good job for himself in the support as well. But, you know, that's going to be it for W. We're going to get to see them tomorrow as well. Let's see if the miracle run can be done. But unfortunately, that's going to have to be it from me in terms of my LPL cast and for the meanwhile, because I'm off over to Korea and over to China myself. Just maybe we might be able to get ourselves in a room with an LPL player and get some of those coffee members an interview. But don't get your hopes up or anything like that. But yeah, I couldn't have asked for a better send-off than the WE's first win.
Hey, you called about a week ago, by the way, in our DMs. We were going back and forth about this series. You're like, I think WE take this one. But yeah, Foles, enjoy the boot camp. Best of luck to you out there in Korea and China. And it's been a blast being with you here on the LPL stream. Final score here for our first series, Team WE2. Invictus Gaming 1 as IG get their first series win of split number 2. We're going to take a short break, unveil the interview, the player of the match, and the game after for this series. But when we come back, we'll have Yanni and Bloxer in to take over for our second series of the day, with Top Esports taking on JDG.
Welcome back to the unofficial LPL English broadcast over here at the LPL English Twitch channel. Yanni and Blocks are taking the baton from Grapes and Foles after they got to cast Team WE's first win of the split. Super happy for them. I no longer get to compare them to Dignitas over here in North America. But Blocks, that's neither here nor there. We have a fantastic matchup on tap for you. The second-seeded Top Esports sitting at 7-3 against the fourth-seeded JDG at 6-3. And this match is going to be proof that either of these teams really belong. Can TES stop their slide? Can JDG continue their hot streak?
Absolutely. Like you said, right, this is a TES that are sat quite a bit above JDG in the standings, but it doesn't really reflect how their current performances have been. Top Esports have had a bit of a weird one. Couple losses, couple wins, right, a little bit back and forth for a while, whereas JDG, real hot streak for them, 5 wins in a row. Now, not necessarily versus the best teams, and the matchups they've got coming up right here for them are incredibly strong matchups, so they are really here to prove themselves, prove that the early game woes they had are really coming back through, and they're going to be in a much better spot towards the end of this split.
And it's crazy to think that a team like this has to prove themselves after what they did in Split 1. You know, ended up going to first stand as the second representative from the LPL. Let's go ahead and take a look at this JDG roster. Not much has changed from the roster. In fact, nothing has changed. We have Xiaoshu, Junjia, Hongkyu, Gala, and Vampire. But I think the biggest changes have come from player form, specifically out of the mid lane. I think Hongkyu has really hit his stride, where we had a lot of questions on... is he going to be able to adjust to the LPL, you know, tougher region? In Split 2, this man has been playing like a man possessed.
Absolutely has been some really impressive performance from him recently, specifically on things he can get a lot of roaming going with, really been enjoying his Aurora, really been enjoying what he's been able to do on the Twisted Fate as well, and just has been all over the map, getting involved everywhere. It's been really, really fun to see, and it's meant that JDG have just been on another level all of a sudden, where in the very early stages of the split, when they were losing a couple of matchups, it felt like it wasn't quite clicking for him fully, although even in their losses he was still looking pretty good, but now in this win streak, he's been incredible.
10-2 in individual games, 5 straight series wins after their loss to NIP on Friday, the 17th of April. They've beaten Weibo Gaming, IG, Team WE, NIP, and then Team WE again. But this is the start of their Hell Week, Bloxer, because they have Top Esports to kick things off today. Then they have BLG on Friday, and then they cap off the week with Anyone's Legend on Sunday. So, I want to ask you, what do you think success looks like for JDG, who are currently in 4th place, currently 6-3, while the 2 teams ahead of them are 7-3, and BLG are at 8-2?
I think in this situation, coming out of here with 2 wins out of this Hell Week would really put them in a great spot. Obviously, 3 is the goal they'll be aiming for. You've also got to remember the last 2 matchups they have are versus Weibo and versus IG, 2 teams that have been representing quite the struggle bus for us recently, and who now also have to be worrying about a WE that seems to be beginning to put things together, looking to be on a little bit of better form. So for JDG, I think coming out with 2 wins would be great. Even just 1 win here would be really helpful versus Top Esports. That would put them level in the overall standings. And obviously, the goal right here for any of these top teams is top 4. As much as you want that first seed, I'm not sure that BLG are going to relinquish that, but getting top 4 would be massive, and winning just a couple of series in the next couple weeks would really do that for them here.
Yeah, you can certainly get there, but it's just a matter of, are you going to be a top 3 team this split, or are you going to be the gatekeepers of the top half? Like you kind of were in Split 1. And again, you know, we saw what they did in the playoffs last time around. You can just smurf in the playoffs and go the distance, and you could find yourself at another international. Let's shift gears a little bit here and look at our other team for today, Top Esports, who has been, again, as advertised, a bit of a bump in the road over the last week or so. It's Zueon, Tien, Cream, Jackie Love, and Feng Yue rounding out that roster. Feng Yue especially had a really good series against Weibo Gaming last time.
Absolutely. He looked really, really good in this most recent series. Although, that being said, right, even in their couple of losses, he was not having such a good time for them. It's specifically in that previous loss that they had versus Weibo, right? They beat Weibo in their most recent series, but they played Weibo just a couple of series ago and had a couple of struggles. Really, the whole team struggled quite badly in that Weibo series, lost 0-2, then lost 0-2 to AL. However, like you said, in these most recent series has been looking really, really good, and it's just meant that this bot lane has really been a bastion of strength for Top Esports, which is great because it's not like the rest of the lanes have been doing badly either. The solo lanes have been popping off. Tian is some people's MVP for the split, and I'm tending to agree in a lot of situations.
Okay.
Him and
I was
Knight are
worried
really
for a second.
the top runners for it, right? And then this bot lane are also playing incredibly well. It's just been awesome to watch.
Yeah, they've been a lot of fun. And again, last week, not so great for them.
Not
They
so
did
great.
play 3 matches in 1 week. And I mean, I kind of expected at least a 2-1, probably a 3-0. Given the fact that AL have also like started to hit their form, kind of understandable they lost that one. But this just goes to show you're never safe against Weibo Gaming
No.
of all teams, right? You are just as likely to lose as you are to win. The
They love to just
landmine
snap and
of
win suddenly.
yeah, the landmine of teams. Honestly, let's be honest with ourselves here. Yeah, so I think that there's a lot of really good matchups to kind of dig into here in this particular match, because there are so many good head-to-heads that we could talk about. You know, the jungle, the mid lane, again, the bot lane, as shown here. Bloxer, were you really aiming at yourself?
I mean, I think there's a couple really interesting lanes we can be talking about. I think that the jungle matchup is going to get a lot of focus for us later on, but to start things off, I mean, this mid lane matchup has got to be incredibly interesting. Cream has been playing pretty dang well throughout the entirety of this split, but I feel like Honkyu needs a lot of praise. We're talking a little bit about him when we're looking at that JDG back and forth, but he has been all over the map, and I love the way that he plays this heavy roaming style, because him and Vampire can go meet up and go get involved in these other lanes a lot, and it's the sort of playstyle that I really enjoy to watch, and that JDG have been finding a lot of success with in this most recent win streak.
I think the most exciting part about this mid lane matchup is those damage per minute numbers. 2 of the largest damage dealers in the league going at it. I believe Cream is number 1. And Honkyu is number 3. So clearly they like their DPS mages. You know, Honkyu has been really good on that Twisted Fate, which is a bit of a deviation from that, but still manages to have such high damage numbers when he played so much Twisted Fate so far is really impressive. That is your matchup to watch. But again, as we stated, there are plenty of matchups across the Rift that are really good here. Honestly, Bloxer, we had a pretty tough time trying to determine what our matchup to watch was going to be, because you could legitimately just pick anywhere for this particular series.
Absolutely. I mean, we can go a little bit through right now, right? This top lane matchup, I think, is going to be fascinating in that there's slightly different playstyles coming through right here. Zhao overall has been a little bit more reserved in his playstyle, hasn't been quite taking it to his opponents as much. That doesn't mean he can't still find these big kills, he can't still find these big moments, but he's really all about those team fights. Whereas Aaron has been really aggressive during his laning phases. Again, when there's so much roaming coming through from your mid and from your bot side of the map on both teams, the top lane does end up getting a little bit more focus than you would otherwise expect. But also, JDG, with how much they've really been playing around these objectives, it means that you have to play around these top laners a little bit more, and it might drag them in, whereas a lot of other teams, I think, have kind of been letting their top laners do their thing. They come down for team fights, it's not so important. We could actually see some explosive matchups in this top lane itself.
Yeah, that's one thing I really liked about Top Esports from the moment that Zwayan came in for this split, is that Tien determined, I'm going to play for a rookie top laner, right? We're going to go in, we're going to go help you out, and things should be okay. And so far, things largely have been okay. When they play for him, he's come up big in a lot of instances. This particular matchup is going to be a little bit difficult. Xiaoshu does have the highest kills per game among top laners in Ascend. Also the highest CS per minute, gold per minute, and gold difference of 15. This guy is smashing his lanes. So Zwayan is going to have to be locked in this particular matchup, because I think it's one of the few times that we could definitively say this top lane matchup could absolutely be a weak point and a point of exposure for Top Esports that gets focused on by JDG. And they're one of the teams that can take a victory out of the top lane and turn into a victory on the map elsewhere.
Absolutely, but I mean, every time you talk about Top Esports, you have to talk about this jungle matchup, and Tian's been so good. He's been the rock for this team for a while, right? He's been at the top of the league for a very long time in terms of junglers, and I feel like this split's been one of his best overall. I think the meta really suits him. He's been loving being able to play on this Jarvan, on this Pantheon, on this Xin Zhao, all 3 of these champions, some of the highest wins that he's been able to grab, and just really aggressive playstyle overall. I really enjoyed the way that, again, meeting up alongside these supports, getting involved in all of these lanes as well. They're not just all focusing on bot lane. I feel like a couple of the teams in the league have really just fallen into just focusing on bot lane, ignoring solo laners. That's not really these squads at all. And it's going to be really interesting coming into the draft phase what the focuses are for both of these teams. I think we're going to get a lot of bans coming out of the mid lanes, a lot of bans coming out of the jungles, and what you're able to pull together from those roles is going to be critical.
Well, I think a lot of what could be taken away by JDG are some of these champions that have been so good for top esports. I think Dia hit the nail on the head in the last time that this team was covered. They said that some of the picks to watch were J4, Ambessa, Lulu, Yunara. Those are all undefeated picks for top esports. Jarvan was the only one that got play in that series, still undefeated. I want to add Seraphine to that list. I think Seraphine's been incredible for Fengyue. 5-1 currently on that champion in this split. So really good stuff coming out of the support here from top esports. But while we did say that Jarvan is a champion to watch for the side of top esports, equally as much for JDG because Junjia has been undefeated on this champion so far this year in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of back and forth between these two teams and their champion pools. Almost everything that one side is good on, the other side likes to play as well. So finding those little differences or little gaps is going to be incredibly important. I mean, even with the Seraphine you're talking about, right? It's not like Vampire hasn't played it. 2 games on it, 2 wins, some pretty good wins as well in matchups versus NIP and WE. So if he can keep rolling with that one, it's going to be really nice to see. I do wonder if we're going to get something like the Akali taken off the board quite early on versus top esports. Nobody really wants to allow Cream to play that one so far, and he has just been incredibly strong on it, but also not tending to be something people are wanting to just instantly blind pick away.
Maybe. All right. So we were talking about the damage coming out of this mid lane, Bloxer. I want to see some more consistent damage mages coming out because these are just what these guys are good at.
Yeah.
Now, Azir has been not a great champion for either of these guys so far in 2026, given the fact that they're combined 6 and 15 on this champion, with Cream having all 6 of those wins.
Yep.
Do we think that maybe, just maybe, JDG think it's time to get Honkyu his first win on an Azir in 2026?
It's either that or they're just going to ban it away, right, and say, hey, there's no point in us really picking this one up. I mean, it's not like the Azir's been particularly good in the LPL in general. It's got one of the lower win rates for one of the most pick-banned champions overall. I think it's set at like a 38% win rate at the moment, so not doing particularly hot, which when you compare it to the other top-end pick champions, those are sat all at 50 to 60% win rate, so it's genuinely doing quite badly overall, which is interesting considering usually when I think of LPL mid lane picks, the Azir ranks pretty high for me.
Yeah, it's certainly a pick that we see a lot. It has never really been a true LPL pick in terms of like, you're going to play this champion and you're going to have a great time.
No.
And, you know, an LPL mid laner is going to be the best Azir in the world.
No.
I don't think we're going to get that. I wonder if we are going to see it as we're into picks and bans here, and already Orianna has to get taken off the table because that champion is just way too damn strong, Bloxer, and it makes me sad because I love Orianna, and I mean, come on, dude, as a play-by-play caster, getting to cast shockwaves, like, oh, it's so good.
It's fun.
I miss
it's fun. Unfortunately, yeah, way too strong at the moment, is just going to get taken off the board. Unlikely to see that unless we get a 3rd game and some interesting draft decisions. I do also like TES just taking away that Seraphine, as we've been talking about, right? Something that's pretty good for both sides right here. We'll see what the final ban is going to be. No real looks on towards the jungle so far, which is interesting. You usually see at least one of the top tier jungle champions taken away, and instead it's just going to be the Annie. So TES pretty wide open in terms of jungle pickups if they just want to lock in the Jarvan or the Jin Zhao, or the Varus has been incredibly strong at the moment and will actually slip through.
I really like this because you get an opportunity to keep this up top if you really want and try to get sway on some advantages against Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu really likes playing some of these melee bruiser champions, and he might just pick them into a Varus, a potential Varus at least anyway, and that's how you can go and negate some of these advantages that he's going to get in the top lane through lane. That being said, this does mean that you are giving over Jarvan to the jungler of JDG, which we mentioned is absolutely just the pick to watch out for. So, especially against the Varus too, you're going to have a hard time escaping that Cataclysm.
Yeah, very much so. The Varus going to have to play pretty far back. Wonder if we're just going to see the poke variant just to give you that little bit of extra move away. For JDG now, you're pretty wide open in terms of what you want to pick. I wonder if they're going to want to move their picks for mid lane a little bit later on and just grab something, yeah, to respond into the bot lane. Wasn't exactly expecting the answer to be the Jhin though. Something that they've played a couple of times, but not that much.
An interesting call here if they elected to go for the J, so you'd have a lot of poke on the side of top esports. If you're getting to the objectives first, if you're able to set your feet, that would be really useful. We'll see what the pick ends up being. Talking a little bit more about this Jhin, everybody has been a little upset at Jhin this year, and I don't know why. I think in good comps where he can work, it's fantastic. We have it as here finally. All right.
There we go. All right.
I don't know, man. 6 and 15 across these two mid laners is all I'm saying.
It's not had the best win rate overall. Still, it should be okay in this situation, right? You can't fully blame the Azir for a lot of those losses. We can't fully blame Cream for playing on this champion not particularly well. And I do like the Azir in this situation where you've got champions that are going to be looking to jump in towards you alongside the Java most likely, something that you can then push away with the Azir or drag back in. And the lock-in alongside this Pantheon means you've got some pretty heavy roaming. You can go get involved in these fights from quite far away. The poke, again, even though it's not quite as strong as the poke would have been alongside the Jace, it's still good with the Azir. Again, if they get to these objectives early, set their feet, they are going to be in a overall decent spot. Whereas JDG, they're looking to just play these fights a lot slower. You want multiple rotations of those 4 shots coming off from Gala. And alongside this Bard, if you can just land a big Tempered Fate, this composition can roll.
A little surprised they didn't opt into the Twisted Fate, mostly because JDG really seems to like to pick that against a global presence like this Pantheon. So we'll have to see if top esports are going to ban it over in the second half, but I do like what JDG have put together here with their first 3 picks. Now, we just need some heavy damage dealers. Maybe one more champion that could apply a captive audience for Jhin, perhaps, to be able to root these guys up.
I mean, there's a lot of potential options right here. Something Crew's been looking to go towards a lot has been the Aurora, although in this kind of composition, that does take you away from being able to just sort of fully lock people down. For JDG, I want aggression, right? As much as you've got a couple of champions that are looking to sit a little bit further back, I think you really need a dive buddy for Junjia to be able to actually make this composition work overall, because the Bard really isn't that. The Bard is also going to have to sit quite back, so you're really looking for that out of the mid lane instead.
Bans in the bot lane for the side of JDG. Bans up at that top lane for top esports. And with that Nefiri ban kind of giving the signal here that that's going to be Varus top. We were largely thinking it would be, but that is usually the pick of choice into it. So we'll see what JDG elected to put together here. We saw the Rise hovered earlier by top esports. Doesn't have the same wide global power as that Pantheon, but certainly has global power nonetheless. It can match the Azir with scaling. It will be the lock in there for Honky.
I like it. I really like it alongside the Bard. Again, you're talking about just wanting to roam around the map, get involved all over, not get out-rotated by Tian right here on the Pantheon. And yeah, as much as the Pantheon can move around the map with a little bit more haste overall, you can bring more people with you right here with the Rise. And I just think overall this composition so far working quite well. It's going to be fish in the barrel once you jump in with that Cataclysm. And so for TES, if they lock this in, yeah, it is officially going to be that Varus into the top lane as you had been expecting. And
oh, okay.
Pike.
We're getting spicy here.
Let's go.
We have a Pike lock in for Funue. Okay.
Okay.
I am so with it, because you know what? Nami is all well and good. You have the great sustain. We are just looking to kill you. And then we have an Olaf on top of it going up to the top lane. Bloxer, we are cooking in this trap.
Yeah, all of a sudden, things are pretty standard, and then everything explodes all at once. We have only seen a single other Pike so far in LPL Split 2. It was played by Moam. It was a loss, as a lot of things are for OMG, unfortunately. And so, let's see if Fungue is going to be able to do a little bit better, because we were talking about him during the pregame. He is one of these major players to watch, somebody that has been really good on these quite aggressive champions, somebody that's been playing pretty decently as well on the Enchanters, but the Pike is super interesting, and I really like it into this Jhin Bard, because what the heck is a Jhin Bard going to do versus you? You've got some real opportunity here to put the hammer down in this bottom lane and make this a real point of contention.
Yeah, you get to match a lot of the roaming that this Bard wants to do too. So you'd be like, yeah, I'll leave my Corki alone against the Jhin. We should have a good time. And I'm going to cut off your Bard advantages off your roams. Not only that, we have a big worry up on this top side too, because I think that Junja is going to be all over this top lane, trying to set Zway on behind, right? And get Xiaoshu ahead on this Olaf. I have a big worry, Bloxer. If you can get ahead up in the top lane and you can take these grubs for the side of JDG, how are you going to stop Xiaoshu?
Send a lot of people and hope you're not losing an objective on the other side of the map. I think is your
people
only...
pray.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really going to be rough. And I love this. I love how telegraphed it was overall that the Varus was going to go topside, because it meant that you could plan for this Olaf.
Summoners Rift for game 1 of this best of 3 series between JDG and Top Esports starts now. Okay, hold on. There's an ignite on Xiaoshu as Feng Yue was up top.
Oh.
They had no idea. It's Sueon getting first blood. Feng Yue already making an impact on this Pike pick.
Okay. I absolutely love that. This is something that I thought we were going to be missing out on a lot during this year, with the game start being that much quicker and not having as much time to set things up level 1, and that's generally been true, but I love Feng Yue just heading straight up to the top lane, and the fact that you immediately pick this kill up is huge. Sueon getting it as well, massive right here, and this is exactly what you kind of expect an Olaf to do. Use this early power into a range matchup, just walk at them, get as much healing through as possible, but I mean, the Bone Skewer, the Ignite, it's all perfect right here. The only thing is you don't actually get a reset off, so this is kind of a shadow lead at the moment. Oh no, he actually does manage to get back to base, get the boots through, so actually he's in a really good spot.
Yeah, those boots are really important in that matchup. I don't play a ton of top lane Bloxer, but when I do, my champion of choice is Varus. Please don't think any less of me, anybody, for playing range top laner. Getting those early boots, especially against
massive
champions that can eat you alive like an Olaf, super, super important. So we'll have to see what Sueon's able to do with that lead, with Jackie Love and Feng Yue being on the back foot early.
Yeah, I mean, this is just an immediately really nice start right here out of TES, and it just takes a lot of pressure early on away from Tian to potentially have to go towards the top side and help out Sueon, who might have been in a pretty bad spot. Instead, he can now just chill, just play his matchup as he wanted to, otherwise working from the bot side up towards the top side of the map as well.
Skewer forces the flash at Agala, the turnaround on a Feng Yue. No root there on the Deadly Flourish, but getting some summoners out is always good.
Yeah, just looking to play as aggressively as possible, and this is exactly what we want to see throughout the entirety of this game. Just how aggressive can you play? Can you just keep this pressure up throughout the entirety of this early game? Because if you are versus an incredibly aggressive Pyke, it's going to make it so much harder to play out this game as JDG want to. They want to unlock Vampire to go roam around the map, but if he's being chased around by a Pyke, or if the bot lane's losing so hard that he can't step away, that's going to make these other lanes for TS that much easier to play out. And then also, if Feng Yue is able to just constantly roam around, get involved, as we saw in the top lane, if he can keep repeating that, you can just lose the pace of the game as JDG very early on, and it can be incredibly hard to regain that.
Junja gonna be a double scuttle jungler here as Tian not really able to do much to match. Had to clear up from bottom to top just to protect Sueon from any potential ganks. You are going to lose a little bit out on that. It is not the end of the world, but it's certainly a bit of a lead for the JDG jungler. We are on level 6 watch for the Pantheon as Feng Yue walks up a little bit too far and into an unwarded brush to use that Phantom Undertow to get away for the moment.
This is the other thing about the Pyke, right? You're just so slippery. It's really hard to actually punish. Yeah, you have to be careful as well.
Listen, they can turn this around. They have no fear right now. The Ignite's onto Junja. It's going to go down meanwhile up in the top lane. Sueon trying to put those boots to good use, but Xiaoshu is the one to drop the axes. Another Bone Skewer with the Phantom Undertow, but they don't have enough mana, enough damage to close out on the kill.
No, Vampire way too healthy right there, was going to be able to step up and body block, and so instead everybody just going to walk away from this mid lane, but that's unfortunate. Even with the boots, not quite able to space it out well enough right there, and yeah, I'm just going to go down in that situation, giving that early kill over, and we'll have a look back at what happens. I can tell you what happens though. Yeah, gets hit by an Undertow and gets walked at.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue is, okay, that flash got you a lot of space, but not enough space.
Nope.
Sueon just getting beat, honestly, up in that top lane. A little bit too big for his britches there. Xiaoshu punishing him is very, very big for this early game and potential turnaround for JDG early.
And you talked about it, right? If you can get a couple of early kills right here onto Xiaoshu, if he can just keep pressure up on this top lane, you're going to be drawing so much attention from TES towards this side of the map. It's going to make playing around these objectives that much harder, and it can really just tilt the way that this game is going to play out. So we need to keep a real close eye on what's happening up towards the top side of the map, as level 6s are beginning to come through. Going to be picked up right here by Honkyu, so he can start looking to threaten onto these other lanes. We've got an Ocean Drake down on the bottom side of the map as well, so a pretty juicy Drake overall for whoever wants to grab it. I mean, particularly for these top lanes, right? That extra little bit of healing through the early game would be really useful in this matchup.
It'll also be useful, a lane gank, as Tien is walking his way in. Xiaoshu is now level 6 to the level 5 of Zueon. Now, you're not going to get much value out of the Varus ultimate because the Ragnarok will be able to just cleanse any CC you have there, so Tien going to poke his head in, not be able to do much. Junja heading down to this bottom side, looks like he will go and pick up this crab, be the first jungler of the game to hit level 6.
He is fully spotted out though, so TES know that this is happening. Tian gonna take his reset, head straight down towards the bottom side of the map. Able to grab the tunneler as well, so these two junglers gonna be in a relatively similar spot if we end up with a skirmish. Having the Scuttle Crab will be pretty useful, and the level 6 obviously going to be the main thing right here. If you want to fight this, you can as JDG.
Alright, Junja over the wall. The ultimate coming out from the chin here. Not gonna land on anybody. Cataclysm hits 3. Health bar starting to drop, and Tien goes down. Jackie-Love doesn't have the damage yet. Anyway, pulls him in, but not able to close out on any kills here. Looks like we're gonna head to the blue buff here and start taking some jungle camps away. JDG playing a good early game.
Yeah, exactly. They're able to just use this pressure, use the fact that you've able to pick up that level 6 earlier on, and the Cataclysm is massive right there. A little bit of a mispositioning out of Gala on that ulti. It does deal a lot of damage in the initial shots, and it gets everybody to back away as TES, but he's able to use all of that through to pick up the kills. Not really mind that overall. Oh, Vampire. Okay.
Very, very nice. Got flash and heal out of Vampire.
I mean, Fungue has been a sniper so far with these Bone Skewers.
Yeah, it hasn't yielded anything except for that top lane first blood. But if he's this locked in for the rest of the game, I'd imagine that we're going to see a couple more opportunities start to crop up throughout. Stragon is still up. We have Grubs coming up in about 40 seconds. With Xiaoshu in the position that he's in, I'd say that JDG should utilize a lot of their leverage up there and go pick up those Grubs.
Yes, I think the Grubs are a really good idea for JDG, and it's something they've actually been having a far higher focus on than the majority of other teams so far in the league. They pick up almost all of the Grubs almost every single game, something they really do like to play around. TES recognizing this, sending quite a lot of members up towards the top side, including Fungue. Just going to be clearing out a little bit of vision right now, getting a little bit of pressure off of his top laner's back. But you can see both supports moving their way up, both mid laners as well, trying to establish a bit of mid lane control. It is going to be grabbed by JDG first though, so they will have that early rotation if they want it.
I think one of the worrying things about this potential fight is Tien's a full level down. It's not something we see very often. Junja has done a really good job early on in this game of just getting ahead of the top esports jungler. Top esports going to poke their head in here, see a couple of low grubs, and no grubs for them. JG will pick up all 3. Could see a look over onto Cream or Tien. Cream going to try to hustle back to his turret as multiple members of JDG start breathing down his neck.
Yeah, I mean, definitely didn't want to get any more involved right there. And JDG, they are able to pick up all 3 of those Grubs. See, still hunting around in the top side of the map. Might potentially be able to steal this one away.
Tempered Fate lands, and here comes Rise as well. It's a 3-man play onto the top esports jungler, and JDG roll.
There we go, we're able to pick that one up nice and quickly, and this is the joy, right, of having this kind of composition where you can just snap engage onto someone. Really good use of the Tempered Fate out of Vampire, and we've been singing the praises of Fungue, but Vampire's also been having a really good split. In this most recent couple of wins that we've been seeing out of JDG, he has been instrumental to a lot of them, and this support matchup is going to be massive because it's all about who's you landing with these Bone Skewers and how big are these Tempered Fates going to be, because if you can Tempered Fate onto the backline and snap and engage off from TES, separate out this composition, it's going to have a really hard time playing this one out.
Hitting every Bone Skewer, but again, we just don't have a whole lot of power behind this top esports composition for the moment. Jackie Love still ways away from hitting his first item of spike. We're going to see a Pantheon ult coming in looking for Honku. It's a beautiful combo by Top Esports, but they could have bit off a little bit more than they could chew. Cataclysm goes down, so does Cream, and now it's Tien locked in the cage. Feng Yue trying to do what he can, but Tien is low and Tien is dead. It's Junjia getting a double kill. He might look for a little bit more. Vampire trying to run him down, but Feng Yue will dip into the water, desperately trying to escape. Vampire looking to run him down. Phantom Undertow will get him out, but it is more kills for JDG.
Yeah, both mid laners are going to fall, but a couple of extra kills coming through out of JDG. And we'll have a look back at this initial bit of engage, because it's a really, really nice snap engage right here, just about tagging him on the very, very corner with that Emperor's Divide. Unfortunately, though, Jarvan just be like this. Jarvan at this point in the game with a couple of components in inventory just does so much, and some really good flashes coming through as well to dodge out onto a lot of the extra damage. There's no way the Pyke was going to die in the end of that play. Feng Yue way too slippery on this champion, but still a great re-engage coming through out of JDG.
Top Esports is keeping JDG's interest right now, so the Dragon has not been started yet. We're 11 minutes into the game. I think Top Esports, it's kind of hard. I think that they scale a little bit harder. I just tend to prefer Azir over Ryze just because of the sheer range that you're going to have. So I think the longer this goes, the better it is for Top Esports. But they're certainly not in a great spot right now, especially in this jungle position. Tien has struggled. Junjia has done the most right now.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you are able to keep your top lane in a really strong spot from JDG, you're fine as we get into the later stages. But you are right, overall TES are going to be a very good spot, and things definitely have been delayed. JDG will finally go ahead and pick themselves up this initial Drake a lot later than you would usually expect that first Drake to go on over, and still, they've only got about a 1.5k gold lead. They had that a while ago. They haven't really been able to expand it out too much further. A lot of that is coming through the fact that top lane, you've just got some much easier farming coming on through for the Varus in this matchup. But things being stolen away right here by JDG, and they could potentially look for a dive onto the bot lane. Jackie Love is alone, no real support around him. Instead, everybody just going to back off, not entirely aware of where the members of TES are.
We're aware of where Feng Yue is. He's clearing out a ward right now. He's hit level 6 just a couple of moments ago. It's almost a full level behind Vampire, and unfortunately, death from below doesn't do all that much when you're not able to get them really low enough to convert on some of these kills. We'll see if that extra damage coming out of the support role will be enough to help Top Esports as they head into this mid-game. The good news for Top Esports here, Bloxer, is that they have the secret weapon, which is Jackie Love Trinity Force, which should be coming along soon. Trinity Force, such a nice early item spike.
Yeah, absolutely it is. Ooh, potential dive happening top lane.
We're sending multiple members over. Here's the curtain call. Zweon's going to be in a little bit of trouble here. Does have his ultimate. Going to turn off the turret. He's going to flash away. But Gala's able to get the job done with that fourth and final shot. Root is going to come onto Feng Yue as well. Junjia looking to run this man down. Your Bone Skewer does not matter because Junjia is a 4-0-1.
Junjia looking to put the team on his back right now, all hunting onto Cream as well. If he jumps over this wall, he's dead. If he doesn't jump over this wall, he's probably dead too.
They're going to try to turn around into Honku, but he walks away. A little too late to save the JDG mid laner, but just in time to maybe find another double kill here. The flag and drag. Vampire was able to flash away. Tien getting lower. Will they elect to dive this?
Oh!
Oh, the flag gets the kill. It's the second time that's happened in this game
Junjia.
for Junjia. And he's just a one-man army.
Yeah, he is. I mean, at this point, right, this guy is so incredibly strong. It just gives you so much during these long, extended fights, in these 1v1s, in these multi-man skirmishes. This initial dive is just really well executed. There's very little in this situation you can actually do. Azura, you are just going to get taken down. The force shot doesn't quite do it, although just about going to spawn out that flower.
Deathfire touch.
Yeah, it was always going to be a kill in this situation. And now, this is just ridiculous amounts of damage. He just pokes him to death. Like, there's nothing that you can do in that situation as Fungue. This is weird from Cream. I'm not entirely sure why Cream decides to step up towards the top side of the jungle, having just watched his top laner and his support die 2 players in the top side of the map. It really does just bait these members in way too far.
Round 2 in the top lane, hang on. Oh my goodness, they lock this man up. It's another great tempered fate from Vampire. And Honkyu gets his first of the game.
Absolutely pixel perfect right there. Hang on, bot lane.
Oh my god, the 2v1. Oh no, Xiaoshu getting kill number 2. And this is a damn disaster for Top Esports 15 minutes into this game. They're down 5,000 gold. We wondered this was going to be the litmus test for JDG.
Yes.
This first game to determine whether or not they do belong in the top triumvirate of the LPL, and right now they're making Top Esports look like they're the ones who don't.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, really nice right here in that play. Alizos who just Ragnarok and run at somebody, and there's very, very little that you can actually do. This is one of the things we were talking about, right? Between the Corki, the Azir, and this Varus, nobody can really get away from you if you just turn around and start sprinting at them as Xiaoshu. And if he's able to just keep this up, now that he's got the Stride Breaker as well, makes it even harder to escape him. He's going to be a real menace for this team. 6,000 gold leads right here for JDG, and they're just going to keep rolling. I mean, Zero's just dead.
They're feeling themselves too. Honkyu with a nice sidestep. Didn't even need the ghost for that. All right, we're looking to force here, but I don't know if that's what you want. Tiana's now been stunned up, which means you could just go back in if they want. Honkyu going to stay on the outskirts and then walk into the Realm Warp and slip out of the wanting hands of Top Esports. 16 minutes in Bloxer. This game is an absolute rout.
It really is. I mean, for TES to get back into this one, it is going to take some massive turn around of form. And there's a couple players you can maybe look towards, right? 700 shut down onto Junja, so if you can get him down, that's a decent injection of gold. But onto who at this point, right? It's not like the top lane's been working out. This Azir, this Corki, well, either of those picking it up would be decent. I think you really just need to be focusing on Cream at this point. He's going to be the one to be able to carry you on through this. But right now, TES, they're barely even able to step up towards any of these objectives. Tian's just in the top side taking away some Krugs, and Jackie Love's just going to get run down.
He's just dead. You just get eaten alive. He gets rooted up. There's going to be a curtain call. That's curtains on Jackie Love. Vampire will not be able to escape the clutches of Fungue, but Fungue will not be able to escape the clutches of JDG as he dies on the backside. It's another kill going over to Gala. 14 kills to 4, a 7,000 gold lead, Bloxer. A potential playoff preview match that is just not close.
No, not at all. And this is a JDG who are fighting to get into these top 4 spots, who want to put themselves above just being the gatekeeper of the top 4, as you put it, but instead compete for these top couple of spots, get themselves better matchups once we get into the playoffs as well. And so far, looking so good. Remember, they've got themselves an incredibly tough schedule coming up in the next couple of games. This was the beginning of that. Then they got BLG, then they got AL. So far, though, looking really strong.
No doubt about it. You even get to go the Mosquito build as Jin this game and not have to worry about it. Potential side lane play onto Cream here. Fungue is a little ways away from his mid laner. Will be able to slide out, but now Vampire will continue to chase the slow up Cream. Here comes Honkyu, teleport coming in from Zweon, but Cream is down to half HP and JDG are able to escape.
I mean, yeah, and you're just blowing this teleport right here as well without it really gaining you too much. You've now got basically everybody up on the top side of the map. Mid lane control going to be established as well by Gala. And you're just in such a strong position. This is the sort of spot where JDG would love to have a Baron to go to turn towards. Still, only 18.5 minutes into this game. They're going to have to settle for just keeping the pressure up high, waiting a little bit. 1.5 minutes until the Baron spawns. 3.5 minutes until our 3rd dragon of the game. The pace of this one has been incredibly slow when it comes to the objectives.
Yeah, and that's not even benefiting Top Esports at this current time because they are just so far away from their second items on everybody right now compared to what you see over on the side of JDG. Multiple members with completed, 2 completed items, I should say. Honkyu is getting very close to that 10-stack Rod of Ages. Rift Herald is going to get dropped here on the bottom side. We're going to drive it in without any minions. So we're going to get a good amount of damage down, enough to actually take down the turret. And of course, Cream's flash. He was just up a little too far.
Okay, how's your driving? How is your driving right here, Junja? Making it good so far.
He's going to turn the corner.
Oh, he's going to manage it.
Goodness. Oh,
and
he saw there
gives
was...
up.
Oh, hold on. Okay. It could have been a little bit better. He saw that there were multiple members there and nobody was backing him up, so he decided to take a left instead of a right.
I think it's still better to just hit the tower there. Like, he still has to flag and drag away. He still has the flash available. I think you just drive it into the tower in that situation. Still, the driving skills themselves were good. He didn't crash into anything. He will keep his license for today.
Well, he did crash into the wall.
Well, he meant to. He only crashed into the wall he meant to, right? You can't blame somebody for hitting the wall they intended to hit.
Oh, good driver never misses their exit.
Exactly. Exactly. See, you understand.
Of course I do. I live in New Jersey. I have to understand. When you talk about dangerous places to drive, you talk about New Jersey and Florida.
Yep. There's very little else I know about New Jersey other than your drivers are bad.
Our drivers are really good. Hang on. Whoa. Hold that thought for another moment. I'm gotta get a lick back at you. As Top Esports were trying to get a lick at JDG, and yeah, you're not coming away with anything good there.
No.
As here comes our Olaf to run over everybody. He gets run over himself, but does enough damage to make JDG clean things up very easily. 17 kills to 5, a near 9,000 gold lead, a flash root onto Cream. He'll slide away, but he will not survive because this turret will go down. Vampire picks this one up. He will live. He lived. Zwayan's auto attack was not enough, and JDG have a 10,000 gold lead.
And we asked in the battle of these supports which one was going to be able to step up. We highlighted Fungue, but it has instead been Vampire styling on people. So nice. Every single time with these ultis, the Tempest fights have been brilliant, and that entire team fight was great. A little bit over-aggressive, potentially, from Xiaoxu, just flashing into the backline and trying to deal his damage, but it freezes the enemies for just long enough that the whole team is able to turn it back around and make this fight work. And watch Vampire throughout this one. Every single stunner against the wall is beautiful, just taking every bit of damage that he can for his team whilst keeping them in it. And I really like the flash forward at the end out of Honky to just pick up that extra couple of kills.
Yep. Gala, the flanking Jin, by the way, is not perturbed. Fungue had a lot of health, and then he didn't.
Nope. But I mean, this is the way of the game so far, right? 10,000 gold advantage for JDG.
That's so disturbing. Like, as a support player, I look at that, I'm like, Take a look at the live graph. They're giving Top Esports a 12% chance to win, which I think is very generous.
Yes, I would agree. 10,000 gold, nearly 11,000 gold.
Like I said earlier, the Azir scaling, you can get there. I don't know if you're going to get there, but you could.
Yeah.
It's not looking too good though, Bloxer.
If we've got another 25 minutes in this game, I mean, sure. Even with the slow pace of the Dragons, though, it's only 5 minutes until we're going to end up with the next Drake will be Soul for JDG if they're able to pick it up. Obviously, right now, the Baron going to be the main focus. Full resets coming on through from the side of JDG, so they're going to have to sprint back out towards the Baron, reset all of their vision as Fungue was at least given a couple of seconds to step up and grab himself a little bit. Still, we talked during the draft phase about how much TES wanted to play around their poke potentially, and that just has not been able to happen. In no way has that been able to come through because JDG are just running over their opponents. They're playing with such a high tempo that TES have not been able to get themselves set in any situation. They haven't been able to use this Pantheon to get involved onto side lanes or to get picks going through. Instead, they're just being run over by their opponents time and time again.
Yeah, you shut down Tien, and the team does not function nearly as well. He has been the lifeblood of the squad, a big reason why we think he is, going to contend for MVP of the league. Certainly not an MVP-like performance. That's Junja, who is 8-0-9 right now. I mean, this is a Jarvan performance for the ages. You know how Jarvan will rack up a ton of assists just because I put my Demacian standard down and give everybody attack speed? No, he has been so active, and I'm excited to see him get active again in one more fight here. Another knockup onto Tien, and he just gets chunked away. Curtain call coming out here. Doesn't look like it'll result in any kills, but will poke away Top Esports for the moment. Baron going to get started up by JDG. Cream got a tier 1 turret in the bot lane.
Yeah,
All right.
that's something. I mean, at this point, right, you're really not going to be able to win onto this team fight. Instead, it makes sense, just establish some bot lane push, establish some mid lane push, stop these Baron minions from pouring into your base quite as quickly. Still, the Baron does go over to JDG, and they're going to take a reset as well. Up by nearly 12,000 gold at this point, Yanni. I mean, this is going to be a mountain to overcome for TES if they want to get back into this one.
Congratulations to Junja for getting his 1,000th assist in the LPL. Seems like a pretty small number. You know, had a lot of times on some youth teams over on EDG. Had a couple of sparing opportunities to start in the LPL. Moved over to LCP, played on CFO. Had that great year in 2025, and the rest has been history as he's found his way back to the LPL. He's putting on a banner performance here. He's looking to help JDG carry themselves to a 6th straight match.
In this situation, I mean, TES, they've really got it cut out for them if they want to get back towards this game. Because right now, you can just play this 4-1 style. Just constantly send Xiaoshu down towards the bottom side of the map. We've already seen in this game what happens when you only send 2 people to try to deal with him. Right now, Cream is doing his absolute best to be able to clean up all of these minions, but it's allowing this push to come through into the mid lane. Teleport coming in as well. Johan desperately trying to rejoin his team after getting a push going in the top lane. But still, these Baron empowered minions are going to keep pouring on in. Some cannon minions on the way in as well, and things are just going to keep getting tougher and tougher.
Well, JDG is going to have to make a mistake. Top Esports is going to have to capitalize, and it's going to have to happen a couple of other times. The problem is, they played pretty mistake-free gameplay, maybe a little too deep here. Junja will be able to flash out, and Gala will be able to claim the kill. Now Fengyue getting a lot of stuns out, trying to do whatever he can to help his team, but there is no hope for Top Esports as JDG get a clean ace and will take game 1 over Top Esports in convincing fashion.
Only 26 minutes right here for JDG to dismantle TES, and it's all off the back of the jungler and the support having massive performances.
Yeah, this was not close, Bloxer. I mean, what a game by JDG. Just out of the gate, aggressive, blitzing down Top Esports. And I mean, from the moment that you saw that Junja was a double scuttle jungler, you knew for a second, that's strange. Tien typically is able to do that or be in the face of his jungle opponent, and not so in this game.
Yeah, that was a very brief window of excitement very early on in this game where Fengyue is able to get up into the top lane, pick up that initial kill for Xuan. And then that was it. There was basically nothing else that really went the way of Top Esports. And, you know, as we were saying, right, we came into today saying this is a real big matchup for JDG to show us where they actually are in the standings. Can they compete with these top dogs? Can they show us something really exciting going on forwards in this split? If they play a second game like this, the answer is absolutely yes. If I'm a BLG or an AL, I'm dead scared of playing up against a JDG that is on fire at the moment.
Well, they'll always show us something exciting, Bloxer, because whenever you get top A drafts, it's always a good time. And listen, Top Esports, they wisely prepared for the top lane. They said, okay, we're going to go ban this Nefiri. Like, this is the natural predator of the Varus top. And then Tabe said, hang on, we got another one for you. And then goes and pulls out that Olaf for Xiaoshu. And, you know, obviously we saw what happened at level 1. But from then on, he was able to get a solo kill himself, turn that matchup, which was supposed to be a huge favorable matchup for Top Esports. And then things just kind of fell apart elsewhere from there. When you're losing that one matchup that you're like, yes, we should definitively win this one, not a great confidence builder for the rest of the team. Makes it easy on Junja to move around and say, okay, I can leave top lane alone. I'll focus my efforts elsewhere. And those fruits were rewarded. And a really fantastic game out of him and the rest of JDG. Bloxer, what's Top Esports got to do to right their wrongs from game 1?
Ooh, boy, what don't they have to do in this situation? I think what they're going to need is a composition that can play a little bit more early on, because the way that JDG like to win their games is they just overtake their opponents early on, and they never let it go. They love to be aggressive alongside these objectives as well, picking up Heralds and Drakes and the Grubs at a very high rate, higher clip than almost any other team. If they can keep doing that, it's going to be really hard to win versus them. So for TES, something you can actually play around really early on, but they kind of had that in the Pantheon right here, and it didn't end up working out for them. So I think you're just going to have to, again, try to look at your very, very early game, not get double scuttled, and then give yourself some lanes you can actually really try to gank around, because in this situation, it kind of felt like Tian was homeless. He didn't really have somewhere to go and try to play around, where Jujia, he could get into every single lane and have an impact.
I don't know if you saw the actual damage numbers there, Bloxer, but when your jungler is leading the way in the game for damage, tied with Cream, with I think 17.7k, when your jungler is dealing that much damage in a game, generally speaking, you are going to win. 26 minutes in, 17.7k? That's crazy talk. That never happens.
Insane levels of damage.
I don't think we have to talk about MVP too much, so, you know, I think it's going to go to Junja. Now, I want to talk about what we saw elsewhere at the JDG. Are we sure that's Vampire? Are we sure that wasn't Carrier? Some of those bar ultimates were so good.
Yeah, exactly. I agree that we're probably going to end up seeing Junji pick up this MVP because he did have an incredible performance, but Vampire cannot be underrated in this game. He was incredible. Those Tempered Fates were awesome, and those are the big flashy plays that you end up with a bod, but he was just clutch constantly, on the aggressive, on the defensive, putting down the portals, getting involved. He was dealing shocking amounts of damage during the early game too, just taking the bod to the opponents, and you can very, very easily get out-roamed by a Pyke. Obviously, Bod, again, one of the highest roaming champions, but he never was outpaced. He was always getting involved, always disrupting whatever it was that Funkyue wanted to do. I would be very happy, and if I had a vote, I would be voting for Vampire as my MVP of this game. He was excellent on the Bod.
I listen, I don't know if I can say that definitively. What I can say is that he played a damn good game, and if his jungler didn't play so well, it would be his. Unfortunately, he suffering from success.
Yeah, exactly. What joy is to have multiple people who you can argue over MVP for, right? Not just getting carried by one, but showing that you've got multiple lanes to play. Backed everything up as he needed to. He was pretty quiet during the early game. As soon as he got himself just a couple items to try to play around, stepping up really well. I enjoyed how Honky was playing. I thought that Xiaoju as well. As much as he was a little bit over-aggressive in situations, you're playing the Olaf, that's okay. I don't mind if you want to play really aggressively, and he was just absorbing so much map pressure, stopping top esports from getting back into the game.
Yeah, you can see it had a huge impact in some of these fights with his flanks. And of course, we get another cinematic shot of Jin coming through. Gala, you know, a guy who has been pretty maligned in this split too. He has not really played up to his standards. And you know what? He probably turned out one of the best Jin games of the year, right? It wasn't anything super remarkable. It's just how tough it's been to win on this champion sometimes. Did everything that was asked of him, as you mentioned a couple of moments ago. Definitely not a star-studded performance by a star-studded AD carry, but when you can get off a Jin flank like that in that replay, you know your team is having a great time.
There's nothing more that you really need to do as the Jin in this situation, right? If you don't have to carry the entire game as a Jin, that's a good thing. Jin is one of the best champions for just giving you that support from long range. Pop the ulti, right? Constantly putting that fourth shot through and just having enough time to get multiple rotations of your spells off. Wonderful. You are a very happy Jin in that situation, not having to flash forwards and pick up kills and make it all happen yourself. This is a good thing overall for the team. Over on the other side, this is another loss right here for the Azir, and boy, this champion just is not doing it at the moment.
Put it on the shelf. It's time.
Yeah.
It's time to just
move on.
Not right now. Not right now. We'll work on it in practice. We'll work on it in scrims.
Yep.
Just not right now. This champion is not a great selection for either of these teams. Definitely was not a great selection in this particular game. Just doesn't work with what TN wants to do as a jungler. I think that's why they struggle on a run.
Yeah, I mean, in this situation, right, you kind of want to just sit back and absorb pressure as the Azir. Cool. As a Pantheon, you want to get involved and find gank angles and go play aggressively, and he just was not allowed to come through. As you said, right, Ginger was always going to win this MVP, and it is well-deserved. He played incredibly well right here. And, I mean, we have been talking a lot, right, about MVP voting and how much we care about who was probably going to pick up the MVP. Tian got styled on in this game by Junjia.
Yeah, it was... I don't know what more to call it. A drubbing, a slogging, whatever you would call it. It was absolute domination by the JDG jungler. Top Esports going to have to go back to the drawing board and try to figure something out to force a Game 3. We're going to go ahead and take a short break, and when we return, it'll be the Game 2 draft between JDG and Top Esports. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast here on the LPL English Twitch channel as JDG stomped Top Esports into the dirt. This game was not close. It was not close at all. Once we saw that Junjia was a double scuttle jungler, it was over from there. Took over on this Jarvan that we said was going to be a big power pick for either of these teams. I really can't believe that Top Esports gave it away. And it is so hard to just blind Jarvan because you always have escape tools on the other side. But, man, we got to go. I hope Top Esports figured something out to make this a competitive series because they have not gone to a Game 3 at all yet in this.
No, they have either won or they've lost, right? They are very much an all of one or all of the other kind of team, and they really need to step up in this one because they got dismantled, as you said, right? Junjia had an MVP level game, not just MVP in this series level game, but he had an overall MVP level game. If he can keep replicating this kind of performance, he's going to get himself into that conversation as a bit of a late stage top level jungler. I really, really like that for him. So as we jump on in, a couple of the biggest champions, like we said, off of the board, and really not surprised to be seeing things like the Orianna and the Seraphine taken away. I wonder if we're going to end up seeing the Nico taken off of the board too, because that's something when we're talking about how well JDG were playing. Vampire was awesome. His best two champions very easily, the Bard and that Nico.
Yep. See what the move is. I think that's a big reason why that Nocturne was banned out. Nocturne Nico is such a disgusting combo to deal with. That could be Top Esports just saying, hey, we will deal with the poke that the Nico brings out in lane. We'll deal with the pop blossoms. As long as we can see it, we do not really care. See what this final ban is going to be. We'll see if they go back to the well of the Annie ban that JDG had in the first game. They're going to opt to knock anything else out. It's going to be this Kali this time around. Top Esports going to have the first pick once again for this game.
And they've got plenty available to them at this point. I mean, in terms of top-end picks, the Annie is something that a lot of teams would be going towards. Now, it's not usually a blind pick. It's usually something you take as a little bit more of a counter, but it is something Cream has been very good on, so I wouldn't be majorly surprised if they do end up locking this one in. In terms of junglers available, the Vi is one of the better ones still up on the board. You do still have things though, like the Xin Zhao, like the Nocturne, so a lot of options to respond right here for JDG.
It's a good takeaway from Junjia as well. So we'll see what JDG wants to do. An Ezreal lock-in just makes the most sense to be able to stay away from Vi as much as possible. Do wonder if this gives us the idea that JDG for their mid lane might also pick something a little bit more slippery like an Ahri. Instead, maybe they just play, all right, if you want to jump on top of me, I'll drop a bear on you.
Yep, okay, just going to lock this one in. So this kind of shapes the mid lane matchup a lot of picks you don't really want to be taking into this one. Just can absorb so much pressure. Any of these push and roam champions that you usually want to be taking really aren't going to work in this situation. So instead you want to take the fight to the Annie right now. Hovering on towards the Aurora, a pick that we've been seeing a lot of recently. Really high priority. It's a pretty big win rate as well. Although again, with a Vi, Aurora, you are locking yourselves into a very aggressive teamfight style composition where you need to be finding early picks, you need to be playing aggressively, and there's no real other way to play the game. Instead, moving on towards the Jace gives you that extra level of poke. You can play this teamfight out a little bit slower now rather than with that Aurora.
I feel like I've seen this in Arcane somewhere.
Yeah.
So
can still take
that's
it.
that lock-in coming in. That should go over to Zoyan. Now, this does mean that the Yorick could be on the table for JDG. Yorick typically does quite well. Listen, typically does. Ahri lock-in gonna come through for Cream. I think this does mean that the two-man game of Tien and Cream is gonna be a lot stronger in this game.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a situation where you can now just play together. This is your entire game plan right here as TES, is to roam around, get those early picks off before your full composition comes online, and then once you get into these team fights, again, it's all about that pick to start off a team fight, then play out the rest of the game. Still, the Ahri a little bit less able to just roam around the map into the Annie. The Annie's able to absorb that push very easily. And right now, I really like what JDG are picking up for themselves. The Scion going to be locked in for the top side for Xiaoshu. Just absorbs the pressure right here out of the Jace. You're not too worried about that. And they are all going to be about this team fight. Front to back team fighting, the name of the game right here for JDG.
And the fact that Scion can kind of split up Top Esports a little bit in team fights is really useful. I mean, given the fact that you do have an RE, if your ultimate is not burned yet, you can kind of get to either side of the fight as need be, but if that Scion comes in with that ultimate, splits you up, you are in so much trouble. Second half of bans, we are banning out this Neferi once again. Very afraid of this coming out of the jungle this time around.
Yeah,
Well, we'll see what the rest of the bans are going to be. JDG just kind of sticking with what worked last time, getting rid of that Lucian.
Yeah, it's just going to focus on towards this bot lane a little bit more, you would have to imagine. In terms of the jungle pool, I don't think you want to be pinching the jungle pool out anymore. No, they are just going to ban away the Lulu as well. So a lot of these top tier champions that you really would want to be playing around on this bottom side of the map are just going to be taken away. In terms of things still remaining, the Ashe, if you want to go all in for that pick potential, add an Enchanted Crystal Arrow in, add the Hawk Shot in as well to be able to spot out opponents to then go and hunt down as Tien and Cream. That could potentially be quite fun, although a lot of the best pairings alongside the Ashe have gone away. There are still plenty of the engaged supports available if you just want to do that pairing.
Yeah, not a bad option for really either of these guys down in the support role. We'll see what the move is. I think a Nautilus could do a lot of work on either side, just because you have your point and click ultimate. Kind of use that to maybe lock down Gala if you want.
Yes.
You're going to go with a double poke here for JDG. No real surprise. We talked about it earlier. It's Vampire on one of his best champions.
Absolutely. I mean, in terms of looking at what you've got left available, Vampire on this champion is massive, and you still just want to play these front-to-back teamfights exactly how a Nico is, and this can give you that extra bit of engage. You've now got Annie flashing in for an engaged Scion, just doing Scion things, and also those Pop Blossoms around the side, and it means whatever bot lane you're picking up right here as TES needs to either be very safe or very, very aggressive. Going to lock themselves in the Alistair right now, so probably looking more towards that overall safety look, something that can sit a little bit further back. Tristana would be very fascinating. I would not like that in this situation. I think
I'd actually love it.
You like it here? Okay, explain.
I like it. I like it for the lane a lot. I think that you can kind of curb stomp some of these squishier support champions. I think that this makes a little bit more sense for outside of the lane, the Misfortune lock-in. Because I think outside of the lane, it might be a little difficult to play at times, but this Misfortune should be okay. Not going to be under too much threat. And this is a big problem for JDG because Fengwei is going to be able to just headbutt you out and say, okay, cool, man. Like, I'll headbutt out Vampire. You need to find other engage elsewhere. Could it be this Wukong to pair up with the Annie? It is one of the more popular pairings. So a little bit of trickery, perhaps, could be put down by the support and juggler of JDG to kind of fool the young support and Fengwei and try to get either of these champions to have impactful ults in the middle of these fights, Bloxer.
I really like it. I really like this composition overall out of JDG. They've got a couple different lanes that they can potentially look to play around, but more than that, they're kind of looking to just chill through the early game, get to these skirmishes, and that's where your power is really going to be. That being said, TES, they've also got themselves a couple different playstyles that they can look towards. They can look for more poke to begin these team fights off, then look to potentially try to find a pick. I do worry a little bit about JackeyLove in this game. I know that it's slightly better overall for these team fights, and maybe there wasn't so much threat on it when it was locked in, but now you've got a Wukong available to you. That can get into the backline and disrupt pretty easily. Same thing for Vampire. I do think it's going to be quite tricky in this game for JackeyLove really to be able to sit and find that big bullet time that he's going to need for these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, the Tristana Buster Shot could have been really good too, you know? It's another good option why that would have been a pretty decent selection, but they stick with the Misfortune. They opt in for that damage. It's going to be all up to JackeyLove to keep himself safe. Go back and you don't even need to get a full bullet times. Partial bullet times should be able to get the job done against this team. Bloxer, I am looking for this two-man game of Tien and Cream to go and make the impact and win big and help translate that to the map elsewhere. And for JDG, I'm looking for them to hit level 6 and say, okay, we are going to fight around every single objective. We are going to force fights with our big ultimates, and that's how we're going to win the game. Game 2 of this best of 3 between these two squads starts now. Name a more iconic duo.
The mic.
Name a more iconic duo, JDG and JDG man Jyo Chance.
Yep. He has eaten the microphone. I mean, it is.
You should just give it to him the entire thing. Just be like, nope, it's just you, bro. Like, go get it.
Yep, I mean, I love the passion between these two fan bases right here. For good reason, teams that have been doing very well recently. JDG on more of an upswing, though. They had a bit of a weird 2025. So far, 2026 been looking a lot better, and the win streak, obviously, really nice at the moment, as you're gonna pop up in the mid lane. Cream Obviously not really expecting too much to go on right here, as he is just going to be able to steal away that initial set of chickens and head back into his own jungle.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Do whatever you can to speed bump this Vi. You had winning lanes, but when you send the top laner in to come help you out and secure these, there's just nothing you can do to actually stop that. I don't think you want to invest the time in your other laners to go and try to help you out. So keeping that Vi off 6 right away is going to be a pretty big deal for this game, because we said that's how Top Esports is going to make their salt. JackeyLove is still level 1. JackeyLove has the cleanse. The flash is there. The auto is not enough. He will survive,
Okay.
but at what cost?
And this is the thing, right? This is exactly why I was very excited when we saw this lock-in of the Nico for Vampire. One of his best champions, obviously, but also alongside this Ezreal. This is a bully lane. And until you get that level 2, level 3 coming through out of Hongyu, he's also really, really weak right now. He's so close to death as well. Look at all of the XP you're missing as JackeyLove. This is going to be a miserable early game. And we'll see if it's going to draw jungle attention down to the bottom side. Tian is looking to go down here, but he knows he's not going to find any real camps. Now, instead, he's just looking to potentially try to find a bit of a flank, but you can see what he can see, which is absolutely nothing on the map, and instead, he's just going to go have to take a reset through as well. JackeyLove coming back from base with nothing. He wasn't able to spend a single gold.
I mean, this is just a weird series. But Tian just looks so lost in the early goings here. I mean, Junjia has done a really fantastic job of just anticipating where Tian is going to go and being on top of him every single time. He's going to be able to pick up this top scuttle. There's nothing that'll stop him from taking this bottom scuttle if he wants it.
Nope. And this is really unfortunate when you're playing the Vi, because you want to be proactive. You want to be as aggressive as possible, because you're going to fall off. You're not going to be anywhere near as useful during a team fight as a Wukong can potentially be. So it's all about making these early plays, getting as much done as possible, and he's just been kind of slow with it. I think you're right. He feels lost during the early pathing. Now, of course, we're only 3 and a bit minutes into this first game, so he should be able to pull this one back if we know anything about Tian, right? He's one of the best junglers that we've had in the LPL for a while. But right now, it's very slow, and yeah, he is just going to get double scuttled once again.
The good news for JackeyLove down here, he's level 4 compared to the level 3 of everybody else. The bad news is he lost the cannon and is down about a kill's worth of gold right now, which is not where you want to be. Cream is a little low. Hongyu only just hit level 5, so no ultimate going to be had for him shortly. It's Junjia maybe looking to worm his way in. Tian is going to walk up, get a ward down. It looks like the bottom crab will go to Top Esports, so
Yep.
not all is lost. Things can be recovered.
No, exactly. In this situation as Junior, you don't really have that push coming through in the mid lane to potentially play around, and Fongue has got a good little bit of roam off and buys that bit of space for his mid laner, for his jungler to be able to step up and grab what they need to. Reset going to come through from Cream as well. But still, throughout the early stages of this game, you're pretty happy with what JDG have been able to do for themselves, and this is a composition, right, where they're just looking to get to level 6 to then be aggressive, get as much going at level 6 as possible, and just run at their opponents, really.
First dragon of the game has spawned, and this time around, if you're JDG, like we just mentioned, like you just got done pointing out, let's wait a little bit. Let's wait till we hit level 6, and then we'll try to sucker Top Esports into a fight, shall we? Yeah. And that's how you're going to go and really extend this early lead that you put out. It's a 600 gold lead. Top lane, not doing so hot, but it is ranged into melee. But this bottom lane is where you're getting so much work. You have near 20 CS lead to this point.
Oh.
Timber's going to get dropped on the head of Cream. Should take him down to about half HP.
Yeah, nothing too much going to come through right there. Just
Okay.
get aggressive. Oh,
Flash headbutt, pulverize. They're going to try to land a stun on the Vampire. They do. What a play by the Top Esports support. It's first blood for JackeyLove, and now he's getting into a fight with Gala. One for the ages, but they will walk away and take a kill apiece.
there we go. I mean, as much as I really do like the aggression coming through out of TS's bot lane, and I like the way that Fongue plays this one out with the flash, with the headbutt, it still ends up getting traded back because Gala's just in a good spot to be able to keep stepping up. Wasn't really taking any damage at that point, and now he can just keep pushing on through this lane, and it doesn't really give you that extra oomph that you were really hoping for out of JackeyLove. Both bot laners picking themselves up kills.
And now with the pressure in this mid lane, Junjia gets to go over and take the blue buff away from Tian.
I mean, look at the vision.
This is going to keep Tian off of level 6 if he can go pick this up. Tian is going to come over the wall.
Smite fight.
Does see this is getting done. Who's going to get it? It is Junjie. He is now level 6. Thought he might want to turn there. We will not do so. Instead, we will just keep Tian off level 6.
Yep, exactly. And level 6 is such a big spike right here for the Vi. That's how you're going to get all of this roaming done alongside Cream, getting involved in these lanes, making fights about these objectives work. But, I mean, look at the vision down on the bottom side of the map. There's a couple defensive pieces available for TES, where it's all offensive vision, a really high vision line coming through from JDG, and it allows them to step up to steal away these camps. It's only small gold advantages in a couple different lanes, but it's adding up. It's almost 1,000 gold lead right here for JDG, and there's no signs of them slowing down quite yet.
If Grub is coming up in about 45 seconds, would be a pretty solid takeaway, as Zoyan is kind of going to be able to do a lot of what he wants in this particular matchup. So if you can get those as top esports, you'll feel a little bit better about yourself. Tiana is now going to hit level 6, 7.5 minutes into this game off of this crab. So now we're looking for him to make a cease and desist play. Looking for Vampire to maybe make a play down here onto Jackie Love, getting taken very low. Rooted Cleanse is there. There's the turnaround bullet time onto Gala. Be able to walk out. No worse for wear.
Nope, but still, the fact that you lose that cleanse, that's going to be really unfortunate next time. And Vampire, he was really good on the Bard in the previous game. So far, been a bit of a killer on this Nico. Going to keep stepping up in every situation you have to imagine. The Grubs did spawn on the top side of the map, but nobody really available to go play around those. Instead, it looks like the Dragon is going to be the focus. Started up right here by TES, although Junjie is in the area.
Gala down to about half HP. Remember, there's no bullet time on Jackie Love, so while he is slightly healthier, not going to have that impact in this team fight. Tien will be able to just pick up the Dragon for himself, and JDG could not find a way in to fight.
Yep, nope, just unable to step themselves up in that situation are JDG, and I think that's unfortunate. I think they were actually in a pretty good spot to be able to have turned around and looked for a potential fight, but the rotation was just a little bit too slow. Instead, Reset's going to come on through. The bot lane push was established for JDG, so they get a small advantage for themselves right there. And everybody kind of just working towards their first items at the moment. Nothing too much come on through. Some components, some scraps at the moment. Once we get those first items on through, though, this is the big power spikes, right? Especially for champions like this Vi, like this Ahri, and like this Ezreal.
One thing to note is that Jackie Love is in the bot lane right now, and Gala is not. JDG are sending all of their focus up to this top side to go pick up these Grubs, keep them away from top esports. We'll be able to smite one here. Don't know if we're going to be able to get more. Ezreal coming through doing some good damage. And here's the Cyclone. Knockup is there. Trying to do what he can to help, but Feng Yue is going to die. He is not level 6. Does not have that unbreakable will. That is going to be JDG picking up their prize.
They're going to be able to grab themselves kills, grab themselves a little bit of these Grubs as well. And this is the thing, right? This is why I was surprised they didn't go and fight around this Drake on the bottom side of the map. Their snap engage damage is massive, and the fact that Feng Yue still hasn't been able to tick over to level 6 leaves him incredibly squishy. In a really bad spot to be able to make these fights work. So it is just going to be an objective picked up right here for JDG, a kill, and they can just keep on rolling, as Gala now going to be very close to completing that Trinity Force, and, you know, that's when he's really going to be online.
Gala, one of the better Ezreals, certainly a great champion in his bag. Has a lot of really good AD carry champions that you'd think of, I think, before his Ezreal, but right now is putting on a show. CS leader at 105. He's got 2 kills. He's up 700 gold. 10.5 minutes into the game. This is exactly what you want your AD carry to be doing. He has just picked up his Trinity Force as well. So while we don't have any objectives to fight over, a couple of Qs landing means that a fight could break out anyway.
And this is the opposite of what we saw in the previous game from him. Sat on the Jhin, was just chilling, was doing his job, doing what he had to do, putting through those curtain calls, dealing enough damage, but he wasn't really the big part of that game. He wasn't the main focus in that one. This one, he certainly is.
Flashes are burned all around and Cream goes down.
Okay, that's really aggressive. A lot blown right there to be able to pick yourself up 1 kill, but you are going to be able to grab it. A push onto the mid lane isn't really going to work, though, as Tian will pop up. I love the aggression, though, out of JDG. Again, the pace of the game, they just keep it so high. It means TS doesn't feel like they can get themselves back into this game, and unlike in the previous game, the scaling is not that strong right here for TS. They would have loved to have had an early advantage for their Jace, for their Vi. Really, none of that has come on through.
Yeah, we're 11.5 minutes into this game. We talked about how important Tien and Cream are going to be to this game. A 0-1 and 0 combined for the two of them. We are not doing anything more than cardio on Summoner's Rift. Let's take a look at this replay. I'm not sure if the other flash was necessary out of Vampire.
No, Vampire did not need to flash there. But it looked cool. No, to be fair, that is genuinely something to track for the next upcoming team fight, right? A minute 20 seconds until the next Drake is going to spawn, and Vampire will not have his flash back up and available for that. And that's a big engage tool for JDG just gone, used a little bit overly aggressively, perhaps. So if they aren't able to fight a big team fight, if they could have really needed a flash and Pop Blossom, that is something to still keep in mind.
It's a little tough because you just want to make sure that even if Cream has an opportunity to move, that he's not going to be able to ult out of the Pop Blossom, right? I think that's what Vampire was really doing there to make sure that this kill was secured. It's just a tough timer, right? Very, very tough window to make sure you're hitting on. This is why it's so hard to gank Ahri post 6. But JDG managed to get it done, have about a 2,000 gold lead. We're sending a teleport up to the top side. It's Feng Yue showing up with the Alistar teleport. So maybe looking to make a play onto Xiaoshu. We are burning things aggressively, and we are going to dive the Scion. Junjia is here, gonna go over the wall, turn this around, knock up on his way on. That's a heated up turret. It's gonna do a lot of damage. He's very low. They're trying to do whatever they can. They just don't have the damage right now. Junjia flashing away to survive. And Feng Yue is the one to fall as Xiaoshu gets it done. The dive denied by JDG.
I mean, that whole timing on that entire play was just wrong. Just wrong the whole way through. The wave gets burned through way quicker than they were overall expecting. They end up losing Feng Yue's life for it. And look on the other side of the map. The return will be a full tower going into the back pocket of Gull. If he wasn't already far enough ahead, he's now 2,000 gold over the top of Jackie Love. And what is wrong with TES at the moment? Oh, Cream's... Okay, he's got ulti. He's got ulti.
Yeah, but he's not able to make an impact on this dragon. He is going to not have it right away for this Herald that's coming up in about a minute and 10 seconds. I mean, see, top esports look all out of sorts, but they are ready to try to make a play on this dragon. There is no tippers. Down to 3,000 HP and getting lower. Jackie Love's trying to build up that Bloodthirster shield. It's going to immediately go away. Teleport's going to be coming in for Cream here. Vampire not going to be able to land a root. Here comes the Pop Blossom. Dragon secured for top esports. They're already going to blow up Feng Yue. Junjia going to be the next target. He goes down. It's a 4v4 for now. Xiaoshu looking to come in as these health bars are starting to get lower. Xiaoshu does not have his ultimate. Bullet time coming across, just looking to split the gap here. As Cream and Tien will be able to walk out. So top esports go pick up the dragon.
Yeah, but what are they going to lose for it right here? You can see the push still coming through on towards the mid lane. Xiaoshu, perfectly happy, just keep stepping on up. He's going to steal away that big wolf, and now he can just collapse down. Oh, onto the mid lane too. Rayon at least going to recognize that and back off. It's not as much of a disaster as it could have been just there for TES, but still, not an ideal couple of plays.
I'm being counter-jumbled by my opposing top laner. Listen, at least Tien's going to secure that one. Let's take a look at this replay, Bloxer, because it's a bit of a testy fight at first. And Feng Yue doing a great job headbutting out Junjia.
Yeah, I mean, this is the situation where, as Vampire, I wish he had that flash. He has the flash, he can flash forwards in that situation and pick himself up multiple members with that Pop Blossom rather than just the one. Potentially this fight looks all different. Same thing right here with Xiaoshu having that ulti available. A couple of key ultis down mean that JDG just aren't able to step up to that play and fight as they overall would have wanted to, but the fact they're able to still come away with a kill and just bully TES out is a very good sign for JDG going on forward.
Couple of pings coming across here on this Rift Herald as Junjia has started this one up. 15.5 minutes into the game, still 2,000 gold lead for JDG. It's mostly on Gala. At this point, he's hanging around in the mid lane. Tien is going to poke his head in and is going to poke his head away. Feng Yue walking up, getting rooted. Gala's trying to clear out some ward coverage here. Junjia down to about half HP. Tien repositions here. Herald Tether is going to wear off as she's run out of patience. Junjia wants to go back in. Knockup is there. They find the pick. onto the JDG jungler, and they're going to look for more. Vampire's Pop Blossom doesn't do a damn thing, as Cream is looking to have his hands full on top of Gala right now. Vampire down to half HP, and down goes Alistar, but they managed to find the Scion as well. He's going to go zombie form. Doesn't look like he's going to have enough damage to kill anybody here. Just a lot of auto attacks onto Zweon. A huge fight win for Top Esports, and they're going to get the Rift Herald, and Bloxer, dare I say, they look alive in game 2.
There we go, TES finally showing life during this series, and it's off the back of Junjie just a second time in a row, stepping a little bit too far forwards and getting himself caught out. I can understand wanting to go in, but you're into an Alistar right here, and Funky, it's perfect. I love the immediate response out of Cream. Pops the ulti, gets over the wall, gets the charm off. Again, Vampire, no flash available. No, he does have the flash available. I'm not sure why he didn't flash forwards then with that Pop Blossom. It might have saved a couple more members of the team. The saving grace, of course, is that Gala is able to get away and keep pumping out the damage, picking himself up a kill on the return.
All right, immediately back out onto the Rift. Unja on top of Jackie Love. Jackie Love getting a little bit of healing, able to heal up himself. They put him in the bounce house. He's still on top of Jackie Love, but he gets charmed up and goes down. Top Esports find another pick.
And I'm not sure what Junjie was doing there. His flash came up right in the very dying seconds of that play, but he did not have it to start, and basically once he jumped in, there was no real way of getting back out. All of that to try to save the life of his support. It was looking so good for JDG in the early stages of the game, but they have lost all of the leads that they have.
Gala gonna shift away, bullet time. Vampire took a lot of damage, but not enough. TN, uh-oh, he's in big trouble. Here comes Scion, he's forced to flash away, but they're gonna flash after him. The headbutt's there, the Israel's there. TN will be able to escape somehow, some way.
Slippery right here on the Vi. Just about going to be able to get out of that situation. Nothing going wide right there. Gala was landing everything. Just didn't quite have enough damage to be able to fully pick up that kill. And TES now about 500 gold in the advantage. They've erased most of the deficit that they were in. The only real problem they've still got is that Gala is hitting.
He's on his 2-item spike as well. That big spike that you're always looking for. You saw the damage he did to TN there. Certainly putting in a lot of work. But right now, the mid-jungle of Top Esports is outperforming the mid-jungle of JDG, as Honkyu taken below half HP off of one combo from Cream. Unja take his recall here. Doesn't look like he'll end up going in on Cream. He just has to watch Honkyu kind of sit under his turret and have a tough time. Right, Cream using a charge of that ultimate on FHP, not going to mean anything.
No, he's just going to be able to go back to base, get that reset off. It might give this tower over to Cream if he wants to stick around a little bit longer and pick this one up. And obviously establishing the spot lane push right before the Drake is very important. It is going to be TS getting towards this objective that little bit faster, but the mid lane priority so far is with JDG. You need to be very careful right now as the TES members not to get too close. It would be sole point if TES were able to pick it up, and JDG recognizing that. Going to bully their way in. Still, they're pushing heavily in the top lane are TES, so that is the trade back for them.
Yep, you decided to commit Xiaoshu to go and secure this dragon. This doesn't mean that Zweon is able to do his thing. He now has a 2,000 gold lead. He is on his 2-item spike as well. We haven't really seen him make that big of an impact in this game quite yet. Does have that Serpent's Fang to be able to break up some of these shields, so look for him to, around the next objective, maybe if we see a Baron before the next dragon, start softening some members up with those shot blasts.
Entirely possible that things are going to get a lot better right here for TS as these big items come on through for them. Pretty close to Jackie Love as well, being able to, pick up his LDR is going to complete that one on the reset. So all of a sudden, Xiaoshu not going to be anywhere near as tanky, not going to be able to absorb anywhere near as much damage during these team fights as he was previously. And again, JDG, they had such a good advantage early on, have really thrown this one back away. And as the front-to-back team fights are going to be a lot harder to play out now, this is a real worry.
Xiaoshu on the Scion has not really made too much of an impact in some of these fights, and some of these skirmishes he's been really good, but full-on fights has not been there. And they continue to make plays like this on on to Junja. Teleport is coming in. Xiaoshu's gonna land, and he's not gonna like where he's landing. His shield is still up, but is now gonna be broken. Gala gonna get big damage. Here's the pop blossom, but Cream manages to survive. Jaculov dead at half HP, but is healing up on these auto attacks. Gala on the backside, locked up by Swayon and Fengyue. Xiaoshu goes down. That is an ace for Top Esports, and they have their sights set on the Baron.
A clean ace right here, and it's just, again, Junja stepping up way too far, getting himself caught out, and I just don't know what the decision making is right here. You're walking around in your own jungle, I understand that, and he has a ward, so he thinks he's safe, but he just doesn't know where Cream is. The second that charm lands, he is just 100% dead, and we've got to give a lot of praise over in this game over towards Fengyue. He has been great at just disrupting what it is that you are looking to do. I thought there was a chance this fight was going to turn back around, but everybody's able to get away from that pop blossom from Vampire. And without any of the remaining members, Gala is just left to the wolves.
Left to the Jace, left to the Alistar, and they're going to knock you down every single time. Top Esports up 6,000 gold, 22 minutes into this game, looking to go to game 3 for the first time all split.
Yep.
When you're down 1-0, no better time to have your first game 3, right?
Absolutely. I mean, what a situation it would be. The first time TES ends up playing a third matchup, and it's looking really good for them right now. 6,500 gold, the advantage. Not really too far ahead when it comes to these individual objectives. Soul Point will be the next available one for them in 2 minutes, but for right now, the problem is just Junja keeps getting himself caught out. He's just going to have to jump over the wall right now, and he does at least live, but just not playing a particularly good game. After that MVP level performance in the previous game, has really fallen off in this one.
And then the early game of this game was doing a great job. Had really Tien struggling in the early goings.
Yep.
But this time around, Tien and Cream were able to link up, do their thing. And a big reason why they have such a large lead right now. Siege is on here on the bot inner turn.
And I mean, pushing through the mid lane as well, just keeping the pressure up right here is Tian, and the map just getting smaller and smaller right now for JDG. For a composition that really wanted to front to back team fight, they're just not strong enough to do it at the moment. Tian, that's to flash over the wall, so at least you've got that engaged tool out, but here we go.
Sion ultimate, eaten by Fengyue. Gonna go back in, double knock up. Here's the bullet time over the top, shredding JDG. Xiaoshu died too. Vampire on the backside. Okay, that's not gonna do much, but it's more
done.
kills going over to Top Esports. They're gonna find Honk you too, and Gala's the only man left alive. And if you look at his player cam, he doesn't look happy normally, but he don't look none too happy about the situation going on in his base. 5v1, stuck in the fountain. First turret's gonna fall, second turret's gonna fall, and Top Esports are gonna force game 3.
And this is an incredible performance right here out of TES. The previous game ended in 26 minutes. Well, TES, they say they can do one better. 24 minutes right here to end this one out. And off of what was a bad early game for them, JDG just collapsed.
Yeah, they were a little slow to what they wanted to do, Top Esports. Whereas, you didn't get the Vi and the Ahri going that early, but all it took was one pick, and then they realized, we can just do this over and over again.
Keep doing this. We've got a pick
on Junja.
Yeah.
All right. And then they did it.
And then they did it, exactly. I mean, you'd usually think that Junja on the Wukong would be a little bit of a safer pickup overall, right? There's other champions that should be easier to grab, but he kept stepping up a little bit too far forward. He kept mispositioning. I mean, this is the problem, right? When you've got yourself this kind of composition where you can just get picked at any available moment. You need someone really tanky to be able to step up and go check all of your brushes, check where people are at, step up towards these objectives, and unfortunately, Xiaoshu just wasn't there. He wasn't available to be able to step up for the team in a couple of situations. It left Junja vulnerable, but he really does have to do better overall. And Top Esports, they're going to send us to a Game 3, like we said, for the first time this entire split. It's only ever been 2-0 wins or 0-2 losses.
On the other side, poor Gala, man, having a 2,000 gold lead and just having to watch as your team just melts away in front of you.
Well.
Yeah,
like it wasn't his fault.
He did a lot. Yeah, he is absolved of all blame. Yeah. You are fine. We grant you clemency. You're all good. Everybody else, though, I don't know about that. The Brazen Bull for Junja, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting situation where, as we were talking about, right, Vampire losing that flash just before a couple of big team fights ended up happening did end up hurting out JDG. Now, would they have been able to secure that kill without the flash? Maybe, maybe not. I understand why he decided to use it, as he highlighted, right? The second that Cream is able to get that ulti off, he might just slip away and you've wasted somebody else's flash for it. But still, not having that big team fighting ability during these big team fights that popped up very soon after was pretty rough. But it's also, I feel like Top Esports just knew how their composition worked all of a sudden. As you said, they were like, oh, we've got a pick comp. We can just go pick people off time and time again. And it meant that there was no way to play out the rest of these team fights, because with the front-to-back team fighting composition out of JDG, they needed all 5 members available to make it work.
It felt like they finally remembered how to play League, because they did not know how to play League in that first game.
Nope.
And the first part of the second game wasn't too bright either. I do wonder how that one big fight would have changed if Vampire elected to use his flash to try and catch multiple members.
I don't know why
because his Nico game was fine. It just felt like because those picks were happening, he was never in a position to really make another one of those really big, impactful pop blossoms. As you take a look at the damage charts here, Jackie Love managed to out damage Gala. I think a lot of that had to do with that final bullet time that
huge.
shredded, you know, Vampire, or not Vampire, I'm sorry, shredded Junjia and Xiaoshu, who Xiaoshu famously, as on Sion, having a lot of HP. So that'll get your damage numbers up just a little bit. A really clean game from Top Esports after that rough early go.
And I mean, look at right here at this kill participation, right? Very high out of a lot of players here, but specifically Fungyue was involved in everything. He was all over the map. I mean, he personally would be my MVP for this game. The early laning phase was kind of rough. This was really sexy, though. This was nice, where he's able to pick up the kill. Of course, it does get traded back over because Gala was also having himself a pretty nice overall early game. But it's later on, once we get into the skirmishes, once we get into the team fights, we're complaining about, hey, why weren't we finding these big engages? Where were these big flanks? Why weren't you flashing in? Well, a big part of the answer of that is that Funkyue on this Alistar was there to just say no, punt you back out again, make sure you weren't able to find that exact moment as you are looking for. And he just overall played this one out very, very well from about minute 7 till the end of the game.
Certainly not the prettiest scoreline, but when you are a solo tank, you're not going to have the prettiest scoreline at times. 2, 5, and 13. I'm with you. I say give it to him. We had prettier scorelines elsewhere, and certainly some solid games out of, you know, the likes of Tien and Cream, but we talked about this Alistar pick having to be so impactful to punt away the Wukong, to punt away the Nico. We saw 2 very decisive fights where that happened, where it's like, yep, Top Esports have secured their lead because of that. And that's why Fungyue has to be my player of the game, and I think that's why he's yours.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he was doing the dirty work in this situation, right? Setting up this bullet time, as you can see right here, body blocking onto that unstoppable onslaught, just all over the map, doing what he needed to do for his team and making it so that whatever it was that JDG were trying to set up, no, you're not allowed to do that. And as one of those players that we really highlighted coming into today as a key player to watch, it's great to see him have a step-up performance, because it felt like on the Pike in the previous game, as much as he was hitting a lot of those bone skewers, his overall impact in the game really fell off after the first couple of minutes.
Yeah, he was personally piloting his champion quite well, but
yes,
not a whole lot you could do there. It's nice to see that we're seeing a different flavor of support out of him too, because, you know, we've been in an Enchanter meta for quite some time. We're starting to see some teams kind of break the shell a little bit and start to play some of these other champions, like this Alistar that's starting to get a little bit more play. A lot of these Enchanters have been banned away from Fungyue, and credit to him, he made it work on the Alistar. He gets a well-earned player of the game from the official Chinese broadcast. Yep. We are in agreement here. A very ethical player of the game.
Absolutely. I love it. I love it when a support that doesn't have the prettiest scoreline still ends up picking themselves up one of these MVPs, because he was the main driving force behind stopping what JDG wanted to do and allowing TES to play their game. And the main reason that we're going to be going to a game number 3, we get to do it all over again between these two teams. And honestly, with a dominant performance in one way and a dominant performance the other way, who knows how this game number 3 is going to go.
Ideally, it's going to be real close, because if you're going to force 3 and have 2 stomps, we need to have one close game between these two titans of the LPL. Top Esports and JDG will do it one more time after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to the unofficial LPL English broadcast here on the LPL Twitch channel and YouTube channel as well. We see you out there. Thank you very much. Top Esports, JDG get to do it one more time as Top Esports get to their first Game 3 of the split. Could not be in a more banger series, Bloxer. We talked about how these teams are, Top Esports fighting to make sure that they are still in the upper echelon of teams after a tough week last week, and JDG riding that hot streak, beating up on some teams that aren't in the top 3 and are now playing against the top 3 this week. It's a great start. They just have to get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, you can only beat the opponents ahead of you, and they have done that so far. 5-game win streak, as you said, but with these really tough opponents coming up, a win right here for JDG would be massive. Losing right here for Top Esports, also incredibly important right there. Now at 7-3, they are tied up with AL in that second, third spot. And you really don't want to start losing out ground to BLG, who are kind of on a roll at the moment. BLG have overall been looking like the strongest team we have in the league, and you really don't want to get that gap between you more than a couple games, because we are really towards the tail end of this split so far. You've only got yourself 5 or so more games left to play in the split, and it can make regaining any of that ground incredibly tricky.
Yeah, but the good news for the other top teams is that BLG has not found themselves infallible. Losses to NIP, losses to Top Esports. So do keep that in mind, that it seems like the top of the table we have here is just so incredibly strong. We saw a lot of teams get better over the course of Split 1 to Split 2, whether they just started playing better, whether there were some roster changes coming in. It's really encouraging to see all of these teams, these top 4 fighting up there. And then, of course, we have like NIP, who is like the tweener right now that at times shows some great stuff, and at other times that's NIP. But
we also just had the Circle of Suck completed as well, with W picking up a win. So everybody's picked up wins. Everybody's able to beat everybody. Exactly. Things are looking to get really shaken up towards the back end of this split. And then we go to the draft. We were talking about how it could be interesting if the Oriana went through, and yeah, as you well said, very unlikely, and is just immediately going to be banned away.
They did shift the Nocturne ban second, as opposed to banning Seraphine. This leads me to believe that Top Esports will be looking for a first pick Seraphine here. JDG, they're going to get the blue side, just like it's been the entire series. All right, let's see what JDG wants to do. You're going to have to let something powerful through here to really want to give Cream his Akali.
Yeah, I mean, if you do want to give over Cream and Akali, that is going to be pretty rough. He has been incredibly good on this champion so far, and we saw it actually in the previous series with WE. Karis able to play that one to perfection, one of those champions that really is taking it to the opponents at the moment. And JDG, they will indeed recognize that, and the Akali will go off the board. So we are really running out of the top tier of champions at the moment. The only thing available that's kind of been let through right here is the Seraphine, as you said, something that the decision was made to not ban right here for TES. I'd be very surprised if they don't lock this one in. If you don't lock this one in, I'm not sure why you've let it through.
I have to say, all right, JDG have said we are going to let Fengwei beat us. If there is going to ever be a player that is going to do that, it's going to be him. We're going to make the young guy do it. He did it to you in Game 2. He's getting one of his best champions. We said it a little bit earlier, 5-1. JDG on the other side are going to have to split up the pairing. Now, what do they want to do next? Do you want to take the Xin and take away Seraphine's best jungler? Or do you want to take the Melio and go for a very strong lane?
I mean, it looks like they're going to go towards... Yeah, neither of those. Instead, just going to pick themselves up the Lulu right here, looking for that later game team fight. It also will help a lot with the engages for whoever you end up picking up as your jungler, as your top laner. I'd be very surprised if TES don't lock themselves in this Xin Zhao right now. Not necessarily because the pairing's extra good alongside the Seraphine, although it is, of course, but also I don't know that you want to be playing against the Xin Zhao alongside this Ashe and this Lulu. That would be a really annoying couple of champions to be trying to play into. TES, they aren't entirely sure either. They're going to delay things a little bit and instead grab the Yunara right here. And I like this as a Jackie Love pickup. It's something that he's played a decent amount of throughout this split so far and has been pretty dang good on. And it just give you that level of teamfight prowess that he really loves to take to his opponents.
Okay, interesting. We're hovering a mid laner. Obviously, hovers are hovers. All right, I figured that they were going to go and stick with the jungle here. It was just weird that they didn't immediately just be like, yeah, we're going to do this. So We'll see what JDG wants to do. Bot lanes and jungles locked in for almost both sides. We'll see what if JDG wants to go match that. We're going to go pick something in another direction here, Bloxer.
I mean, yeah, in terms of things that are really available anymore that has already been played, you've got the Skarner potentially, although that does give you a little bit of an odd look alongside this Ashe and this Lulu. Otherwise, the Trundle that we just saw hovered could potentially be something fun, and yeah, they are just going to go towards the Trundle. I think it makes the most sense in this composition. The ganks on the bot lane are going to be really strong at the moment for JDG. I mean, if you can get into this bottom lane and get on top of Jackie Love, it's almost impossible for him to get away. Even with blowing the flash, the slows are just miserable right here.
And not only that, if top esports want to get aggressive, they kind of just have to walk at a Trundle pillar, walk at an Ashe, even a Lulu glitter lance. There are so many slows that JDG have here.
Miserable.
A lot of soft CC that is going to be hard for top esports to wade through. Bloxer, what are you thinking here for top esports to kind of alleviate some of those concerns?
You're going to need some just easy ways to get some engages off at the moment, and in terms of things available to you that you can do that with, I think the LeBlanc could potentially have been fun, something that doesn't care about being slowed because you just jump in and burst people out. Also, for the top lane, maybe something like the Ambessa, potentially, or the Gnar, who could just go leaping in, doesn't really care potentially too much about the pillars and the slows, just to give you that level of engage, because otherwise, as you said, walking towards this composition, I don't know that you can particularly do that.
I don't think so either. A couple of other
Maybe you just
immediate
split.
engaged champions are like a Malphite, but you'd never pick that into a Trundle. You could always decide, hey, maybe we'll go for an Ornn and get our guaranteed team fight engaged, but even then, you're still kind of waddling at them. It's going to be very difficult for top esports to get to. Meanwhile, JDG on the other side, they can continue to just go with the flow with the slows and say, hey, we want just a little bit more damage, and we will just simply kite you out all game.
Yeah, indeed, and I really like this as the overall decision making right here. Now looking for a mid laner to pair up alongside everything else. I mean, if you want to keep being annoying when people walk at you, the Cassiopeia or the Anivia could be potentially interesting. They're just saying no.
Disgusting.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, I really like the Cassio right here. Either of those two champions to just say, nope, you don't get to walk at me. I don't care what you get to do. The response likely to be the other one. Unless you think that you have an option to just make an engage happen, do you maybe go towards the Yone here?
Not sure if that's the move against the Cassiopeia. I very much liked a couple of the hover options for top esports. Looks like they are going to head toward this Victor. Not really the biggest fan of that one. But it'll be locked in all the same. I think the Syndra would have been good for some pick potential, but it is what it is.
I mean, right now, the Victor, at least, it doesn't want to walk at you. It wants to walk back. It can stop some of that engage from coming on through. I agree with the face you're making right here on this Renekton. I mean, it gives you that level of engage, but you'd better hope you've got Slice, Dice, and Flash if you want any hope of being able to get far enough into the backline to make this work, or some big flanks are going to have to come on through for Zuan. They are just going to lock this one in. So a composition that overall just wants to front-to-back teamfight into a composition that doesn't let you front-to-back teamfight. TES, they're going to need some early advantage to make this one work.
Yeah, this one is, it's going to be tough. We're going to have the Gnar lock in for JDG. Hey, you know what? Gnar is a great champion that can just wrap a bow on a composition. You slow them all up, they can't escape. Gnar hops after you, smacks you into a wall. We're trying to cut you out, and you're somehow getting close. And I'm in Mega Gnar, I'll knock you away, and we'll continue to cut you out. So that's the final lock-in here for JDG. Xiaoshu also going to have some advantages in lane here up against the Renekton. Remember, Renekton is a Xiaoshu special. He is so good on that champion, so I'm sure he is well acquainted with this particular matchup. Bloxer, it feels like a lot of the game is on Feng Wei's shoulders here. These encores are going to have to be spot on.
Yeah, I mean, these engages, you're going to have to find some big flanks, potentially, to make any of these engages work. You're just overall going to have to play this game incredibly carefully right here. Otherwise, it's not happening. This game, I have to say, I really do like what JDG were able to draft for themselves, and I think TES have left themselves a lot to make up for from this draft. Tian, your early game had better be on point right here, bud. If he's beginning to fall behind Chujunja and give away a lot of early pressure to this Trundle, there's very few ways to get them back into this game, barring Jackie Lover just popping off on this Yunara, which admittedly is always possible. It's one of those champions on one of those players who can just make things happen, but you're looking at 2-3 items into the future for that to happen, into a JDG composition that's going to get rolling as soon as these level 6s come through.
Yep, Ashel, Pick, Cassiopeia, great counter engage, Summoner's Rift, final game of the day, Top Esports, JDG, who's gonna win? Damn, those are real loud.
That's loud.
Yeah, I get loud for that. We were getting a little bit loud earlier in the series for our featured matchup between our mid laners, and this might be the game where we see them make their largest impact both on Deathfire Touch, both on some good scaling carry options here, and both voted up for potential All-Pro here. Bloxers, we're starting to get toward the end of the split. And both of these guys have been really, really good players. I think they're definitely in the mix for second or third team along with Shanks. I think Knight has first team locked
Knight's
down
got
pretty,
it, yeah.
pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, unless something changes in the next week or so, my overall MVP vote will be going towards Knight. I think he has been just truly incredible for BLG. A big reason why BLG have been the best squad in the LPL here in split number 2, but there's plenty of other spots still available and some really promising members. I wonder if we've got some of our second or third team supports available to us in this game, in these games as well. If JDG keeps this win streak going and Vampire keeps playing as well as he has been, it could be very likely that he ends up sneaking in onto a third team roster.
Use the code on your screen, go get into the Discord, go vote for All-Pro ballots when they come out, and go have a good time and make your voice heard here on the unofficial LPL English broadcast. Scotland Vampire shoved under the turret for the moment. I think you made a great point about seeing some second or third team supports. I think you could see that across the board for all of these players. Yep. I think that all of them have certainly earned the right for at least a vote or two on some of these.
Very much. I mean, there's been a lot of talk so far about Tian being able to pick himself up that first team All-Pro right here. And he's been looking really good in that previous game. Obviously, in the first game, kind of got bullied around, so we'll see how he's able to play out this one. Just finishing up with blue buff at the moment. Cream, just run,
Twin
bud.
Fang, Cream had to flash, and he will be able to survive, but not the greatest area to recall.
No, I mean, he is in an incredibly rough spot right now. The sort of saving grace is that Honku has pretty much run out of mana, is at least going to get away from that Marcher's Blast and limp back away. Both of these mid laners going to go take these resets on through. A little bit quicker, though, for Honku to head back to base and see if he teleports back in, or he should just be able to walk back out if he wants to. No, just going to teleport and keep this pressure as high as possible.
Good news for Tien, we have a split of Scuttle Crabs. And these junglers can get a little bit more action going on pre-6, but we'll see if there is anything that'll actually occur that will spur that action. We did see that Ginger had showed up toward that midway that ended up during Cream's flash, but that was largely about it. Cream again having a really rough time. These Twin Fangs doing so much damage, and it's Hongq getting a solo kill off.
Okay, Honku looking to make his case for MVP. Xiaoshu as well, now going to have to turn tail and run. Tian is available. He does a flash, instantly going to flash away, and is going to survive. And mid lane plays miserable, though. This is what could happen when you've got this Cassiopeia.
Ala did burn his barrier. Top Esports wisely holding their spells and their damage, but getting taken down to about half HP. So a lot of action all across the map. But again, junglers still with the goose eggs on their ledger, just showing up and matching each other well.
Yep.
Hongq continuing his tear through the LPL. His ascension has come up quite quickly after a rough first split.
Absolutely, he's been looking better and better and better so far. And when we're talking about tough tests, Cream is a pretty tough one overall and has so far done pretty well. He's just going to keep doing this. Obviously, once we get into the next couple matchups for them. Next look for them will be BLG, the Knight matchup. That's a real true test to see how good he is looking, but so far so good. And if he can keep up the pressure right now onto the mid lane, gonna make playing around these objectives elsewhere on the map so much easier. You can see right now, Junjie heading straight towards the Drake. No worries from him. He's got pressure bot lane, he's got pressure in the mid lane. Even though Tian is around, is in the area, there's no real threat of this one being taken away.
Cream missed that cannon, just a bit afraid to step up into Honkyu, who is now level 6, and 825, give or take, gold lead for the mid laner that's got the highest gold diff at 15. You can see why here, exerting so much pressure. Cream will be able to get at least a little bit back after that Arcane Storm, just a little bit of damage. That Dragon finally getting taken down by the JDG jungler. So far, JDG, another game where they have an early lead.
Yeah, I mean, look at the bot lane as well. You get this full push coming on through, Reset having to come out from Jackie Love as well, coming back with a couple of longswords, so he will be in a decent spot if a skirmish breaks out on the bottom side, but not seeing that's particularly likely. Tian gonna walk straight over the top of a ward, so Honkyu should just be able to walk this one out. It would require a flash when becomes lightning to make something happen here, and instead it is just going to be this Scuttle Crab in the top lane, the overall focus. And so looking at what these two teams really want to do, as we said, right, the level 6 is the point at which JDG are happy to go skirmishing, go fighting, but they can just play this one out pretty slowly overall. You just have to avoid giving over too many early kills to this Renekton, to this Xin Zhao, and then the rest of the game shouldn't be too tricky. This composition from JDG is just all about saying no to your opponents.
Yep, or saying, slow down a little bit, okay, now we'll fight on our conditions.
Yep.
Honkyu flashing forward, immediately gonna go right after Cream. The slow is there. Alright, won't be able to get that much more for it. Take him down to about half HP. A little bit of help from Vampire means that Honkyu's got a large HP advantage, and Cream's right back where Honkyu wants him, under his turret.
Yeah, he's just going to keep this pressure up as high as possible. Now, losing out onto the flash is a little bit over-aggressive, potentially. Tian is waiting in the wings right now. This could potentially be a look for a gank, but he's pushing in the wave so quickly that there just isn't enough time to rotate through and potentially look for a gank. And you can really see the difference in the damage coming through. When he hits the Noxious Blast, you can just walk at Cream, and there's nothing Cream can do when he misses it, and Cream has been pretty good so far at dodging out away from the Noxious Blast, other than the one time he ends up dying. You can step up a little bit more. It really is just about weathering the storm as this Victus in this early game. Later on, later on, you'll be really useful for your team in these team fights, but for right now, there's nothing much more you can do.
Second plate going to be picked up for Honkyu in just a moment. Should increase his gold lead to about 900 or so. Well, 950 there, almost 1,000. Not even 8 minutes into the game. Gala dropping that Ashe ultimate down onto Fengwei, taking him below half HP along with the Ranger's focus auto attacks. That's going to get Jackie Love's barrier out as well.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, the amount of damage being done down on the bottom side is
Tian.
terrifying. Tian.
Tian,
oh,
no!
Oh, seven.
Tian, he's got no idea. He'll drop his ultimate down, but is going to get chased. What a pillar! Tian's got nowhere to go. Will flash away. I don't even know if Junjie had to go after him.
They didn't know.
Away. Okay, hold on. Honkyu's going to try to chase him down. Where's the flash of the top esports support? And now Jackie Love is in no man's land. He's been turned into a bunny, and it's going to be easy pickings for JDG. 3 kills to nothing.
A little bit of funny miscommunication there, I think, where they hadn't fully said that Fengwei was just walking away. Otherwise, Junjie and Honkyu should have totally just turned him into pace. Still, they're able to pick up 2 kills and a flash out of the Seraphine, and that's a ton of defensive spells now blown away from TES, and JDG jumping out to a 1,500 gold lead.
Yep, Junjie and Honkyu converting their lead down to that bottom lane, as Gala is now 400 gold up when he was previously about 200 down. Top Esports immediately going to get back on the map here and start taking out these grubs. The only worry that I have is it's going to be so difficult for them to actually hit these turrets, as Cream is immediately under siege once more. Honkyu drops his ultimate down on a Fengwei, down to half HP. The Lulu knockups there, and Honkyu and Vampire, this 2-man unit is too much for Top Esports to handle.
And this is the thing with the Lulu as well. As much as you said, oh, you can go the Milio to try to get that pressure down in the bottom lane, you don't need it in this situation. You are more than happy to just move around the rest of the map as Vampire, meeting up alongside Honkyu, who is having a killer of a game so far. I mean, he has been so precise right here. Those Twin Fangs being weaved through beautifully at this point. And the kill again. It's the pressure as well. I don't think I've seen Cream be able to step out from under his tower the entirety of this game. He is just constantly under siege. You can see it in the bot line as well. Plenty of deep vision for JDG just to keep this safety for Hongyu. He's not scared about stepping up. He's not worried that Tian's going to jump into his lane and take him out, even flashing towards people at some points, and it just doesn't matter.
30 seconds, 25 seconds, we'll call it, until the next dragon. Hongyu has that Rod of Ages finished. Gala has that Hex Optics. Meanwhile, top esports, Zip, Nada, Zilch. Maybe try to make a play on the top side. Zweon with a flash stun. Xiaoshu trying to hop away, but here comes Tien, and there is no help coming. He is fast, but how fast can you be? The smite slow is there. He'll get his flash out, but now we're going to go dive. Zweon slices, he dices, he gets the kill, but he will go down.
There we go. I mean, I'm not quite sure why in that situation Xiaoshu decides to flash straight. Does not get himself away from that one because lightning is... There's no way.
Diving.
There's
He's
no
just going
way.
to go try to end it, but he stepped away a little too far. Last turret shot ends up being a 1-for-1 when all said and done.
Okay, and I mean, I'm not mad about that one right here from Cream because it gets him his Blackfire Torch. It puts him into a spot where he's at least gotten something back. Resets the gold, though, for Hongyu if he wants to just keep walking at Cream. Terrifying, though, that this is what Hongyu is able to do to his opponents at this point without a fully stacked tier, with only the Rod of Ages on a single stack at this point. I mean, he's still ages away from this coming fully online, and he's already just walking at people.
6 kills to 2, still a 2,000 gold lead. Take a look at this replay. See that Deathfire touch, putting in a lot of work. Big reason why Cream died here.
Oh, yep, just enough burn damage at this point, and very close as well to being able to walk away from that one. I think Hongyu needed 100 or so extra HP to be able to survive this one. He doesn't care though, he's straight back up onto the map, doing the exact same thing. Keeping Cream pinned underneath his tower. Next big objective isn't coming for a while now, so we're just back to the laning phases, and Funky popping up into the top lane again. Xiaoshu, the only member they feel like they can actually kill right here for TES, and they spent a lot of time trying to kill him, only going 1-for-1 in a single one of those, and otherwise, he's just been walking away.
Right, pillar down on the Cream Vampires here. Cream is slowed up. It's so hard for him to escape. Hongyu is going to dive him again, and this time it's much easier, but he flashes away and he dies. It's still a 1-for-1. Tien
Wait, Vampire?
drops his ultimate down to keep himself alive, and on a sliver, the Glitter Lance will not get it done. Tien survives. It's another 1-for-1.
Hongyu is feeling himself maybe a little bit too much at this point, stepping up multiple times, getting himself killed under the tower, even flashing away from that one, but just didn't flash far enough, wasn't quite able to get out of range. Still, the gold lead continues to expand, 2,500 gold, now the advantage for JDG. And whilst all of this has been happening, we saw that very early bit of explosivity down in the bottom lane. Otherwise, it's just been chill farming coming through for the most part, and look at the advantage Gala has been able to get for himself. Hex Optics already completed, up by a decent chunk of gold as well, about 1,000.
Well, smacked into the wall. He is a-okay for now. Ashol coming down mid. The pings are there. Cream, watch out, watch out. He's fine. Felt the breeze on that one, though. Freljordian cold winter air in the morning will certainly wake you up.
Yeah, very much so. That was pretty terrifying. If it had have landed, Cream would have 100% been dead. Instead, just going to be able to walk away. At the moment, Cream does not have himself the flash or the teleport, so is just having to sit super far back, very overall vulnerable. Xiaoshu's been here before.
Again, will flash onto Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu has no flash. He is knocked up. He's sliced. He's diced. He's dead. But guess who else is dead? It's Cream once again. Junja flashing on top of him to get it done.
But still, you're able to get this kill on the top side of the map. This is what all of these repeat ganks constantly coming through will do for you. Eventually, you will catch out Xiaoshu without a flash. The response is going to be the kill onto the mid lane and a full bot lane tower, however.
Let's go for it right on top of Hongyu. Jackie Love, though, stops the pursuit because there's just too many members on the bottom side for JDG. So no kill to be had on JDG mid laners. He'll just pick up this wave.
Yeah, I mean, with the Petrifying Gaze available for Hongyu as well, there's no point in stepping up too far because Hongyu will just turn back around and paste you. And so, 50 minutes into this game, hey, we asked for a banger, we asked for something back and forth. I think we're getting that so far. The pace of this early game has been so incredibly high.
Let's see a little bit more out of top esports before I'm really, truly ready to call this another LPL bangers. Jackie Love is going to get run down. Kala's ultimate's up in 2 seconds. He's ready to drop it down if he needs to, but he doesn't. Flashes forward. Vampire getting the credit for that kill. 9 kills to 4, 3,000 gold lead for JDG. Herald up at about 15 seconds. Dragon in a minute 20. That would be JDG's third Drake to put them on Soul Point. Looks like they're putting an emphasis on clearing out some vision down near that Drake.
I mean, Yanni, we talked about this composition out of JDG being great at anti-engage, at stopping you from being able to just run straight at your opponents. Well, they also can just run straight down at you. The second you get tagged by something, it's a Noxious Blast, it's a single auto attack from Gala, the Glitter Lance coming through from Vampire, any of those landing on top of you, that slow immediately means you're not getting away from these fights. And the fact that Gala can just walk at somebody, flash at them, and pick up these kills, again, is such a good sign for JDG's chances of picking up this win and starting off their test week with a brilliant victory.
Fengwei's Encore is on cooldown. Teleports coming in. Swayan's in the middle of everybody. And they're going to get a lot of good damage in here. Gala goes down. Shut down. Going over to TN. Now they're going to look for Xiaoshu next, but he is forced away. Good. Aggressive force by Top Esports. Yields a kill. Now Honkyu could be the next target. TN wants some good sidestep from Honkyu. They won't be able to dive this turret. The pings are onto the Dragon as they're going to decide not to go after the Rift Herald. Jinjia getting taken low, but Vampire doing a lot of work with the shielding, trying to keep them all upright.
Everybody's going to survive through this second bit of aggression. Still, it's going to be TES with the fast track over towards this Drake. They're going to melt this one down as well, and Jinjia just going to decide, nope, no reason to over-aggress onto this one. Instead, they're all going to ping up towards the top side of the map, try to take down this top lane tier 1 tower and the Rift Herald as well.
Top Esports give up a lot to break the stack there because this Herald, and as you said, going to be JDG's, that top lane. It's going to go over to Xiaoshu. Take a look at these teleports coming in. Swayan immediately getting on to Gala.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you want to be doing right here. Azuan being able to just get on top, flash him, immediately take him on down. If that's replicable, if you can keep doing that, if Gala's never able to play any of these team fights, hey, there's a chance right here for TES to win this game. Still, I'm not sure how much you're going to be able to do that in these subsequent team fights, especially because Vampire wasn't able to just fully get everything off in that situation. You know, Wild Growth, keep him alive, gave him another couple of seconds to potentially flash away himself. With the flash and the barrier coming back up in a little while, that level of safety is going to come through a little bit more.
A lot of the gold lead is on Vampire. It's 1.5k, and you might think support gold leads are fake, but this one is actually kind of relevant because Fengwei had to get the Mikhail's Blessing because of all the CC on the side of JDG, which is a great item, but also means that you're not healing your teammates nearly as much with, you know, a Moonstone or the like.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you really do need that extra level of healing to come on through if you want any chances of surviving that full-blown engage that could be coming on through. Still, things calm down a little bit right now. 2 minutes until the Baron will spawn, 3 and a bit until the next Drake. So point for JDG if they can grab that one, but without picking up the previous, not as much threat coming on through. And for TES, who've been slowly getting themselves back into this game, first items coming through for everybody. First and second now completed for Tian. He has got himself a Dusk and Dawn, and that does put him in a good spot to be able to get super aggressive and hopefully give some backup to his top laner when he goes flying in.
And start healing a lot too. We've seen the
exactly.
APs in Zhao heal up quite a bit. So getting a little bit of extra magic ability power, I should say there. Should help you out in that department. Top Esports going to coalesce to secure red buff. As Honkyu is going to drop an ultimate down onto Cream. He gets hit by an arrow, and he will fall again. Honkyu gets kill number 4.
Yeah, I mean, Honkyu, again, just walking at people, but that one's all Gala landing on that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And this is the other thing this composition can do, just constantly able to threaten the snipe, make it so that the members of TES have to be really careful with their vision, where they're standing, who they get too close to, because they can always get hit by an Enchanted Crystal Arrow down Broad Street. And that one landing really square. JDG, them winning right here is crazy. This would be their 6th win in a row, the 6-game win streak, and now versus a top team here potentially.
Yeah, that's where you can start to say, okay, this win streak is really real. They beat an IP during this win streak, which is a team that has
semi-real team.
Was around, that 4, maybe even 3 spot for a little bit. It was a team that we consider to be pretty good, but not on the level of Top Esports or BLG or AL. So a win here really legitimizes that run. and starts to have JDG thought of in the light that they were when they went to first stand. 20 minutes into this game, Tien wants to go in, but everybody's here. Ashol lands onto Tien, and they will clean him up. Teleport's gonna land. Swayout's got a shield. Encore only hits Hongq. Vampire goes down, but now Swayout's caught in no man's land. Xiaoshu's gonna go Omega as well. Desperately trying to get close, but they kite him out. Xiaoshu flashes forward, but he whiffs. Jackie Love can't get more damage, but Gala has plenty of damage, rifling away at Top Esports. It's a triple kill for the JDG, ADC, and Baron's on the menu.
Yeah, this Baron's gonna melt as well. Anytime you've got yourself an attack speed Ashe and a Cassiopeia, this one is done and dusted. And it's all off the back of just a weird play right there of Tien, going way too far forwards right here on the Jhin. Able to survive for a little while because the Crescent Guard is a pretty insane ability, but dude, you cannot be doing this. There is no reason to be fighting over your blue buff. Such an LPL moment to go in. Gets tagged as well by that petrifying gaze. Now, watch what Xiaoshu provides to this team fight right here, because, oh boy, he's been kind of just waiting on hitting his Mega Map. He's going to hit Mega. He's going to flash into the wall. Basically, completely whiff the ulti too.
He got 2 flashes.
It doesn't matter though. He did get 2 flashes, and it doesn't matter in the end because the Gala slows are insane. Just quite a funny contribution to that team fight from Xiaoshu, but the team are way too strong anyway. It does not matter.
I actually think he contributed quite a bit there. He didn't instantly go Mega, so Jackie Love, Feng Yue, and Cream had to just kind of sit there and be like, well, if we step up too far, the Xiaoshu was going to jump on us. And
also, there's no way...
Well, it didn't look funny. He did make things happen. And then,
and there's no way to know that that team fight is starting to pre-stack your Mega. I mean, there's no reason for Tien to fight there. That's a bad situation for him to be overall fighting. Yeah, you know, I'm being overly harsh on him. The fact that it just completely whiffed did look quite funny in the moment. JDG, though, now got themselves the Baron buff, and they're just walking at these towers again. I mean, trying to step up to clear out these Baron-empowered cannon minions is so tough.
What's tough is the position that Top Esports put themselves in after that fight. You've got... Hold on, we've got another fight potentially breaking out in the same place, the scene of the crime, but another pillar means that Zwayan cannot get in. And Bloxer, this is so tough. You've got the late game scalers of Victor and Yunara, and now you're down 6.7 thousand gold. It just feels like it's a huge mountain to climb at this point. It might be too much for Top Esports to overcome.
I would imagine that this one is just going to be a JDG win. They've got themselves that 3 Drakes as well. 4 minutes until the next Drake will be available, but there's a chance this game doesn't even go that long if you find one more big team fight right here. I mean, this Baron buff has been massive so far, gaining them a huge chunk of gold overall. This mid lane tower will fall and they can engage.
Oh, huge encore, hits multiple members. This might be what they needed. It's time for Jackie Love to take over. He's got a couple. Tien chasing down Vampire and will no, he doesn't find him. They missed their skill shots, but Tien is still in hot pursuit. The slow is there. Will you be able to actually kill Vampire? And he finally does. Huge play from Feng Yue as Junjia has to run for the hills. Top Esports are going to cash in on some turrets as well.
There we go, way over aggressive right there out of JDG, just as we were talking about how they should have this game locked down. Instead, they're going to be able to push through onto the mid lane. Huge swing of gold. They're up by 7,000. That one gets cut pretty much entirely in half, and all of this map pressure that TES had been bleeding goes away. As you say, Feng Yue, massive encore right now. This is just so beautifully done. Tags onto the 3 key and critical members, is able to drop that beat drop down on top of them as well, and Jackie Love immediately capitalizing.
It was fantastic, exactly what Top Esports needed. We just said the mountain might be too high to climb, but Feng Yue came prepared, well packed, said I got the ice pickers to climb all the way up, and we will get this done. Look at the damage chart out of that last fight. Feng Yue is not going to get his credit unless you actually watched what happened. 3,500 gold deficit now for Top Esports, immediately cut in half.
Yeah, and I mean, look at where that gold has really ended up, because there was this massive... Oh, the Baron ends up earning nothing in the end. Yeah, there was this massive gap in gold between Gala and Jackie Love, and that just gets erased right here. You can see now he's got all 3 of those key items completed. This is a Yunara well and truly online. And if TES wanted any way of getting back into this game, they were handed it on a silver platter by their support.
Now, the question is, will they do what they did last time and over-pursue for some of these jungle camps that are on their side of the map? We have Baron in 1:45. We have Dragon in 1:30. It is Cloud Soul, and Cloud Soul is a solid soul for this game, especially for what JDG want to be doing. Getting that extra movement speed is going to be very, very big, which is not something you get to often to say about Cloud Soul.
No, I mean, this is exactly the kind of game where Cloud Soul will be huge for them, and with a minute left until this one will be available, you can see both teams scrapping around the mid lane for priority. So far, though, JDG, they've been able to set up their wards, and there's a lot of darkness to be stepping into. TN needs to be very careful.
Tien needs to be careful, but he immediately goes in. Knockups are there, but here comes Hongq to break everything up. Jackie Love's in trouble. He's trying to do what he can. He finds a kill, but falls himself. And now Zweon's been slowed up. Gala and Vampire trying to get to him as Cream dies off on the side, and Zweon cannot escape the constant slows of Gala and Vampire. That is an ace for JDG, and that might just be the game, Bloxer.
They're only going to lose Hongq right here, and this means these towers are going to be shredded through. The death time is not that long at this point in the game. 20 seconds until Tian is going to be back up and available. Same thing for Jackie Love and Cream. But you are wrecking through these towers right now as JDG. Are they just going to go for it? It looks like the answer is going to be yes.
JDG will knock the turrets down, legitimize their hot streak, and continue it to 6 straight matches onward to BLG later in the week.
TES, they get sent to their first Game 3 of the split, and they end up losing this one out. A massive win right here for JDG. We've been talking about how their win streak has felt a little bit hollow, a little bit fake. You can only beat the opponents in front of you, of course, but they weren't beating the best teams. Still, with today, WE picking themselves up their first series win, WE are not such pushovers anymore. And now, actually beating one of these top teams, a team that was competing for that top spot in the LPL until just now, all of a sudden, you have put yourself really into that contention.
And a hard-fought victory that everybody had a hand in. We had praise for everybody on JDG throughout this series. I think that is a great measure of a team that can be successful when you can really shout out anybody for the impact that they make on any individual game. We were talking about that JDG, if this bot lane just kind of gets together and figures it out for themselves, they'll be in a good spot. I think they had a lot of really successful games in this series. A big reason why they won the series and a big reason why this team is so threatening again.
Yeah, absolutely. Over on the other side of things, though, TES, I mean, what was that? Tian in that third game was just kept stepping up. You saw it work once for the team, but he was just flinging himself at his opponents in situations that it really didn't make any sense to, constantly ganking onto the top lane when it was just the only lane he felt like he had available to him, but wasn't really getting too much going there either. And just overall, a much messier game out of TES than we've come to expect from them, really.
Yeah, I think a lot of that had to do with the immense pressure that Cream was under throughout the game. I mean, his couple of kills that he got were because Hongq overextended, and they were 1-for-1s, which does benefit the victor as the harder scaler, but when they weren't particularly close. It was I made a mistake rather than Cream played something particularly well, and they just continuously attacked him and put him behind. And when that happens, you don't get to have that sort of impact out of your mid laner, you are going to struggle to really win these matches. I mean, Cream, the leader in assists per game out of the mid lane, when you're not able to have that sort of impact like you had on the Ahri in game 2, think about that and the stark differences between games 1, 2, and 3. This team looks a lot different.
Yeah, really, really does. And it's been a bit of a rough couple of weeks for them so far, right? They have ended up in a situation where they lose out some weird games. Losing to Weibo specifically was like a big question mark moment for them. Obviously, they then come back and smash Weibo 2-0 in their next series, but you've lost to Weibo, then you lose to AL. That's not great. Again, TES were competing for that top spot. They, in fact, were the top spot for the first 4 weeks of this split. and now they've fallen behind by 2 whole series to BLG. This is great if you're BLG. As decided BLG right now, you are feeling on top of the world. The only thing that's a little bit worrying for BLG is that they are the next potential victims of JDG. JDG right now, you know, they're knocking on doors. They're pulling through for the squad. And BLG, if they fall to them as well, JDG, I mean, they are within touching distance of the top. If they won out from here, they could potentially end as our first or second place team.
Remember, it is going to be pretty hard. You know, the rest of JDG's schedule this week, BLG and AL, and then next week they're going to have Weibo, and then finishing off the season with IG. Take a look at the charts for this last game. Honkyu put in so much damage. Bloxer, I have to ask, player of the game. I think that's going to go to Honkyu. Now, I want to talk about player of the series, as long as you agree with me that you think Honkyu's player of the game.
I would agree. I think that it's very hard to put anybody else on that same level of pedestal. Ginger, I think, played overall very, very well right here. I think that Gala also deserves a lot of praise, but I think Honkyu just, the reason everybody else was able to have such a chill time was because of the pressure he was putting down in the mid lane. So I agree with that for the game MVP. Series MVP is damn tough, though. I mean, there were really good players all over the board. Where are you going?
I think after this game, I am going with Vampire.
I would,
and here's why.
That's where I was gonna go.
I think that game 1, obviously, Junjia played very, very well. He was the clear player of the game. Game 2, he was the GOAT for all the wrong reasons. He was the scapegoat. And Vampire played okay enough in that game. Game 3, Junjia played fine. Vampire made a lot of those mid-game plays with that Lulu, roamed around, had a very, very robust suite of shields and CC to put on top esports to win a lot of these mid-game 2v1s, 2v2s, 3v2s, 3v3s.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm going the direction of Vampire. Your thoughts?
Yeah. I would be very, very happy with Vampire overall. I think he played this Lulu game, again, it's just sneaky good. A sneaky, well-played game overall. Honestly, both of the supports in this series popped off. They were the main carries for both of their teams in a lot of situations, and I agree. Junjia, if he'd have had himself a better game in game number 2, if he'd have just been okay in that loss, I think he probably would have locked this one up. Honkyu's performance in this last game was so awesome that it makes me think back to the previous 2 games and think, how much were you able to do? Well, nothing really on the Annie, unfortunately. And he was pretty good on the Rise. He was able to do plenty on the Rise. I think a sneaky backdoor pick could potentially be Xiaoshu. He was really nice on that Olaf. And then this he was able to find a couple of big moments. And the Sion, there was nothing wrong with his Sion performance. I don't think there's anything you can do wrong on a potential Sion pick. But overall, for just quality you're able to provide, Vampire, really, really good series out of him.
And now we're down to the best part of the day, Bloxer. We got updated standings, baby.
Let's look at it.
We love updated standings. Group Ascend now has JDG sitting at 3rd place and top esports sitting at the 4th place mark, of course, headed by BLG and AL in that order. And then, of course, rounding out with NIP, IG, Weibo Gaming, and Team WE. We're now 3-19 in games and 1-9 in matches. We had many discussions about whether or not that team was going to win a game in Split 2. And after Monkey's short, but obviously very needed and very restful vacation, the team looks like they're kind of energized again. I do want to talk about them a little bit as a team that, you know, there's some building blocks here for them to kind of build up toward the end of the split. Remember the last run that they went on last year in the summer was a large reason, you know, was them coming alive near the end of the split.
Yeah.
That's why they were able to make a little bit of a playoff run. Not saying it'll be the same thing here, but it is nice to see some sort of life out.
I mean, yeah, it's been really good to just see something happening for them. I mean, look at this. Wins after vacation. This is now a 3. This is 3 whole wins after vacation right here for Monkey, for WE. And I absolutely love to see it. Now, I would like to know what it was that Monkey did on vacation, because I want to go on that vacation. Clearly, he has come back rejuvenated, feeling better, in like a new man in this situation.
I wonder if Monkey is one of those players who plays better after they take a break from League, or better after they throw themselves into League and continue to play more League, because there's 2 different schools of thought there. You know, maybe he was just doing his own thing, you know, roaming around all of China. Or maybe he was just
70
At
hours a
home,
day of League.
locked in,
Yeah.
playing games. It's something, you know, it could be either, and I don't think we'll ever know, Bloxer. What we do know is instrumental in Team WE getting their first series win. I think that when you take a look at the JDG and Top Esports series, the good news for Honkyu is that with that last game, certainly may have earned a couple of people's All-Pro ballots. Definitely think that these teams were not at their peak playing against each other. No. There were some players that I definitely expected more out of on both sides in certain games, and I do wonder that if these teams do meet again down the line in the playoffs, who is going to step up in those potential series?
Yeah, I mean, who really knows at this point? I think Honkyu, like you said, make a really good case. I think Tian has unfortunately quite badly hurt his case for overall MVP that he was in the running for. I mean, at this point, Knight really does feel like he's got this one not entirely locked up, but pretty close to it. The MVP voting is going to be really interesting. Again, jump into the Discord, make your votes heard. It's going to be opening up pretty dang soon, I think, and there's a lot of interesting picks. I'm genuinely fascinated to see the second team All-Pro. That's where I'm actually really interested to see. Who do people think were just not quite the best, but really deserve some credit here?
Yeah, because there are some roles where it's actually quite close. I think mid lane is one of the few roles where it's not. Judging by what's happening with Top Esports lately, all of a sudden, we're cooling on Tien a little bit. I was like very clear this guy's the MVP if he continues to play the way he's been playing, but he had a lot of head-scratching decisions in this game, and if you peter out near the end of the split, a lot of recency bias does come in. Call it what it is, especially after the patch change too. There were a lot of changes. I don't think wide sweeping changes that would say, oh wow, like this is no longer this player's meta, but certainly changes nonetheless that could have affected Top Esports in a negative way. But again, they will have opportunities to right the ship later on this week. They'll be playing against Team WE, which at the level that Top Esports are at should be fine, but Team WE are hot. They're on a winning streak.
Yep, we'll see. If they end up losing that matchup, that's when you can start ringing the alarm bells. At the moment, I think it's very fair to just say no. JDG are looking like a really good squad. No need to be super worried about it overall. They play up, like you said, against WE. Then they've got NIP, again, a matchup that they should win out on. And then they round out their entire split 2 with a matchup versus BLG. That should be an absolute banger. It doesn't really matter what form these two teams are coming into that game as. That's going to be massive. A real good warm-up just before we get on into those play-ins and then the play-offs, of course. Over on the other side of things, JDG, as we've been saying, right, they've got a real gauntlet to be playing for themselves in all of their remaining matchups. There's no particular pushovers of teams. Maybe their Week 7's a bit easier in that they've got Weibo and then IG, but, I mean, to get there, you've got to go through the absolute ringer.
Yep, and so far, a really good start for them. As we said, when you set the tone like that early, especially when you're on a winning streak, you get so much confidence, and you start just playing better off of that. Those little edges that you can get off momentum can really make a big difference, and I am curious to see if JDG are going to be able to climb the top of the mountain of Group Ascend after the end of this week. There is a world where they are the best team in Group Ascend by the end of the week, which would be crazy to say based off how the earlier split had been. A lot of inconsistency with this team at times, but lately the consistency has all been there. This replay shows why Hex Optics is such a broken item. Because you just get a kill and you get that extra range and you're really solid
just
on those kills.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this composition out of JDG. If they can keep drafting like that, I thought their composition had really good identities and then they played towards their win conditions or in a really overall good, strong way. I love it, and I mean, it's always fun. One of my favorite kind of compositions is the sort of composition that has something like an Ashe and a Cassiopeia in it, because I think it's just fun watching people get just walked down. Doesn't matter more than that, just walk at them and deal your damage.
You think that's fun?
I think that's fun. That's the most hype I get.
You have no empathy. You have absolutely no empathy.
I'm a Warwick player. Watching somebody get walked down is kind of my whole thing.
Yeah. Meanwhile, I'm sitting there and like I'm watching Zweon get rifled by Vampire and Gala, and I'm like, damn, I'm glad that ain't me. Like, I'd be like, man, I hate myself. And in fairness, we did say that Zweon was gonna hate himself after they locked in that Renekton. We should have not only player of the game, but also player of the match coming up soon. Player of the game, gonna go to Honkyu. Bloxer, we are 1 for 1. Can we go 2 for 2 for player of the match?
Let's see, because at this point, The more I think on it, the more I'm like, yeah, I think Vampire had the overall best day. If they don't pick Vampire, who do you think they end up going towards? Is it Junja? You just kind of ignore what happened during that game 2?
Maybe. I think he might have played good enough in that second game. You could even make a case for Gala, because Gala actually played 3 good games.
Yes, Gala has been super solid in all of his games. Obviously the most pop-off performance in the last one, but his Ezreal was looking like it was going to carry through in that game number 2. Maybe Gala was the overall most consistent player, but he didn't quite have the highs that Vampire did.
This is so fake, man. This is so fake. Once I saw the votes be 7 out of 8 for mid lane, and the last one was for jungle, I was like, yeah, Junja is going to get it. I mean, listen, he really deserved it off the back of that Jarvan game, and the Trundle game was solid, but I don't know, man. We're going to see a lot of Jarvan highlights.
That second game.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of Jarvan highlights and not a whole lot else. So I suppose I'm okay with this, but not super ethical. No. Bloxer, is there any matchup upcoming for the rest of the week that you're really looking forward to?
Ooh, I mean, there's a couple of big bangers. I'm really, really looking forward to this JDG BLG matchup. I think that one's genuinely going to be a fascinating matchup. In terms of other matchups that are coming up that I think are going to be really interesting, call me a weirdo, I'm really looking forward to Ultra Prime LNG. I think watching LNG at the moment has been pretty interesting overall, and I want to see if they can keep up the streak that they've been on recently, and if Ultra Prime are actually going to be able to get something going, maybe just about do enough to get themselves out of those bottom 2 spots. Remember, the bottom 2 of Group Nirvana are gone. We do not see them in split number 3, and Ultra Prime right now, with a win, with a 2-0 win specifically, could just about bump themselves up into a better spot than Thunder Talk are in at the moment. They are fighting for their dang lives.
I think that's also a pretty good one to look at. So that Friday slate, certainly going to be something that everybody should be tuning in for. I think outside of the Friday slate, I want to see what NIP can do against IG and Weibo. I do not think they're going to win against AL, sadly, but I do think that if they have a good back half of the week, they really establish themselves as that 5th place team and as a really solid team. And you know, this is a team that we kind of left for dead at the beginning of the year. We did not think was going to do very well. And while the midway point of the second split has been a little iffy, it's been just fine. Take a look at the player of the match votes. 4 out of 8 went to Junja. We did get 3 votes for Honkyu and then 1 for Vampire. So we are not totally left out in the cold. Bloxer. A couple of people we can never leave out in the cold are our elite coffee supporters, Aaron, Soup, and Mung, because their pledged financial contributions help level up our broadcast, give back to the cast and crew, strive to give you an English LPL product almost every single day. Bloxer, tomorrow, Thursday, the 7th, we have Weibo Gaming versus Team WE. That'll be covered by Quax and Mazel, and then NIP versus Anyone's Legend with K-Man and Rafa, and we hope to see you all there. For myself, for my co-caster Bloxer, for Ilya behind the glass, and for the rest of the LPL English family, we thank you very much for being here with us today. We hope to see you tomorrow for some more LPL action.